let's get it started. That's not helping. What a banger. Oof. And I slept like a baby last night, which is not necessarily a bad thing or a good thing. I wonder why I sent to the YouTube chat twice. How odd. Oh, maybe I sent to each one of the different streams. The first one was on. Man. So last night we had a pretty good stream. It started out with me being incredibly tired, which is not necessarily a good thing. I had gone out and done social stuff, seeing other humans out in the world, going to arcade, meeting friends. And then I also just setting up my background. Damn. I don't know if I hit the wrong television. I may have hit the wrong TV. No. That's the wrong TV. That's the one in the kitchen. Do this. There we go. Welcome in. Yeah, so social battery slightly drained. Not too bad. It was not that long of a meeting, and it was pretty cool to meet some people. Just my physical battery was drained from mowing the lawn and doing other activities, and just slowly recovering from being a 30-year-old dude who's not the best at keeping up with my physical fitness. But that changes, well, this week technically, and forward into time. But then the stream, after I kind of got a second wind and some other chatters came in, it was great. We chatted all night long. We watched a bunch of different videos, covered a bunch of different topics. I even got suggested to some videos, things I've already sort of been aware of and knew I wanted to watch, but then kind of forgot about. So that's been added to the docket today on the later side, just because that's when that chatter came through. But we also have to catch up on some of the official news, as in like the things that happened while I was sleeping. But yeah, I woke up at like 10 p.m. or something. I'm like, oh shit, I've got to still want to be able to do all the other things that I want to do, like finish some video edits. I still want to make my daily TikToks, all that stuff. My TikTok today was pretty milquetoast, pretty quick, just something I can bang out fast. I didn't want to be an hour late to stream again today, because that's not good. Don't be an hour late to stream. Nobody likes it when you're an hour late to stream. So this is the TikTok from today.
I'm fucking annoyed. What is happening?
Oh, let's just rewind it a little bit. It's just a Hassan clip that I was technically a part of. Wowee, I was on the stream.
I'm so fucking annoyed. What is happening? Like, this is exactly the type of shit I don't want to see in my fucking chat. Twitch API is having problems.
Wrong.
I did the hide deleted messages gear thing. I did.
That's me.
Oh wait, never mind. All right, I think it should work now. All right, we're good.
Real simple, real basic. Edited inside of the thing. But I also learned that my other banger video that got a whole bunch of likes and stuff, I didn't upload it with the ability to do comments, because I was like, why did I get more likes than I've ever gotten before but 0 comments? So if you're using DaVinci Resolve to do things, don't forget to check those checkboxes, because those checkboxes will be turned off naturally. I guess it's a safe thing to do, because if you were really afraid of comments, you would want it to default to be checked off. But I feel like most people aren't. So hello, Lisa. How you doing? Welcome in. hopefully, I don't know if the Hassan bait, the himbo hook, you know, the Hassanabi refugees in style shit got you. Also, yeah, we were watching the Animal Planet thing at the very end of yesterday, so I should get rid of that. I'm doing all right. I'm also doing all right. Just starting my stream. And yesterday we touched a little bit on the big beautiful bill while I was half falling asleep, because not because the content's boring. I mean, you could argue maybe political shit's boring, but that was just my energy level problem. But we've got a thing about so it definitely passed because of JD Vance. I guess I should look at the article first. What are you doing right now? I'm in my living room streaming, right? Senate passes Trump's big tax and spending cuts bill as Vance breaks a 50-50 tie, which obviously, as a vice president, the Senate tie. Harris did this a bunch, at least once or twice for sure, but a bunch under the Biden thing. The outcome capped an unusually tense weekend of work at the Capitol, the president's signature legislative priority, teetering on the edge of approval or collapse. Let's get the size increased. Also, let's throw on the flashbang filter here. Boom. Take that down a notch. In the end, the tally was 50-50 with Vice President J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. In the U.S., yeah, I am U.S. Looking at American news right now, I'm interested. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time, for sure, on American news. Just because Trump, right? Trump is always going to be a major thing. But also, this administration is very different than the first one. It's interesting because if he won a back-to-back from his first regime to the second regime, then it's possible that he would not have been so prepared for all this. But it seems like that 4 years off gave him time to lick his wounds, collect, circle his wagons, find his true believers, and get them in place. Because now he seems to be doing things much more, I wouldn't say competently, but he's going through things with a much more clear plan, I guess. Combination with you combining the Project 2025 stuff that they totally thought was I never heard of it. Who knows what that is? I don't know what that is. And then immediately going through and trying to do all that stuff. But then also Stephen Miller doing more insane immigration stuff, all those different things. So it's interesting in the sense that a lot of unprecedented things are happening, and a lot of a lot of them are negative, obviously, but things are happening that normally would never happen. Breaking rules and seeing who will stop them kind of shit. Which, as a former, I guess, true liberal Democrat, but now more of a leftist progressive, goes like, see, you can do stuff. Senate parliamentarian tried to stop some stuff, and they said, get the fuck out of here. They just kicked them out of the way. Things that would stop the Democrats in their track, and they go, whoa, sorry, guys, Senate parliamentarian. They said that's not a nice thing to do, so we shouldn't do it. And it's like, oh, good things are possible. Real thing. Well, I guess things are possible, whether they're good or bad. But if you have the political will, you can get it done. You can yell at people. You can force someone to try to stop you. And then even when they do something that's against the rules, you then have the justices on your side, and then they say it's now in the rules, like all kinds of stuff. The three Republican senators, Tom Tillis of North Carolina, Susan Collins, the famous Susan Collins of, oh, gee whiz, I'm sure Trump didn't mean it. I'm sure he learned his lesson this time. Complete joke. Of Maine, and Rand Paul, not Ron Paul, of Kentucky, joined all Democrats in voting against it. You've noticed that conservatives, LGBT creators have a common discourse saying that if LGBT stayed quiet, then homophobia or transphobia wouldn't exist. And I think that's a pretty dumb take, because that's the way people get their rights. Do you think they really believe that, or do they do it for views? So conservative LGBT creators are always going to be kind of an oddity, right? Because the conservatives don't believe they should exist. They have like this like conservatives at one point were trying to embrace them because they realized that they lost the war on gay or whatever, and then they were like, fine, gay people can exist, and see, we have our own gays that all, like the log cabin Republicans, people who want to just do physical policy, you know, and also be gay. But then there's other corners of the Republican Party that just don't want gay people to exist, period. They want to remove their rights. You know, the first they come for the trans people, then they come for the gay people. It's just, so any gay creator who's conservative always gets like a crazy eyebrow. What's the what was the famous one that Hassan had on stream? He was the son of the guy running for Georgia. I forget his name, but you know, he's a gay creator who was doing a bunch of right wing stuff, and then they dropped him like a bad habit. They kicked him out, and now I'm not sure exactly what he's been doing, but I've heard that he's done less conservative things in the future. So doing it for views, doing it for a grift, to some extent, I definitely believe that there are ones that would do that. But also, I wonder if there's this other sort of like situation where they just kind of feel that they should be a little contrarian, and it couldn't be that bad. They couldn't actually really hate us for who we are, and they should let us in. So I think it's some natural contrarian thing where like, I got to be different, which then also just turns into I want views. So I do honestly believe it is a heavier base of that. Not heavy in the gay community specifically. So yeah. Amir Odum, Blair White. Blair White I've heard of before. The name is definitely recognizable, but I don't know if I've ever actually followed them specifically. They say the same thing about it being fundamentally in the base for different reasons, one reason or another, but ultimately it does come down to attention or money or... Yeah, I mean, because I'm trying to think like, even if you're doing it to be contrarian on a platform where you post is to get views, which is to get clout. Technically, you can get money that way. Like, what's the Benny Johnson? He's the guy from like the Babylon Bee. I don't think he's openly gay, but everyone jokes that he's gay because he specifically had an intense search history of looking for gay cruises, and then he got ads on a website for gay cruises, and then people were like, yeah, that's probably because of your search history, man. And then he was banned from like going on trips alone because his wife did that or something. Yeah. They say the same thing in the context of LGBT being quiet. They are conservatives. Oh, gotcha. Blair White did sound like a conservative person specifically. If they stayed quiet, then those things wouldn't exist. Well, that doesn't make any sense. I don't believe that to be true specifically. It's a dumb take, because that's the way people get their rights. Right, true. I guess I latched on to the bottom half of your sentence. So, like, do you think that those conservative creators do it for views? But I didn't think about the message that they were specifically you're asking about. Yeah, them just being quiet. So, like, it's kind of like the kink at Pride situation where they go, hey, keep that gay shit in the bedroom and nobody would be mad at you guys. But that's kind of the whole, like, they say, we don't care what you do in the privacy of your own bedroom. But then they immediately start to, you know, outlaw what you could do in the privacy of your own bedroom. Or now that's like, now it's illegal to be transgender. They have to take it off your fucking, you know, your license and shit. Like that, they no longer care about the simple, like, just your own private rights thing. Now they are immediately wedging themselves into every part they could possibly do it. They want to incriminate doctors that do things. They want to make it illegal for children to even potentially have, you know, through the work of their doctors, have any of these different treatments done. So if it's, you know, just stay quiet, don't make us look bad by you being so damn gay, that's stupid. There's always going to be, I guess, a traditional sort of normal tone. Like, obviously a person on the debate stage wearing a ball gag and, you know, a vibrator halfway shoved up his ass or something like that, that would not play well optically or whatever it is, right? But that's not what anyone is fighting for. So yeah, gay people can be gay and they can fight for their gay rights. I mean, that's definitely or just rights in general for all kinds of people. That's the whole point, and that's what's necessary. So, I mean, I disagree with that mentality, basically. Yeah. I was just trying to think if there's any kind of situation that, because my mind, I mean, I'm born and raised in Florida. I was raised conservative, and it took a long time for me to even want to be mildly political. So I have a natural knee jerk reaction to be centrist, right? Because like I was always liberal in the sense of like one party hates gays, one party is okay with gays, and I always sided with the blue Dems or whatever it is for the most part in my late teens, early adulthood. But I would still have that centrist mentality of like, well, maybe I'm physically conservative, well, socially Democrat, whatever. Those are terms I'd heard, didn't understand a word what it meant, but it made sense. It made sense that both sides have a little bit wrong with them, whatever it is. So I have a natural urge to find the center and to fight for the center, but it's like, oh, look, Nazi versus not Nazi. Hold on, guys. Maybe we could be half Nazi. Like, that's not a good center to find, right? So, unlearning that and doing it is, it's definitely something that I'm trying to make sure I'm aware of as I go through the different steps. You're an ex-centrist. Honestly, I lost it when Trump won and when I started looking to right-wing media. Yeah, I mean, that was sort of my 2016 was sort of the beginning of my actually caring about politics a little bit. But then that's when I became like a hyper lib for a while. I was looking at like the Colbert late night show. I was watching a lot of the different creators, sort of just a lot of the different late night hosts specifically, but then just that level of analysis, getting a little bit on Twitter, just kind of just reading through things and just scrolling, not really posting. I was never very good at posting, but I would see stuff, a bunch of different profiles that I could recognize by today's standards. And then that's where I ended up seeing Hassan's posts a lot. And I always thought he had interesting and good takes in his posts, specifically whenever I would come across them on Twitter. And then Bernie Sanders running in 2020. I remember I was a supporter of Bernie in 2016, but I was still so fresh to all of this that I was not as pissed off about it. But definitely in 2020, that's when I started to sour a bit on the Democratic Party for sure. Living through COVID was a little bit. And then it was like in 2021 when I randomly saw a live stream that Hassan was doing at TwitchCon or something, some weird fun thing. And I just tuned into it. And I was like, oh, I've seen this guy on Twitter a whole bunch. I didn't realize he was live on. I didn't even know he streamed on Twitch. So it was like 2021 late in the year. And I started watching that. And then I started learning a lot more about things. Yeah. A good part of leftist creators don't really like Hassan, which I don't know much about him though. I would argue it's the other way around, but I mean, technically leftist creators, you could wrap in like Destiny to him, right? You could wrap in Vosh or whatever it is, but a lot there is definitely a galaxy with Hassan as the center, and then lots of little orbiting planets, whatever it is. That's where I guess I'm hoping to eventually become a small, micro asteroid in that sort of galaxy. Because I also started watching people like Carter, I believe, who's live now. Cinemarxism is another person. Mike from PA, aka Central_Committee. But all those guys are big fans of Hassan. Even if they have slight disagreements, whatever it is, they're all still huge friends and supporters of him and his circle of people. But I mean, he's the U.S. deserved 9/11 guy, whatever it is. But like, also people have agreed with that take vocally out loud. But yeah, so I mean, hey, I think he's got his points down. If you ever watch his YouTube videos, they're just sort of like slightly boiled down edits of any segment of a live stream, and then have what is it, like some of the facts put up there. There's a whole like gigantic pile of people who all do it as well, because he lets his IP be free. Anybody can download his VODs and make their own videos and edits and stuff. But his official channel, just Hassanabi or whatever, you'll find all the more official videos specifically. And you would probably enjoy most of the takes on there if you consider yourself just a general leftist person. I know that he's had some big moments of dissent when like the Ukraine war started, or his defense of the Palestinians when the most recent version of the war in Gaza, war in Palestine stuff happened. War, aka genocide, whatever. Um, so that can be where people start to create some divides, and they don't like that one policy, so then they paint a lot of other things as bad, which it can happen. And also, some people only ever see out of context clips, or they only see not in good light attempts to minimize or make his content not seem accurate. The U.S. invaded the Middle East and caused 9/11, but it was to try of keeping its but it was a try of keeping its influence. So it's kind of weird to pinpoint who is right, because if they didn't enforce their influence, someone else would have done so. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that that's the right way to look at it specifically, because it's like, hey, look, it's like, if someone didn't rob your house, if I didn't rob your house, someone else would have robbed your house. So I'm going to rob your house, right? It's kind of messed up. And assumedly, any other powers would not have had the same amount of continuous resources poured into such a thing, because we did that for over 20 years. If France wanted to try to inject their influence, they would not have been able to do it for nearly as long. China, even back then, did not have that level of influence. And also, modernly, China's influence is doing Belt and Road Initiative, where they build people high-speed rail and hospitals and other infrastructure, give them the debt that comes along with it, but then a lot of the times even just completely wipe the debt away. They're probably going to get a good deal on whatever materials are inside of that facility, but they're also not colonizing it in a sense of like bringing in their own company laborers who then strip the place down. So yeah, I mean, the U.S.'s constant meddling in the Middle East has been a major problem, because it didn't even start in 2001. It started long before that, which is where the lead up to having it all happen is. Like the Soviets tried to invade Afghanistan, we armed the Mujahideen, right? That's our influence there. But also, the Russians were also trying to invade. So you can argue that's a bad thing specifically. So it makes sense to try to arm the other people. But it's just like when governments create their own, oh, look, we are a nation of individuals and we would like to nationalize this use of this oil. British Petroleum says, hey, wait a second, I don't like that. Let's work with the CIA and MI6 and get people to fake have a revolution and fake dissent, and then train them to then try and assassinate this guy. And now we destabilize it. And now we need to work with people who are willing to destabilize what is normally a democratic process. The only people who are willing to do that are, let's say, oh, look, super conservative right-wing people of this nation. Oops, they happen to be religious fundamentalists as well, the same way you would see inside of America, for example. Okay, yeah, Christian nationalists here would be super right-wing and conservative. So then all of a sudden these nations get all the leftists killed, murdered, disincentivized, and then right-wing people are put to the surface who have fundamentalist views. And then we end up, many years later going, gee whiz, they don't let gay people kiss in public. Well, we don't like that, but we're the ones who put them in power. And then when they do wild shit, it's like, well, they had something much better planned. What the fuck? I wish that we didn't help facilitate that. I wish we didn't do that. I wish we didn't spend my tax dollars on that shit. Because then, like, I don't get health care, but then we're going over there to kill fucking children somewhere else. That fucking sucks. That sucks ass. That's no fun. That's no fun. Well, I should do the thing where I can highlight. I feel like everyone has a bit of fault, not specifically a country, because they cause themselves skepticism of each other and then do a lot of bad things. We're all human beings and we should collaborate worldwide, but governments don't really help. I mean, governments are made up of people, and if they're not a puppet government installed by an enemy specifically, they're usually made up of the individuals. no government is perfect, but also like when they when they're having to constantly defend from being assassinated by an intelligence agency of a random superpower, that causes them to be more paranoid than they probably would otherwise. Makes them more authoritarian when they realize that America creates a bunch of bad newspapers that just try to sow dissent to then build up a revolution. They then crack down on the press because they realize the press is an arm of foreign influence, specifically to get rid of their own sovereignty of their own resources and land. That's bad. It's bad when they crack down on free press, whatever it is, but they don't have the luxury sometimes of being as free. And then America also clearly has cracked down on its own free press in many ways. But that's a much more overt version of it, depending on which country we're talking about. Obviously, there's a bunch of them. Yeah. But I wouldn't go so, I mean, I wouldn't nowadays put it as it's everyone's fault because it's like 95% the fault of the United States specifically, or whatever percentage we would consider to be so heavy. That's where I would land with it. Maybe if people didn't go after North Korea that much, they wouldn't be that bad. Or would they? When a country gets that bad as a state, should we interfere? Well, so that would be kind of like similar because like North Korea is under what a bunch of sanctions and shit, as well as like Cuba and stuff. We did so much fucked up shit in the Korean War specifically, killed so many people, did insane bombings of things, or whatever it was. Things that I would like to know more about. These are just little snippets that I've learned from here and there. But that creates an incredibly unstable situation, a incredible power vacuum, an incredible lack of infrastructure that then needs to be, souped up. And then, despite that immediate problem, is then slapped down with entire world locking sanctions put onto it. So then you have only the crappy carp in your lakes to eat. You don't have the resources of an entire global economy. Like the turkey club that I could eat for lunch comes from like 5 different continents, if you consider where all the origins of all the different materials come from. And yet now this one small little peninsula is now locked in, and it has the sanctions and every gun pointed at it possible. Like, that's not going to create a good situation. And also, a lot of the things we know about North Korea aren't as aware of where it is comparatively, which is a shame because they are so afraid and locked down that they won't let people in. But the boy and his friend, I Did a Thing, if you think of the 2 YouTube channel names, they did that documentary called Haircut, where we all believe what we consider to be outrageous and true things about North Korea. They went and visited the people there and obviously saw that things weren't, all sunshine and rainbows. But, the idea that everyone has to have Kim Jong-un's haircut, it's not true. And they're just regular ass dudes starting about. The idea that every place is empty and there's no people around and they're all inside of some kind of prison, whatever it is just not the case. But they're also definitely not as free as regular people are. So we definitely have set that situation up. But what's the solution now in comparison to that? Because now they are doing bad things. But the solution would be lift sanctions. Let things be normal. If their government policy is so bad, then they will fail. Like right now, Cuba is under the boot of like world crushing sanctions to the point that the entire UN says, hey, America, stop the sanctions. And then only US and Israel vote against it. US vetoes it. Boom. It doesn't happen. Whatever it is, right? That's just fucked. If we are allowed North Korea to evolve without sanctions, would they eventually snap out of their horrible life? I do believe so. The government would be better. I do believe that because people are people. We're all very similar. And then the very least, when you release the sanctions and you let things in, then that opens things up. And even if not immediately in the first year, 5 years, whatever it is, but eventually press would be allowed in, people would be allowed in, travel, commerce, tourism, these things. And then when people are in there, they can see things, and then people can interact and share ideas and stuff. Like right now, Israel locks down Gaza. because they don't want people in to see the things that they're doing. That's bad. North Korea right now is locking down North Korea because of all the sanctions they have against them. So they say, fine, you can't come in either. Would they immediately open the doors? I don't know. I hope they would. But with time comes healing of wounds, whatever it is. So yeah, the world would be better if it was more equitable, for sure. That's where I believe. I guess I could be wrong, but that is what I believe, and that's the way I speak about it, and that's the sort of message I try to put forward, because that's where I land on things. I am definitely, by all means, just some guy in his living room. So, right. I mean, but that is my belief structure on the topic. But if they can also just get the off-brand Mountain Dew Walmart special, they would see the light. They would see the lightning specifically. Yeah, I mean, I've been told before that I'm a bit of a humanist or whatever it is, that like humans themselves, whatever it is, are not necessarily bad or evil. That I fight for the continuation of humanity specifically. And I don't really know the exact specifics of the group, because this is like, me. So like, I guess a little bit more backstory. I was working at Home Shopping Network for 15 years, but they just shut down the plant, if you will, the studio in this area, because they got bought out, and it wasn't as profitable. So now the whole plant got shut down, laid off, whatever. But I would talk to people in this job, and I'm talking to a guy, and he has his own little political beliefs, and he's much more read. He reads like Machiavellian, and he reads Sun Tzu, and he reads a bunch of different things. And his takeaway from my point of view, because I was like, oh, I'm a bit of a socialist in the sense that I want the government to provide for its citizens specifically. I think it makes sense for that thing to be a case. And then the foreign policy ideas was not so much isolationist, but more or less not like specifically trying to intervene for capital to take over resources of another. I'd much prefer a more equitable deal that everyone wins at, or whatever it is. So he was his definition of my worldview was humanist, or whatever it is. I should probably read into what that means specifically, but I don't know. I'm just sort of like, I get the gist of what that means. So I think we were covering the big beautiful bill specifically. This looks like it's just more about who. Yeah, this is just like who voted for it, whatever it is. Let's do the better thing where we watch a video about it. That'll make way more sense.
Representative Claude.
So this is where I grab the thing. So I love the Majority Report. They do a bunch of things. It's not only your impression or the right advocates for the money and left advocates of the people. Is it only my impression, or the right advocates for the money and the left advocates for the people? I mean, I guess my understanding of it is the right advocates for the moneyed interests, the powerful specifically. So I guess that you could just boil that down to, is it only me? Got it. Yeah. Or is my impression, does the right advocate for the money and the left advocates for the people? I guess it's a pretty good simple breakdown of it specifically. I'm sure someone could add more, because it's it's a simple sentence, right? So you could be leaving out slight nuances on both, but yeah, I would say the left advocates for the people specifically, the people, aka the masses, aka people have referred to it as like the tyranny of the majority, is what they consider socialism or communism or whatever, and then the other one is what? Tyranny of the minority, because like if the tyranny of the majority sounds like democracy to me, because like, look, everyone voted for something. I guess they are tyrants in what they voted for, and they made that reality. I suppose there is always trying to find truth in what they share. A tyranny of the majority could be, look, America was racist before. Tyranny of the majority. So if they voted for blacks not to have rights, that would be a continuation of a tyranny of the majority. Where the left in that situation would not be for the mass of people, they'd be for the people who need to get their rights saved. So that could be where it's not just about total vote count, but more or less what is moral or whatever it is. And morality is always going to be subjective and all that stuff. So you like the majority point. I've heard the host is kind of feared by the right. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like Sam Cedar, there was that famous, which was Ethan Klein H3 thing. But he was supposed to have a debate with Ethan, and then they Udo reversed it and pulled out Sam Cedar, and then Steven Crowder ended the stream, ran away from it, ran away. Sam Cedar is just a very smart individual. He knows not only the both side talking points, he knows the left's talking points, he knows the right's talking points, which then prepares people for a debate structure. But he's very approachable and he's very understanding. And I feel like most people, when they see his take, they go, oh, that kind of makes sense. And he has a good approach to things. Even if he's not the most far left person out there, he's good. I know that Mike from PA, the Central Committee guy, and Sam Cedar, they've butt heads and disagreed on things. Sam was more hopeful for the Biden administration. Sam was more hopeful for Harris, whatever it was. He had his reasons, which was based in empathy and personality. Like he was a lesser evil voter, and to some degree, right? Because he's like, well, I would rather not have Trump get into power, so I should put in all my effort for Harris, even if I know Harris is bad. Where Central Committee was more like, if Harris is bad, we should tell her she's bad and keep talking about how bad she is in hopes that it actually makes them change. And if they don't change, then they'll lose because she's bad, and they need to see that. Which is, I guess, a slight tip to the accelerationist side of things. But at some point, if you just keep going for the lesser Hitler forever, you're just still voting for some type of Hitler, and that sucks. And that's a tough debate, right? But especially for people who are kind of new to things, because they're like, what? That's a hard pill to swallow. But it is interesting to watch it from different sides. Trump is a dirty populist. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, like, right now, for example, he is cutting. So there's a budget. The budget is usually made up by getting money back from taxes, but they want to give a bunch of tax breaks to a bunch of the super, super wealthy. So that would fuck up the budget and make it very unbudgeted. It would make it very uneven. And a lot of Republicans would never vote for something that would make the budget so uneven. Even if they love tax breaks, they wouldn't go that far. So that's why there was a vote, was a really tight margin vote. And he had to make up that money somewhere else. And instead of making up that money from the military, for example, the insanely expensive military, instead he cut down food stamps. He cut down aid for the elderly. He cut down aid for the disabled. And it's just like, holy shit. So he had to cut an insane budget, whittle it down to make it deadly for people in order to make up the money difference. Latin America has been historically populist. I guess the U.S. is experiencing it for the first time. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, but yes, he does have a populist message where he gets up there and says, cost of living, they're not helping you. They don't like you. That's the populist message. His actions are different, but he is very charismatic in his approach. And he calls, people crooked Hillary. He points at all of Hillary Clinton's problems. He just says nasty Nancy Pelosi, whatever. And people look at Nancy Pelosi, who is like, her husband is super, super good at predicting the stock market more than anyone has ever predicted before. Very clearly insider trading, whatever it is. He is a meme. That's why he is so likable. Yeah, he's also very funny. Even if he doesn't intend to be funny, he's very funny. But we kind of like joke about it. Yeah, he is very similar to Bolsonaro. I don't know if Bolsonaro existed the way he did before, or if Bolsonaro kind of copied some of his energy, but they're probably just very similar dudes, right? I think Bolsonaro actually came to Florida when he got ran out of Brazil. But I'm sure there's always going to be a pocket of people who are strong supporters for Bolsonaro forever, no matter what. just knowing the way that the world works and whatever it is. There's going to be those individuals. I haven't really kept up with it since he came to America. He got sick again, obviously, because it's always funny how sick Bolsonaro would get. We have a new party. Yeah, well, because was this with Lula specifically? I don't know how often the elections happen. I know Lula won as a bounce back, if you will, from the Bolsonaro era, but I haven't kept up enough, and it hasn't been in my news feed enough to see what some of the updates from that is. But I assumed things were going well, but Don't know. I don't know if the Amazon rainforest has been, allowed to live again instead of getting destroyed. You have a new right wing libertarian party. Yay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It is funny how close libertarians and so far right libertarians and then far left anarchists somewhat agree on things with the lack of government just for different reasons. Usually libertarians want lack of government for business freedom and anarchists want it for personal freedom. They both want some degree of personal freedom, whatever it is, but it usually always ends up because they want the businesses to keep going. But yeah, I'm always very opposed to both of those sides because I love the idea of a big government. And I guess that's scary to some people, but all we have right now is just big corporations bullying our government, if not even running our government. So has been also destroying the Amazon. I mean, yeah, but at least we have women in his government trying to save it. That does sound like our Democrat specifically. That sucks that he's destroying the Amazon. I remember hearing something probably from a liberal, very center road outlet saying that he was there to. He was angry at Bolsonaro for destroying it and then going to save it, but then if he's also destroying it, just because it's like the lungs of the planet almost, right? So that's not good. Global warming, all that shit. Well, I guess climate change specifically. Yeah, that's pure propaganda. Yeah. I mean, that's also electoralism and party politics are always going to have a back and forth. That sucks. It sucks when there's a person who appears to be super left wing and then we get excited and then it doesn't work out because then that could lead to future like not giving a shit when the next time a left person shows up. Like when Bernie Sanders keeps losing, that deflates people. But if Bernie Sanders won the presidency, but then just kind of did nothing with it or ended up doing more of the same, then you're like, well, then what's the point? Why would you ever vote for a progressive ever again? So, like, for example, we're super excited for Zoran, who has just won the primary for the New York mayor's race, which normally would be a shoo-in because the Democrats far outweigh the Republicans inside of New York City. So if you win the primary for the D on your ticket, then that means you're a shoo-in. But it's unprecedented times in many ways. Go ahead. But we're hoping that when Zoran, because he's already inspired so many people in general, but when he gets into office, we want him to actually then succeed in a spectacular fashion, because then that will show the model for others all over the nation. And he's also very much so in the public light, more so now than ever. So if he publicly fails, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, all that shit, they're going to be more than happy to shit on him specifically and say, look, you got to go back to the centrist Democrats instead of the left progressives. And so we want to do our best to support him and help him in every way possible. There was this woman. Oh. Click. There was this woman who wanted to protect the Amazon. She had a plan. She is known globally. Then Lula, in his road for the election, he incorporated her into the advertisements. But I guess I'm not sure the PT is a party or whatever it is. But since she's been in power, she's been ridiculized, so they won't listen to her. Interesting. So they've said bad shit about her, or she's been under public fire. Maybe she got canceled for some old tweet or something, whatever it is, right? Whatever the public ridicule is. So they won't listen to her specifically. Yeah. I don't know enough about obviously who the person is and what her plan is and what the group she has. But if there's still consistent logging happening, whatever it is, that's destroying the Amazon or whatever. So even if, like, for example, you look at and like, well, her plan actually is more centrist and doesn't work. But if you're just actively just mowing the thing down, then that's just the government ridiculized her, so they could just they could describalize her, discredit her maybe. Her name is Mariana. I can try to look up. Oh, I guess I have to. Oh, well, there's a book about her. I typed in Amazon saving the Amazon, and I got the book called Saving Mariana, uh, which is just like her thing. There we go. Copy. Let's see. I might have to I might have to translate the page because I don't know I don't know Spanish or Portuguese or a lot of languages I'm weak on. But you can see obviously they were together for some stuff. Yeah, I don't know enough. I'm looking at. Maybe there's an explainer in more of the English side. English. Minister of the Environment is the title that she was given, I guess, based off of that direct translation of the terminology, which makes sense. The current Minister of the Environment and Climate Change in Brazil, a role she had previously in 03 and 08 to 08. She's a prominent environment and activist and politician known for her work in combating deforestation and promoting sustainable environment development. Sylvia's appointment in 2023 by Lula marked a return to renewed focus on environmental protection. Her story. That is sort of an AI breakdown. So that's the progress since 2023. Returned to ministry in 2023. Since her appointment, she has focused on combating deforestation, strengthening environmental institutions. Challenges. Despite the progressive steps, challenges remain in combating deforestation, balancing economic interests with environmental protection. Initial report for 23 showed a promising decrease in deforestation. It is important to continue monitoring the situation, determine long-term effects and overall effectiveness of the implemented policies. In summary, Brazil's Minister of Environmental Change since 2023 has played a key role. They seem to be more positive on it overall, but they could obviously be missing the forest for the trees, if you will. The WEF's thing on Brazil. Let's throw on the flashbang filter. Bang. Give a little font size improvement here. Accordingly, stress the need for restructuring to change policies. Check the main changes. True. I mean, but that's where you end up in that forever slide of, well, it's not the Republicans. Well, it's not the ones who want to kill us specifically, but are they doing enough with what they have, and what are they doing enough as the only opposition? And now you even have the libertarians becoming an opposition potentially. Changes in legislation. No. Because that's one of the arguments we have against the Democratic Party here, because you'll have the party leadership being as milquetoast and as boring and as weak as possible, to the point that we had our House minority person for the Democrats being like, hey, Trump's in power. I don't know. We can't do anything. Oh, shucks. Our hands are tied. They're the ones in charge. We're doing our best, but they're just doing nothing specifically. We want them to do something. Even if they do something that would be considered rude or mean or even technically illegal, because the Republicans take no issue with doing things to obstruct, to stop, to be illegal, and to force them to then use the judges to then undo the illegal things, whatever it is. And then, of course, there's no punishment for those illegal things. The Republicans will stop at anything to kill us all. And the Democrats are like, hey, look, we're the only ones who are allowed to try to stop them, but we won't actually stop them in any way. And it's like, you're in the way of you're basically defending the Nazi, and you're taking up the only slot that there is to do it. So that kind of makes you not only an accomplice, but you also suck all the air out of any potential resistance. So you make it a sure thing, which is also in its own way really bad. So speaking of really bad, let's see the things that Trump with his populism is specifically doing, or him and his party are doing.
Claudia Tenney from New York. I think she's from the 24th district, if I'm not mistaken. That would be up near the Finger Lakes. And I got to imagine she's got a significant portion of people on Medicaid.
So a little backstory, famously leading up to this election and any election prior, most likely, Democrats will point to Republicans and say they want to end Medicaid, they want to end Medicare, they want to end food stamps. And the Republicans are always like, whoa, 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 we don't want to do that. No, 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 that would be bad. All of our constituents, despite hating the nanny state, hating free handouts for people, we know that certain people rely on these things and they will die, including our own constituents. So we would never touch these very specific things: Social Security, money for old people, basically, Medicare, which is money, health for old people, Medicaid, which is help for disabled and injured people, and also the super poor people. And they always get caught on tape saying that we want to cut these programs, we want to save this money, we want to use this money to give us tax breaks, all these different things. But then they come out in public and say, whoa, 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 that was like taken out of context. We would never. So I assume this is going to be some people now becoming very bold-faced from when they were on the campaign saying we would never touch it, to now on the floor saying we want to fucking kill it.
Trying to justify the vote that she's going to have to take in the House probably over the next day or two.
Which happened.
Right. Devastating.
Right. So the bill passed in the House. They gave it to the Senate. The Senate now, instead of just passing it outright, made some changes to it. They made some amendments and some, reword some things. That passed in the Senate. So now, whoop, that has to go back to the House. That's what he's referring to by they have to vote for it real soon. Another political party being praised by younger people, despite the fact that there have been a lot of controversy surrounding it, such as its opinions and the way it operates behind closed doors. Then one of those right-wing libertarian parties, which are just going to pretend to be something useful with those shiny slogans and pseudo-intellectuals who are over. Oh man, the pseudo-intellectuals all over the internet. Yeah. We will get to this in a second, but so I've had to learn to understand that not everybody that I talk to, especially in Florida, which is a very red state overall, will be as left or as politically aligned with myself. So I can't be like, if you're not exactly like me as a purity test, then therefore you're my enemy, right? You have to have a bit of a tent, a bit of a big tent, a bit of an understanding that people are on their own journey and help them get there. But pseudo-intellectuals and those people like a Ben Shapiro type now shifted on to different types of individuals entirely. But those people who make their living specifically, the Tucker Carlsons, whatever it is, that their money, their livelihood, their bag, their prestige is tied to this specific type of worldview, they're never going to be approachable or on your side, because they're just there for the sake of fighting against it, because it creates everything for them. So there is a point where you are compassionate and understanding to people when you talk to them. And then there's a point where you have to go, you're on the other side of this line that you can never cross yourself. And until you do so, then I will show you some sort of like compassion and understanding. But until like those types of people come over. But then again, you could also have the most Reddit guy in the world who's just a regular ass dude who doesn't get his bag off of any of this, but he just has the contrarian and the I need to be different and smarter than people type of attitude. And they're incredibly difficult to talk to, even if they're not like a pseudo celebrity or a pseudo intellectual person out there. People in Brazil are so desperate. They just want something new, which is understandable, but that can be dangerous, right? We have the new thing. Libertarians who hate people like me are sexist and even want to make Nazism legal here. Yeah. So like he's not a traditional politician type of view. People looked at Trump and said, look, he's different. He's different. He'll finally shake things up and make things for the regular guy. And they believe it because they're hungry for it. That should be a good reason to then put forward a different candidate who can still come in from the outside, not be a career politician, and then do things in a positive way. And then the opposition party is like, I do not allow that person to come in. I do not allow that Bernie Sanders. I do not allow that Zoran to come into the political scene, because then I will be out of a job in my centrist view. Because I need the evil enemy to point at and say, see, donate to me so that way I can fight against the evil. Your actual good person will put me out of a job. That's what sucks. Yeah. I mean, that's the hope that type of very policy focused, using proven data from lots of different places that have done these things, like the city-run grocery stores, using the tax income to help the buses and to help the working class people get around the city and all that kind of stuff. All those things that have been sort of proven before, getting to be successful, because then other places say, okay, not only is it successful, it's also very flamboyantly successful, and it's in your face and everyone's talking about it. So now we can also try it, and it makes it more approachable, because instead of people saying that'll never work, that'll never work, they can be like, it's working in one of the biggest places possible.
Medicaid for
I always forget.
gosh knows how many tens of thousands of people in her district.
Not sleeping.
Here is Tenny on with
We speed up just a little bit.
Morning with Maria on Fox Business.
Sam's nice, but in his live podcast voice, he's a little slow.
And another part of this Medicaid that I'm just tired of hearing about, the Democrats screaming that people are going to lose their health care. I've said this over and over. There are about 19 million people in the state of New York. 8 million are receiving Medicaid. About 5 million of those 8 million are actually eligible. So all we're doing is saying, let's
Whoa. First of all, we should say the CBO, not the Democrats, have come up with this figure of all the people losing Medicaid. But can we go back to how many she is saying are illegally on Medicaid, are ineligible for Medicaid? Because the numbers are astonishing.
It's a huge number.
That is a huge number. Let's hear that again.
4 million, she was saying.
And another part of this Medicaid that I'm just tired of hearing about, the Democrats screaming that people are going to lose their health care. I've said this over and over. There are about 19 million people in the state of New York. 8 million.
Ooh, 19 versus 8. I was off on my calculations. Oh my God.
Are receiving Medicaid. About 5 million of those 8 million are actually eligible. So all we're doing is saying, let's strengthen the Medicaid.
Okay. Only 3 million. So I was still wrong my math, but I on the wrong side. I thought it was 9 to 5, but it was 8 to 5.
Program that is for the truly.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. She must have missed. What was the 19 figure she gave?
That's the state population in New York.
Okay. 8 million are on Medicaid, and only 3 million of them are eligible?
No, 3 million of them are scamming, is what she's implying.
Oh, I see. So only 5 million are eligible. There are 3 million people who are committing Medicaid fraud in New York State alone?
But even implying that out of 19, 25% are on Medicaid, that doesn't even sound like accurate.
Does she even know what she's saying?
That's
it's almost, that's not quite
in
half,
that case, we should definitely be. I mean,
3 million people scamming for healthcare.
That feels like a concerted effort. I mean, that's pretty impressive. She's lying, of course. I mean, God knows where she got that figure. Like, I don't even know if we could find where that figure came from. Like Alex Jones, maybe, or something. I mean,
I'm going to assume that the figure comes from. So one of the big provisions is if you want some of this government money, you have to prove attempted finding work. You have to jump through certain hoops in order to collect or be eligible to collect. So you could look at the current population of people and see who would now fulfill those new classifications. And you can look at that under the current basis and say, see, look, certain ones that are meeting today's classifications are this one, but these number would fall off if we have the new classification, but they would have an opportunity to then try to then prove their eligibility. So you don't even know if that money would drop off instantaneously, if that is where she's drawing that figure. But that would be the most reasonable way to look at that figure. But it would still be wrong because they would have a chance to look at it.
I mean, this is complete insanity.
People are going to die. Well, that was the one thing that she did. I don't know if that was her specifically, but people are going to die. Well, we're all going to die. Yeah, they had that. Like, I want to remind people that we'll all be going back to God. She took it in a religious tone as well.
Insanity. And she's lying, and she's trying to justify her vote. But the people in her district are going to know it. This is the biggest cut. Almost 12 million are going to lose insurance because of these cuts. This is essentially a rollback of the best part of the ACA. And they're doing it in not so many words because they failed at it so many times in the past.
Easier when you don't name it the takeaway healthcare thing, and then just say, actually, we need to do this to make the government efficient and give Border Patrol bonuses.
It's going to provide, I mean, let's go over again. $350 billion for the border and national security agenda. That includes $46 billion for a...
Oh, I guess a part of the many things in the big, beautiful bill would have some money for other things. Because I knew that there was saving money for the tax cuts, but I guess they're also cutting other programs that then generate money for then some other things, whatever it is.
U.S.-Mexican border wall. I'm so old, I remember when Mexico was going to pay for this. $45 billion for 100,000 migrant detention facility beds.
That's the scary shit. Because like in my state, in Florida, they have the alligator Alcatraz thing that they're trying to do, which is an abandoned airport. Because they tried making an airport in the Everglades to make an easy route to Miami. But environmentalists were like, whoa, the Everglades are really important, especially for the Florida ecosystem. So don't just slap a gigantic airport right here, causing insane amounts of noise and pollution in this area specifically. So that what was slightly started, which is a bunch of like cement tarmac, they're going to turn that into just a tent farm where just loads of tents are set up and they have prisoners with no air conditioning just laying on the fucking, tents with maybe a slight padding for a bed or something, but just in the Florida Everglade heat, which is a unique layer of heat, even closer to the Tropic of Cancer down there at the bottom of Florida, and just going to torture them. Yeah, it's cruel for the sake of cruel, and they call it alligator Alcatraz because Alcatraz was a famous prison that was a small island in a very nasty sea. I forget if it's in like the tri-state New York City area. I forget exactly where Alcatraz is, honestly. But the idea was even if you escaped from the facility, you would then have rapids, rapidly crashing waves, sharp rocks, and you would not be able to swim to shore. So that was what made Alcatraz such a spooky sort of prison, was that you could never escape from it. So alligator Alcatraz is supposed to be so spooky because it's surrounded by Everglades, which is just a bunch of like mangrove swamp, alligators and pythons. So they're reveling in the idea that anyone trying to escape this ice facility will be eaten alive by gators, which is his own layer of cruel, whatever. It's his own fucked up thing. And of course, for some reason, setting up tents on a flat piece of land is going to cost us $450 million for some reason. I don't know why it would fucking cost that much, but it's also just inhumane that we have such a swollen number of people who are going to be in these immigrant detention facilities because they are doing sweeps where they catch 75% or even higher, not even criminals specifically. Like they're just individuals. There's even American citizens getting swept up into these things. It's disgusting. All the ICE shit is just fucking incredibly bad. So the fact that we have so many giant needs for these things. So many children be separated from their parents and will be by themselves in the tents. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. To be sent to Sudan by themselves? Yeah. I've heard of trying to send people to all types of places, even if not sending them to the CCOT, which is the El Salvadoran insane. I've heard it referred to as a work camp, but I've also looked into it, and they say that they sit there for 23 and a half hours in their cells with 30 minutes for exercise. So I don't know when the work happens specifically, but I imagine there can be all the different layers and the way they utilize them differently. But it's gross. And then there's also the news fatigue where now the bill's happening. We talk about that. Oh, now there's other things happening. We're talking about that. But these other things still just keep happening in the background. And it's difficult to keep up with it, and it's difficult to stop it.
What does that come per person? Can somebody do that math?
What were those numbers again?
45 billion divided by 100,000. We're going to spend more on putting migrants in detention than.
Well, yeah, because like the Alligator Alley costs $450 million for some reason. I don't know what friends of DeSantis are in the moving truck business or whatever it is that they're paying an insane fee to, or whatever it is. I imagine there's layers and layers and layers of corruption going on into that.
450,000.
450,000 per person. Oh, incidentally, student loans are also going to take a massive hit in this.
I got so lucky that I got out of college without having student loans. My parents were so smart / lucky to have the decision to put away money in a prepaid program, which locked my rate at like the 1990 rate of college. Yeah. That's where tax money is going to go to. They will probably put themselves in debt. Yeah. And the way that our national debt works is always its own confusing thing. Everyone acts like it's, or people like to act like it's a home budget where I'm in debt, now I go to bankruptcy, whatever. That's a bad thing. Every nation runs at a debt deficit sort of thing, but then their GDP makes up for the lack of the difference. All types of shit. Money is all in trust in the United States government to continue its military strength. It's all tied to the petrodollar, aka oil prices. It's all, you know, what used to be the idea of a gold nugget is exchanged for this amount of dollars is now completely separated from that. Like America owns the most of its own debt somehow. Doesn't even, if you were a household, how could you own your own debt? What the fuck?
There's money for 10,000 new immigration and custom enforcement officers. And they get a $10,000 signing bonus for being a total jackass.
Wow.
That's
Massive balaclavas with that.
Exactly. Oh, I can go out and get a new brown shirt. Hey, folks.
Terrible. Terrible. What's the next thing we have here? How the government tracks your life. So this is I believe a Taylor Lorenz video.
It's insanely.
What are the tax cuts for? If they are wasting all of that money in ruthless detention camps to subjudge people who work for cheaper prices and make things cheaper. So a lot of the tax cuts specifically are for the wealthy. Let's see. Let's see if we have any built-in graphs, wherever it is. Big, beautiful tax breaks for the rich. The Minnesota Reformer. Don't know what this channel is specifically, but I assume it's going to look at things. The tax provisions in the House Republican. Of course, I'm going to throw this thing on. So-called Big Beautiful Bill would overwhelmingly benefit Minnesota's wealthiest families, according to the analysis by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, a progressive think tank in D.C. If the bill passes the Senate and wins the signature of President Trump, the bottom 20% of Minnesota's households with incomes less than $36,000 would see an average tax benefit of about small amount. Families in the middle of the distribution incomes between these area will gain a benefit of about 2%. But the 1%ers with incomes of about $1 million and above would receive a break of that amount, which is 3.5%, which is higher than the other percentages are. All told, more than 2/3 of the bill's benefits flow to the richest 20% of people. I guess it is. At first, I was looking at the numbers, like they're pretty similar, but I guess that is a big difference in numbers. But that's even just Minnesota specifically, which has not the biggest of populations. Can I get some more pixels on that? Remember seeing whatever. You get the idea. The big beautiful effects on income groups original content. I guess these are different tax brackets specifically. And then average change in after-tax income and thing. So some of the poorer people end up losing money. The more average areas have incredibly slight gains. And even that down there doesn't even have, 3% gain or whatever it is. But not taxing money is just a way for the government to then not earn money. I wanted to see, I guess, like the cost of the tax cut specifically. Let's see. Cost of tax cuts cost of SNAP and in bill. Let's see if we have any of those. Yeah, so like this is kind of the stuff that I was looking at, which is not normally a Facebook post, but this is also the House bill, which is now multiple bills behind. But the idea would be, in order to make up for the tax cuts for the rich people, you have to then find other things. So they're going to go, okay, let's take away some food stamp stuff. Let's take away some Medicaid stuff. Let's take away these different programs that already exist and are already underfunded. And now all of a sudden we can make up the room to have these programs for the rich to make a little bit more money. But there's also alongside this, what we were talking about before, like, okay, we need all this money for the incentives for people to join ICE. You got to have the money for all those ICE beds. So you got to cut more from these programs, more from different programs. Because when you find new money you want to spend, you got to find the money to save. Because this bill will not have a new higher cost. This bill will have a new either zero even cost, or it will have a new, even in the more deficit, we've cut more things than we spend kind of category. So giving people tax cuts gives you a tax breaks gives you a spend. So you got to find a way to save for it. And there's just that all the way down. So all it does is cut good things, and all it does is fund bad things the whole way through, which is just a bummer. But I wanted to look at the this Taylor video, which is about how the government's spying on you. Oh, maybe we'll hold off on that one just a little bit. Let's see. Why do MAGA support Trump if it's going to hurt them? Well, because they don't know it's going to hurt them. They don't talk about how it's going to hurt them. It's a lot of difficult policies. And then like Trump will tell them, no, it won't. No, it won't. It won't hurt you. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. We find all this fraud and abuse. And those things are not fraudful, and they're not abusive, and they are actually useful, but they don't like to think about that. They just pretend that's not true or whatever. So they just sort of like follow the cult of personality. When the man says it, you believe it. And when Biden and Harris were in power, they didn't feel any quantifiable benefits to themselves. So they don't believe the other side when they say it's not true. He's being able to annoy rural America with this bill, closing hospitals in rural areas. Yeah, very much so, especially with the Medicaid thing going down. I've heard about how the whole structure is based off of, or a lot of the structure, especially for hospitals that are in areas unprofitable, they need that infusion of government funds to make sure that those things are at least sustainable. And that comes from that handout money. But when that handout money's gone, that hospital will have to cut costs, cut staff, cut procedures, cut hours, all these different things in order to still be able to run, because what was normally funding it via the government will be gone now. So unless they find some other way to fund it, which they won't, it's going to be bad. But this is also Trump's last term, and what does he care, right? And also the oligarchs, if you will, the tech billionaires who are behind the scenes pushing this agenda forward, they are not the ones who are going to get the smoke for all this, because the masses don't really connect them, the Peter Thiels, to these things. JD Vance is Peter Thiel's, protege, but Peter Thiel is not in the administration, just JD Vance is. So if these people make their names synonymous with the deaths of the rural America or the hospitals that they need, that won't affect these other individuals who are now going to get the tax breaks instead. So it's kind of like they're kind of, normally the Republicans would not push for such a thing, but because this version of the Trump administration is so unique and different, with all the different sycophants that are put in, that are very much more aligned with the Trump insanity than they even had in the first administration, we're able to see the things that they would never normally do. They would never normally touch Medicaid, no matter what. No matter how much they wanted to, they could never find a way to do it, because it would be suicide. But this is a death cult specifically that's willing to be suicidal. It's kind of insane. And the bill passed the Senate and has to go back to the House now, but the House is much more in control of the Republicans, so we'll have to see. Does the fight ignore necessities and runs over everybody if it means saving capitalism, while the left doesn't, even if there are conservatives? So is it only me, or does the right ignore necessities and run over everybody if it means saving capitalism, while the left does not, even if they are conservatives? So the left would not run over and kill conservatives. The left could be like, Medicare for all, leftists only. Haha, it's cheaper because it's only for leftists. Take that, you son of a bitch. But the left is, I guess you could say, more empathetic, more understanding. They want to fight for everyone's health care, even though the right does not want to fight for our health care. They want to fight for the expensive health care that only they can afford. And they want us to die, basically, by comparison, because we wouldn't have health care. That's where the humanist side of the left comes in, where we fight for everybody. We want everyone to be equal. We want everyone to be successful. We want to provide universal benefits for people. So that would be, like I said, healthcare for all. You want to have equal housing, government things for housing. You want to have just all these different policies specifically. And the less barriers you put on it, the easier it is for other individuals to get it. Because when you have like a means testing, you have austerity, you have these different like roadblocks where you have to apply for these different, did you want to get Medicaid? Well, now you need to file these paperwork in triplicate, and you got to fill out these things every 6 months, and you got to do this, that. And even just having that, not only does it limit who can do it, but it also costs extra money to have individuals checking these boxes and going through these procedures and doing these different things. No matter how automated you get it, there's always going to be an added cost to it. So by adding that cost to it, you're already shrinking the amount of funds available to the people that you're trying to help. So by just eliminating that whole cost structure, it makes it that much cheaper to do these programs as a more universal thing. Even if the universal thing has more people totally applying into it, you're getting more bang for your buck, because instead of it being, some of it is helping people and some of it is going to the administrative costs, you just reduce the administrative costs to almost nothing. And then you have all the money is now helping, which is a benefit, which is the humanist angle. But I guess on that note, we can instead look at the housing video, because like Red Vienna housing stuff is stuff that I definitely wanted. I think this video is from Bloomberg, which is interesting, just because I usually associate Bloomberg with the super, the Bloomberg News Network, and also the guy running for New York how many years ago. But we'll see. This could be sick. I know a bunch of different people have watched these things. Watch these different videos on Red Vienna specifically, so I'm not sure which ones they have. You're sad at being a scapegoat tactic. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's definitely a downside for sure. There's obviously going to be lots of other situations and other risks and other downsides and other problems being associated with that. But just the fact that that's one of them on top of everything else is just sort of depressing. And it's just hopefully something that you can not necessarily ignore, but just like know that for everyone that wants to use you as a scapegoat, there's people who also see you as a real person, as a real individual, you are worthy of life and all that stuff, right? Like some of the more basic things out there. So the fact that some people would say you cost us the election because we talked about trans people in sports and that lost us X 0% of these individuals in suburbs, and therefore you should shut up or something. That's fucked up. There's always a leftist way to talk about any topic individually, even if it's a strategic way to do it. There's still obvious ways, and also most of the time, all these fucking things are they're just a distraction, because if they can get someone mad about who got fifth in a swim meet in Minnesota, which means nothing to anybody, then they are not talking about how Medicaid just got cut, right? That's the thing. And like them falling for that distraction method is just a failure on their part, especially if they're on your side, right? Which sucks. And unfortunately, it's just one of those things that's going to happen just because tactics, plans, and then people falling for the plans, and then people not knowing how to react to those plans. It's just the struggle personified, I guess. Yeah.
Where you can afford beautiful homes.
I got to turn this up.
A city that combines quality with affordability.
Around the world, this idea of a livable city increasingly seems like a pipe dream.
Housing unaffordability is not just a crisis for the United States. You see,
I was going to say, I've heard about the crisis happening literally everywhere. I would say literally everywhere, and rephrase that as places that are struggling with neoliberalism, liberalism, modern conservatism, because places that have things under control, they don't have that housing crisis. I guess there's even Sydney, Australia has really bad housing prices. Lots of different places that in all the different sectors and all the different sort of zones of the world, they're all trying some of the policies that are not helping, where you have commodification of homes and all that stuff. $1 is 5 reals here. The minimum wage is $250 per month. So you divide by dollars. You say dollars per month, so you mean that would be 5 times 250 reals, but basically it comes out to $250 a month. That's not a lot of dollars per month by U.S. dollars standards. I would hope that rent, taxes, food costs, etc., would be at least livable within that range, because obviously that wouldn't be enough for any person to live in the United States in most places. The dollar value affects you. Fuck, that sucks. That's crazy. But I guess that's the side of doing shit with why we make the world currency the petrodollar, whatever it is to have influence over every nation we can.
see it in cities as diverse as Caracas, Moscow, Rio de Janeiro.
The UN estimates that despite the pandemic, over 60% of the world's population will live in cities by 2030.
Urbanization is going to keep growing at a tremendous rate, and so we're really going to need to look at how do we build in a manner that's livable, it's affordable.
There is somewhere, though, that seems to be keeping the housing crisis at bay. The Austrian capital, Vienna, is one of the most affordable major cities in the world. It also tops the chart.
China's also doing a pretty good job at it, but we don't talk about that.
For quality of life. And how they got there may offer up some tips for cities globally. This is Aspern-Seestadt in the suburbs of Vienna,
I don't know why I have such a gray color grade on this video.
one of the largest new urban developments currently under construction in Europe. Seestadt is being built on a former airfield and has a man-made swimming lake at its center. 60 to 70% of the apartments built here will be allocated to affordable housing, some of which are designed by their occupants.
We all
That's
know
crazy.
how tough it is to bring new urban quarters to life, to make them feel like the old parts of the city that have this patina that we all love. So we introduce a new model of collaborative housing.
Self-developed multifamily housing originated in Berlin and Freiburg, sort of emanating from the squatters movement. These are groups of people, and oftentimes families, or people who are organized around a certain ideology like the environment or living in solidarity. They will work to design and build their own multifamily housing.
Collaborative housing is one of the innovative ways subsidized apartments are being built in Vienna.
Now, apart from being something really
for the
special of having the opportunity to design your own apartment within a subsidized housing project, what is very important about these projects is that they think about so many things. They will introduce regularly co-working spaces, rooms for seminars, or a big kitchen that can be used by everybody. But the most important part is that these people that have worked together on designing their own apartments and their own building form a community, a lively community. So we have found out that they work as a community magnet, and they are the ones that will bring life to a new urban quarter.
I guess I'm confused what they mean by designed by the people. I guess it's like the first tenants get like first dibs at the designing of it, because then I assume as time moves on, other people wouldn't be able to design it again because it's already designed. Also, the multifamily thing, I think these are like suites with like a common area specifically, which is still different than the original thing that I thought of, but...
When it comes to affordability, Seestadt is not an exception. Vienna is growing rapidly, and to meet the demand, every year it builds at least 7,000 affordable housing units.
Damn.
About half of all the apartments built in the city.
Every year.
62% of the Viennese population already live in this type of accommodation. Public housing blocks, which are apartments that belong entirely to the city of Vienna, are just one part of the affordable housing portfolio. The city
I see. So there's different versions of things, which makes sense because you might not want one model, you may not want the other model, you might want a few different choices.
He's been building them at a steady pace since the 1920s. Many other countries also tried to make this model work, but few have succeeded.
Public housing.
I've seen too many like Daily Dose videos or whatever, like, you know, Live Leak style shit where like that happens and you see this giant brick go flying out, where it's like, I would not be that close.
Summons this vision of cold, monstrous towers. Many were, at the time of their construction, following World War II, very utopian projects. Their planners imagined a kind of modernist, egalitarian society, which might have succeeded if they were funded.
Whoa, hold on. They were like, places have tried it. You have to go. Have a good night. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. If you happen to see me live and you want to come by all means, have a good one. It's just funny that they're like, oh, look, these places have tried it and failed. And they're like, actually, it could have worked if it was just funded. If it was just funded, it would have worked. And these utopian models for individuals to have like what is basically paradise could have worked if they just, they just didn't fund it.
And
it's kind of like how did they forget to do that part? I wonder.
Maintained and supported, but they were not. In the United States, the result is that you have public housing units that lack heating and public housing units that are just not safe for the occupants.
That's
compounded by the racial composition of public housing residents. This has deeply troubling implications. You have both quality of life issues.
Troubling implications. Is it an implication or is it a fucking fact?
and then general bias and discriminatory attitudes toward their residents that mean that people perceive public housing as a threat, unfortunately.
Almost like it was planned that
The
way.
stigma of public housing has translated into US policy, and a rule called the Faircloth Amendment currently caps the number of public housing units at the level it was in 1999. Municipalities need to either sell or demolish existing buildings to build new ones. And this is all compounded by restrictive zoning laws.
I mean, compare that to the 7,000 units that are built every year by the other one. They're increasing the number of units to keep up with population, to utilize the funds while they have them, kind of thing. And we have to keep it the same or lower. Disgusting.
When you have neighborhoods or parts of entire cities that are zoned for single-family homes, those neighborhoods are effectively segregated. By controlling the nature of construction through zoning codes, you limit how much housing can be made anywhere. That has had the...
I am now like a hater of single family homes in a sense, because I grew up forever. I mean, when I was a super child, I was in like apartment style living, but then ever since like kindergartner, I'd live in suburbia of one form or another. And I've realized that it sucks. It sucks because neighborhoods are big labyrinths of driveways, front yards, backyards. So even just getting out of your neighborhood sometimes can take you a while, just through driving specifically, because you have to drive. And if you wanted to walk to the end of your street to get out of your neighborhood, it's a long ass walk. And then all these sprawled out places, all these different people, means that you would need 15 bus stops just to get out of this residential district. It also means that any friends you have could be spread out and atomized across an entire area. Whereas multi-home areas, multi-family homes, apartment style homes, homes that are within a block type of building instead, remove that problem entirely. It makes it so much easier to have a communal bus stop to then collect everybody, or a transit stop. It helps you get out of the housing area and then immediately into the city, to the area where you could then, do activities and things, where you can just leave the housing structure and then bam, you're now ready to eat food, or you're ready to do activities, you're ready to socialize. Then also you have so many neighbors near you that even just like activities within your housing block thing could be sick, and they're totally located within, instead of having to I have like 3 or 4 neighbors around me, but they're all different age. So I never get to really hang out with neighbors and go to their house and do anything. It's never like that. Or if I want to go visit somebody, it's 7 suburbs over, and it takes us both 25 minutes one way to get to either other's house. So we just don't do it that often. Instead of just, hitting an elevator, going up and down a fucking, thing for like 10 seconds at most, and then you're there. It's not like that. It's, I'm a believer in the minimizing the single family home market.
The result of not a single U.S. county having enough affordable housing for its current population right now.
In the 90s, Vienna also took a radical decision about its public housing, but the city went in the opposite direction. Public housing was always well maintained and high quality, but to maximize its investment, Vienna decided to instead focus on a model offering subsidies to private, non-profit companies to build what they called social housing.
The entire...
Interesting that the 90s is where they were like, well, let's do neoliberalism, social housing, subsidized. But then now they're like, wait a second, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Let's see how this worked out. I'm curious.
The model of subsidized housing in Vienna is very robust, and it is very profitable for the corporations that engage in it. It works on the basis of a threefold subsidy. Affordable housing stands and falls.
This to me is where the Bloomberg angle comes in, because this is like the business angle. It's very profitable. And it's like, why does it need to be profitable when it's just the foundation of the human life? Why does it need to be profitable?
With land prices. So the city of Vienna has a very active land policy buying land or mobilizing historical land reserves and then either selling it or leasing it to non-for-profit corporations at a very, very low affordable price.
The companies get subsidized loans for construction, and if the apartments are still too expensive, there are subsidies for renters.
That's just money going to corporations specifically for the sake of it. Because they have their own builders. And then they have... So they're paying companies to come in. And then they're helping to pay the tenants to rent it. So they're just double paying public funds to a corporation to then go, thanks. And they keep it in their pocket. And they stand there smiling. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing?
What is special about Vienna is that social housing is a middle-class subsidy. It is not thought to be only for people that have a weak socio-economic background. It is thought to be actually for almost everybody.
And as your income increases, as you get older, you aren't pushed out of your social housing. And what this does is it keeps people in these communities. So it's a very different way of looking at keeping communities intact.
In the 90s, the construction process also changed. Each company that wants to build social housing needs to submit their design.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, instead of having a neighborhood of suburbs spanning who knows how many miles, it's way more people still have beautiful things inside of this, but also like this is much more structurally sound than hundreds of individual homes. And also, they all don't need to fucking get their roofs repaired every fucking day. I guess it would suck if you have dogs, because then you feel like you can't take your dogs into a backyard. That would be one of the things that would make it difficult. But there would be a public play area, I would assume, associated to multiple of these areas. So like if both of these things had a gigantic backyard that is a big area, then that's where you would then have your kids and pets play. And they would also have other people around to play with. And then also to feel safe with, because there would be the entire group of individuals that are your neighbors, that are your neighborhood, that are out there for them to both interact with and to rely upon.
Design in a developer competition.
One of the most important mechanisms of ensuring sustainability and quality are competitions.
The designs are judged based on the architectural quality of the development, the economic function of the building, so that's how affordably they can build it, the environmental performance of the building, as well as the social mix. And so this is just ensuring that there's a diversity of unit types, so it's not just singles or couples, you get family.
Yeah, so they're mixing in green spaces, public use spaces, pools. They're mixing in all those different things. So you don't even lose that aspect of it specifically. And I imagine it's possible to even get like a ground floor unit specifically designed to have easy access for dogs and stuff. Whereas, you know, cats or petless people can live on the higher floors. And even people with dogs could just take their dogs out on a frequent basis. I feel like I want to find a different video just because this one is so profit-based. Social housing is a long list, well worth the wait. Hong Kong, the world's least affordable housing place in the world. Hong Kong, interesting. All cities I've been visiting have been... Vienna's a pure gem, historic, modern masterpiece of urban planning. Not just public housing, but also communities. They build public transport, kindergartens, clinics, shops, parks, etc. Yeah, we definitely do not do that in the U.S. Excellent public transit system owned and managed by the city. Important thing to think about. What about the shareholders? You're building houses for people to live in. That's crazy talk. Well, this is specifically talking about for the shareholders.
You have elderly residents. The competitive aspect of the developer competitions definitely pushes people to be more innovative on a number.
I mean, I can understand that developers that want to come in would need to show off their safety, compatibility, environmental, all these different aspects of it. And that also removes the need for it sort of puts the work onto them on that side of things instead of having to have the government builders do it, or the government planners to do it. So having it also give you diversity of like different ideas and stuff, which is good, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. But I'm so ready to be suspicious of capitalists coming in to do stuff like this.
Fronts, they're really well designed, high quality buildings, low energy buildings, just wondrous amenities, saunas, kindergartens, clinics, libraries, community spaces.
We almost always have balconies, and in many cases there are even swimming pools on the rooftops.
That'd
be kind of cool because like that would reduce the need. Like you wouldn't need a screen because there wouldn't be the insect problem because the insects don't get that high in that sense. Although maybe the green spaces coming up. The one I really wanted to find was the one with all the different balconies with the stuff. We used to make it red. I know that there's different videos that I've seen other people watch or react to specifically. That shows a transit thing. The thumbnail of the video, that's an hour-long video. We do not have time for that. Showed off now I'm getting like weird stuff. Showed the building with all the different like balconies and greenery and stuff. That I was hoping that this one would be one about it. What is this one? Euro News. I don't have good. Yeah, I do not have good hope for that that title and framing. Let's see. These are obviously going to be articles about it specifically. I know there's okay, I do have, that was back when I had ads on my thing. I do have, did I save it at the end here? Let's see. There was a Mamdani video specifically about it, which is kind of funny because it's, I guess, would it be at the top? Now I'm confused. Let me do a refresh. Yeah, there it is. Here we go. The old Gravel Institute.
American housing is in crisis.
Well, I gotta turn that
right now, up to 12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction moratorium soon to...
Who's this guy? Who's this young lad? Assembly member. New York Assembly. Wonder if you'll ever get any new jobs, wherever it is. This is from 4 years ago.
Expire. We're facing an unprecedented wave of evictions and foreclosures that will crash straight into millions of struggling families across the country. But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic. In fact, housing has been in crisis for a very long time. Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco, median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500 a month or more. About a third of people in Los Angeles spend a majority of their income on housing. In New York City, about 20%.
I mean, bro, even in the Tampa Bay area, we were always spending half or more on rent, no matter what.
Of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord. And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent. And the crisis isn't just in big cities. In 95% of all US counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center for Housing Studies warns of a new normal for housing in the United States, in which nearly half of all renter households spend almost a third of their income on rent. That's why even before the fallout from the coronavirus started to hit, More than 500,000 Americans nationwide were already homeless, millions more on the brink of losing their housing, and countless families struggling every month to make ends meet. At the root of all of this suffering is the fact that in this country, housing is treated as a commodity, not a right. It's a consumer product, just like clothes or cars, that private businesses can sell on the market to make a profit. And if someone isn't able to pay, either because their landlord raised their rent or because they can't work for one reason or another, they're not able to stay in their homes. If they're lucky, they can live with friends or family, or maybe in transitional housing for a bit. But for a lot of people, they have nowhere else to go, and they end up sleeping on the streets. In December 2019, the number of people sleeping in homeless shelters in New York reached 19,000 people, an all-time high. 100,000 New York City students are homeless. That's more than 10% of the entire student population. Why do so many people end up homeless? It's not because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No, it's because housing people is not the primary goal of developers or landlords. Their goal, simply put, is to make a profit. And it's much more profitable to build luxury apartments for the rich than decent homes for the poor. This gives us a big shortage of homes for ordinary working people. For every 100 households that are extremely low income, there are only 36 affordable and available homes. As a result, we have plenty of housing for the rich, but poor and working class people don't have nearly enough on the market. So we have people scrounging to make ends meet or sleeping on the streets right below luxury condos and uninhabited apartments. This is a terrible way to organize a housing market. It might be profitable for landlords and developers, but it's not efficient or beneficial for the rest of society. In fact, housing doesn't have to be seen as a market at all. In other countries, housing is considered a fundamental right, like education or healthcare. That means the government goes to significant lengths to guarantee everyone has a home, and the market plays a much smaller role in the construction and distribution of housing. So let's hop across the pond and about 100 years back in time to take a look at just one example of how an alternative housing model got started in beautiful red Vienna. At the end of the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, leaving behind a number of successor states, including modern-day Austria, home to the former imperial capital of Vienna, the 5th largest city in the world. Despite being the seat of an empire, the chaos of the war and decades of neglect had left the working class of Vienna in desperate circumstances. Inflation was rampant, jobs were scarce, social services were non-existent, and hundreds of thousands of people were crammed into decaying tenements where overcrowding, disease, and violence were rampant. So it's no surprise that in 1919, at the first elections ever held in Austria where all adult citizens could vote, the Social Democratic Party swept into power at the municipal level on the promise of dramatic social and economic reform. And they delivered. The new government of Vienna implemented a huge range of services, including public health care and public child care. They built high-quality hospitals, schools, and recreational facilities. But their crowning achievement was an ambitious program of social housing, what Americans call public housing, that began in 1923 and saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the rich. But these weren't the kinds of apartments you might picture when you think of public housing in the United States. Drab high-rises plagued by chronic neglect and underinvestment. Residents could enjoy leafy courtyards, wide-open spaces, and plenty of natural light. They had shared laundries, state-of-the-art kitchens, food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, schools, and swimming pools. These apartments were designed to be both beautiful to look at and beautiful to live in, fostering a sense of shared community among the people who lived there. And the best part was that because the city didn't have to worry about making a profit, just about paying off their maintenance costs, these homes were both much nicer and much cheaper than what workers had previously known. In 1926, the average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage.
That's insane.
The first
That's
15
insane.
years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered these changes. And even though Red Vienna fell in 1934 when the country was seized by fascists, who did what they could to roll back social housing, that commitment to good, cheap housing remained after the Second World War. Today, an astonishing 62% of all city residents live in social housing, with the average monthly rent falling somewhere between $400 and $600 a month, with
Not quite 4%, but still good.
subsidies for lower-income tenants. That is a fraction of what people in America pay. Unlike in the United States, where public housing is treated as a worst-case way to house the very poor, Vienna's social housing residents are extremely diverse. Everyone except the top fifth of the population is eligible to live in social housing.
And the other video was like, oh, you know, when you get older, you get priced out and you're not allowed to live there anymore. Not the case.
This means there's broad appeal across many segments of society, which creates the foundation for its political popularity. That is how the majority of people in Vienna enjoy something that's considered almost utopian here in New York. Affordable housing that isn't just cheap, but desirable. Housing that isn't just four walls and a roof, but a real home, with a sense of stability, safety, and community built in. Now, of course, this is only one example of an alternative framework for housing. And Vienna has not fully removed housing from the domain of the market. Residents still pay part of their earnings in rent to cover operational costs, and a sizable chunk of the population lives in private housing. But it's an actually existing alternative that shows us what a step toward a better world could look like. If we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo, in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market, and toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. So how can we do it? We can start by making sure people who access housing on the private market have ironclad protections against abuse and exploitation. But to go further, toward the Vienna model, we'll have to go beyond the market. We can establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords when buildings go up for sale. And we can fully commit to a new era of social housing, ending subsidies for luxury housing development and using our wealth to build beautiful, high-quality social housing projects that offer good homes and strong communities to everyone. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us. And we know how we'll get there, through a movement of the multiracial working class organizing for the better world we know is possible. And we've already begun. I'm Zohran Mamdani, Assemblyman for New York's 36th Assembly District in Astoria, Queens, for the Gravel Institute.
What a nice video. What a nice video. He won. He won. Oh, Zizi, so sweet. She's one of the softer cats I've ever had. Just feels like a bunny. She's so soft. She's so soft. And she's so sweet. She's tired. We had these old little couch cushions that Kara had made. Not couch cushions. They were a chair, like a wooden chair that was just too hard on the ass. So she sewed up these little circle pillows. We ended up buying different ones after many years. So she just kind of made them into circle pillows, basically. Removed the ties on the back, and they were floating around, and she found them. And then these are great for just throwing on my lap so the cat can feel like she can just lay here. And she's our small cat. Good little Zizi. Okay. Let's do our next thing on the docket here. So I think now we can go into the how the government is spying on you stuff. So let me grab the title here. Whoop. Chat's calmed down just a little bit. We'll keep going, though. We'll keep going. This is an interesting idea, because I know that the Palantir is a thing coming out, but I'm curious what they already have in place. We watched a video the other day about Delete Me and data brokers. So I figured this would be a good pairing with that, because this is about the government doing it, which is separate.
Easy to procure extremely sensitive information about virtually anyone.
I missed the very beginning. So
It's insanely easy to procure extremely sensitive information about virtually anyone with an online presence or without one. Welcome back to Free Speech Friday. Every moment that you're online, you're feeding a vast invisible machine called the data harvesting industry. Every tiny action that you take generates a massive trail of data. Companies are tracking your eye movements, how long you linger on an image, image, and even your keystroke rhythms. The offline world has become just as invasive. Cameras in stores monitor your expressions and movements, loyalty cards log your every purchase, smart devices eavesdrop from your living room. Google collects over 72 million data points on a single user alone annually. The average American is being unknowingly recorded by over 75 digital tracking tools per day. This is the price of surveillance capitalism. But it's not just corporations that want this data. You know who this type of data is really valuable to? The US government. US intelligence agencies are now buying up vast amounts of highly sensitive personal data on regular people, essentially the stuff that would have previously required a court order in order to bypass the Fourth Amendment. And if all that wasn't crazy enough, now the government is doing something even more extreme. Because there's so much highly detailed data for sale on so many Americans, and it's literally overwhelming corporations and data brokers themselves, the government is building a centralized platform that basically acts as a one-stop shop for spy agencies to buy as much private information as they want on millions of Americans. Sam Biddle at The Intercept broke this story, and I can't stress how what's happening is so insane. The government is basically seeking to build this system to completely centralize and streamline the use of commercially available information, like location data from mobile ads or social media posts. They want to take all of this information that corporations are collecting all day long on unsuspecting users, centralize it into this one government-controlled system, and then allow spy agencies to access it via a web portal. The government is also talking about allowing law enforcement to run the data through AI tools for analysis.
Only sometimes. Did I do it to myself?
Yes. And this isn't just your name and address. This is highly, highly, highly personal and sensitive data. This is the stuff that even the government itself acknowledges could, quote, be misused to cause substantial harm, embarrassment, and inconvenience to U.S. persons. Emily Ayub, a lawyer with the Brennan Center's Liberty and National Security Program, said, quote, in practice, the data consortium would provide a one-stop shop for government agencies to cheaply purchase access.
She does this thing. It's easy, not Taylor Lorenz, where she just like, she just stares, she gets to a ledge, dips her head down, and then just stares down at the floor. She'll do it on the back of a chair. We have like an old copy recliner. Not that I'm aware of as possible, but we're just looking at how the government tracks your life, which is sort of linked off of the previous video from the other day about how data brokers and the private market was interested in your data. She just does this thing where she just stares straight down at the floor. What a weird little cat. I wish I knew what she gained from staring at the floor so intensely. I'll rewind it just a little bit.
Via a web portal. The government is also talking about allowing law enforcement to run the data through AI tools for analysis.
Oh, sick.
And this
Who
isn't just
wouldn't
your
pay
name
that?
and address. This is highly, highly, highly personal and sensitive data. This is the stuff that even the government itself acknowledges could, quote, be misused to cause substantial harm, embarrassment, and inconvenience to U.S. persons. Emily Ayub, a lawyer with the Brennan Center's Liberty and National Security Program, said, quote, in practice, the data consortium would provide a one-stop shop for government agencies to cheaply purchase access to vast amounts of Americans' sensitive information from commercial entities, sidestepping constitutional and statutory privacy protections. Spy agencies and military intelligence offices have freely purchased sensitive personal information for a long time. Buying information off data brokers is much easier than having to go through the process of obtaining a warrant and getting a judge's sign-off to collect the data correctly. Because we have essentially zero data privacy laws in the US, unscrupulous advertisers and app makers are working in a regulatory vacuum. There's basically no oversight, and it's insanely easy to procure extremely sensitive information about virtually anyone with an online presence or without one. Smartphones leave behind a vast trove of sensitive personal data, including detailed records of your exact movements that can be bought and sold by anyone willing to pay. This is information that the government has previously claimed, quote, could be used to cause harm to a person's reputation, emotional well-being, or physical safety. Documents reviewed by The Intercept
But does that mean that they're buying that data specifically?
make it clear that this government project is designed to provide access to the highest sensitive tier of data. These documents also reveal the type of data that the government is seeking to collect in more detail. They show that the government is looking to obtain things like smartphone location pings, real estate records, biometric data, and social media content. The document also laments how often various spy agencies are already buying the same data without realizing it. Callie Schroeder, senior counsel at the Electronic Privacy Information Project, told The Intercept, quote, the government is still adhering to the just grab it all and we'll find something to do with it mentality, rather than being remotely thoughtful about only collecting data that it needs or has a specific envisioned use for. Once this portal is up and running, the procurement materials say that the portal will eventually allow government agents to analyze the data using large language models. This is particularly horrifying given how AI-based text tools are so prone to major factual errors and complete fabrications. The portal will also allow the...
So it's going to like have an AI read and scan the entirety of your personal data and or surveillance information and say, yeah, he was doing this thing or whatever. Is that what it's supposed to imply? Or it's supposed to just give a summary of what your information means?
feds to facilitate sentiment analysis, a pseudoscientific practice that claims to be able to deduce someone's opinion about any given topic using vague signals in their behavior, movement, or speech. The fact that the government wants to run this type of bogus analysis on private U.S. citizens is a huge cause for concern, according to Schroeder. She said, quote,
you can always bet on, you can always hope for, if not bet on, the ineptitude of these people behind it. Even if like they have all this information in front of them, they still might fumble it. You know, you just got to hope that the other enemy team is going to fuck it up on their own side.
Quote, it means the intelligence community is still, to at least some degree, buying into the false promise of a constantly and continuously debunked practice. Let me be clear. Sentiment analysis not only does not work, it cannot work. Its only consistent success has been in perpetuating harmful discrimination of gender, culture, race, and neurodivergence, among others. Trying to use flawed and broken AI tools as a type of crystal ball into massive data sets poses serious risks. Ayub said, quote, AI tools make it easier to extract, re-identify, and infer sensitive information about people's identities, locations, ideologies, and habits.
That would be really interesting if it's like supposed to, similar to the pool we saw yesterday, where it's like, okay, you're pro-fascist, don't forget that AI guys. That's right. That's right. Yeah, we're apolitical here, folks. Apolitical. If it goes, okay, so this is the type of person who lives in Atlanta, who likes dogs, who shops at Target, and they find one person left, and then the AI is trying to then link that with social media posts and says, we're pretty sure this is the guy. It could straight up just find some other guy who's just a completely different guy, and it's just hoping that it's the right person.
Amplifying risks to Americans' privacy and freedoms of speech and association. On top of that, these tools are a black box with little insight into training data, metric, or reliability of outcomes. The intelligence community's use of these tools typically comes with high risk, questionable track records, and little accountability, especially now that AI policy safeguards were rescinded early in the Trump administration. In 2023, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence actually declassified a 37-page report detailing the vastly expanding use of consumer data by the U.S. intelligence community and the threat that this poses to millions of Americans. We are all having every single aspect of our lives tracked, cataloged, packaged, and sold
on the record.
A galaxy of unregulated data brokers. The report read, quote, today, in a way that far, far fewer Americans seem to understand and even fewer of them can avoid, commercially available information includes information on nearly everyone that is a type and level of sensitivity that historically could have been obtained, if at all, only through targeted and predicted collection. And this data could be used to cause harm to an individual's reputation, emotional well-being, or physical safety. In 2021, for instance, The Intercept reported on Anomaly 6, a startup that buys commercially available geolocation data leaked from smartphone apps. In a presentation, Anomaly 6 showed that it had the ability to track not only the Chinese Navy through the smartphones of its sailors, but also follow CIA and NSA employees as they commuted to and from work. I just want to take a step back and talk about data privacy for a second, because I think the surveillance infrastructure...
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that they are overestimating their abilities. Like if they're saying that they're able to track a bunch of stuff on a Chinese ship, that sounds like fake boasting more than truthful actions. Tracking a CIA worker from home to work, that's probably definitely within the doable strategy. But even that probably has some holes that the title is unwilling to share immediately.
Structure that we've normalized is really, really disturbing, especially when you think of what the government can get access to. For instance, the government would have never been able to compel millions of people to carry location tracking devices on themselves 24/7, or compel them to log and track the minute details of every single social interaction, or keep precise records of every single news item.
I mean, honestly, that's also the government that also banned Huawei, right? Phones, because, oh no, the Chinese government's going to track us, as we then tracked and fucked with the actual Chinese citizens. It's just like, what? It's just projection. You're just projecting your own evil onto them. Because there was no signs that Yahweh actually tried to track American citizens in any way whatsoever.
That they
and now I don't get a good phone at a competitive price. I know, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Read and maybe share with a family member. But because we have no data privacy, that's essentially what we've normalized. Even the Office of the Director of National Intelligence noted in its 2022 report that, quote, unfettered access to commercially available information and data increases its power in ways that may exceed our constitutional traditions or other societal expectations. Obviously, the government getting access to this sort of highly personal and detailed data, especially years worth of it, is terrifying under the Trump administration. And Elon Musk...
Yeah, I have a 2021 Samsung. I had an iPhone like 3GS as my first and only iPhone. But then I moved over to like the Samsung Note line, which was still a pretty expensive phone. It was like the big expensive phone from the Samsung sort of like line of things, because it was the most powerful, whatever. And I would always buy one of those phones, and then I wouldn't buy a phone for like 5 years. But right now I have the S 2021. They didn't make the Notes anymore. Maybe they've started doing it again since, but because I actually had a little pen that you can pull out and you can use as a stylus, which I would find a use for like once a year, and I'm like, wow, neat. And then that's about it. Now I'm actually trying to use this phone because I use this phone to stream the Pride event. So getting a new phone that actually has modern cameras or whatever could be a big upgrade or a big purpose for it, but I don't feel like paying $1,500 plus for a new phone, because that's what you got to spend somewhere in that range nowadays. At least 1,000.
Department of Government Efficiency is already working on building and streamlining access to other large repositories of sensitive information. In March, the Washington Post reported that DOJ workers were trying to break down information silos across the federal government and trying to unify systems into one central hub aimed at advancing multiple Trump administration priorities, including finding and deporting undocumented immigrants. The documents note that this new data portal will also be accessible to a wide variety of government agencies, basically anyone who wants it, not just the national defense and intelligence organizations. And I just want you guys to know that this is not a Republican or Democrat problem. This entire centralized government data portal project actually began under Joe Biden. Ayub told The Intercept that this portal will undeniably, quote, raise the risk that agencies like DHS's Homeland Security investigations would access the database to identify and target non-citizens, such as student protesters, based on their search or browsing histories and location information.
So it seems like data collection via the government side is using some of the more traditional brokers, but then the added wrinkle to this is how they're storing it into what is now going to be a merged portal, and then every organization within can then access that information, and then they're adding in AI tools to try to comb the information to make connections that may or may not exist, like the DHS Homeland Security investigating student protesters, connecting their location history on phones that they ended up buying through different brokers or gathering through brokers, GPS information, their posts, time and dates, activities, all these different things to end up with a, like the same way that they were able to like apprehend that one doctoral student on the street or whatever, finding out their likely commutes and when and where they're going to be, when and where, so that way they can be ready to then apprehend them when normally they wouldn't have such triangulation or whatever. That sounds bad. That sounds bad. Because I was trying to think like the built-in centrist that's inside of me is like, okay, the government having a one portal for all their things, but like that doesn't seem so bad because it's just them being more directed and more simplified with their data collection purposes, but utilizing, and I guess also realizing how much of the already existing data is being utilized in these types of government ways, or that could be used in these type of government ways, is good to be aware of. This is why people would tell them, leave your phone at home during a protest, or turn location services off, put it in airplane mode, do these different things to basically neuter it. Like when you're coming and going via international travel, try and back up, wipe, cross, and then re-access your data afterward. Just because of stuff like this. And all it takes is them actually going through with the step. Because if you're a student protester who's been in a few protests and they don't want you to be around anymore, you won't really get a warning that you need to then start taking precautions, because then bam, you're already snapped, right? You're already gobbled up.
Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, who's the only member of Congress who has any like vague concept of good tech policy, has been a longtime critic of these sorts of efforts. He said, quote, "I'm concerned about what the government is actually doing with the data of Americans that it buys from data brokers. All indications from news reports and Trump administration officials are that Americans should be extremely worried about how this administration may be using commercial data." And I know people's eyes glaze over when I start talking about things like tech policy and data privacy, but these are some of the most important issues of our time, and we have to fight back against this gross government overreach. This episode is brought to you by Delete Me. As a
Oh, that's funny. I mean, I looked at the description of that video because I wanted to grab those resources that they talked about at the end of it, and Delete Me and Incogni both emailed the creator and kind of gave a rebuttal or whatever, and then he shared those emails. And he didn't really talk too much about it, but he was just like, I figured I should at least share these with everybody so that way they're aware of it, which I thought was interesting, because they're like, well, thank you for calling us not a scam, but, and then they were trying to refute some of the negative things or whatever.
high-profile journalist who's dealt
But this
with
is what I'm talking about, how I would see people that I trust, like a high-end journalist like Taylor Lorenz, who was saying on a data privacy video, use Delete Me using my offer code Lorenz or whatever. I don't know.
game changer for me as somebody that values privacy. Delete Me scours the internet for your information and automatically handles takedown requests. Also, use code Taylor20 at checkout. Don't wait until it's too late to safeguard your privacy. Make sure that your data and your family's stays protected. I think a lot of you might also be listening and feeling like, well, so what? I don't have anything to hide. Who cares? If I'm not doing anything wrong or illegal, what's the harm of zillions of corporations and the government having unlimited access to my data? This type of nihilistic sentiment, I think, has become incredibly pervasive, especially among young people. And I get it, because the whole problem just feels so incredibly overwhelming. The data harvesting industry is so massive and sprawling and monstrous, and it can feel like there's nothing that we can do. But this mindset is dangerously naive. It is exactly what allows mass surveillance and data abuse to flourish unchecked. And I think a lot of you might not realize exactly how much data is being collected and what entities like the government can do with that data. Your location, your search history, your relationships, your habits, like literally everything can be weaponized and misinterpreted by the state in ways that most people simply cannot imagine until it's too late.
That misinterpreted
and
part
it's
is
essential to understand that mass data collection doesn't stay passive. The government doesn't just like buy all of this information and then just sit on it. It uses it in unpredictable and often irreversible ways. One of the most chilling aspects of a centralized government access to commercially available data is pre-crime logic. And that's this idea that predictive policing algorithms can use data to determine who might commit a crime or who might be a threat before they even do anything. This turns everyone into a suspect, and your movements, your online behavior, your social connections all become data points in an opaque equation that could trigger your name being added to a no-fly list or lead to you being denied a visa or suffering an immigration raid or worse. And because this surveillance is increasingly powered by AI, these decisions are not even being made by humans.
That's right. I would never commit a crime. That's illegal. What are you talking about? What do you mean? So true. So true and real.
Human investigators, they're just being done by these like vague, unaccountable algorithms. These types of systems are notoriously error prone and biased, especially against marginalized groups. Sentiment analysis, predictive policing, emotion detection. This is like the worst kind of junk science. And the fact that government institutions with real power are seeking to leverage this stuff is so disturbing. Once you've been flagged or profiled, there's also usually no way to appeal or even understand why, because these AI algorithms and systems are just usually a giant black box. And even if you personally aren't unfairly targeted, you should be disturbed by the precedent that this type of thing sets. What happens when dissent is inherently criminalized or controversial opinions are enough to trigger scrutiny from some government algorithm? We've already seen law enforcement use things like geolocation data to identify protesters.
That's crazy. I mean, this is the stuff that people say, China does this, China does this, China does this, as we just straight up do it, right? And we do it in layers. We're doing the beginning pieces or some of the more moderate pieces, and then they're going to get deeper into the more extreme pieces. Oh, that's true. The Israel notoriously uses an AI system with a 60% error rate, which is that's probably considered polite. But yeah, there was the whole, well, I got the podcast Call Her Daddy in my head, but it was something like the name of their service that they used to Project Lavender. That's true. Yeah. That's what the AI use overall. But there was another one where it's like finding the homes of the soldiers or the Hamas people, and then which couldn't imply even just like regular civil workers. And then Daddy's Home. That's what it was. That's what it was called. Yeah. Yeah. That crazy ass shit. Yeah. And then finding out when they arrive at their home address and then using that as a clear shot to then attack the home, despite it being, straight Nazi shit. Yeah. I mean, yeah. 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 But the Project Lavender being like, because I remember there being, we're the most moral military, et cetera, et cetera. We use data information to confirm that these are our actual targets. But in recent years, we've actually just started funneling that data into an AI, and the AI tells us when to pull the trigger. And it's like, that's not very moral. That's not very moral at all. That's and that's also using like the older AI models and all that shit. And it's just like, that's the most insane, awful shit I could ever think of. The level of despicable you have to be to think of something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's some way to think about how like, well, there's just this overall pressure of the entire society to hate and become horrible Nazis, which sounds almost racist to say that, Israelis are just evil by natural, levels, but it's a mass psychosis of the propaganda being pumped into their heads, which then makes them despicable dickheads, right? Like it's just that order of operations that it's not just because they are, Jewish Israelis or people living in the Israeli, zone or whatever. It's just the ethno-supremacist ideology that then leads individuals to then manifest those thoughts and act out upon them. And if you remove those things, these individuals who are just following orders, who are just going with the flow, will no longer be these evil pieces of shit. Free them from the terror of the Israeli state. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that we're aligned, or at least are agreeing upon that element of it, because I know some people who are, like, for example, Bad Empanada is a creator that I know Mike from PA, aka Central Committee, follows a lot. Hassan's even talked about him a bit from his other reviews, but he has a very aggressive stance on the people of Israel overall. And it's not one that doesn't come from the disgust of the actions that the people take, that the people vote for, that the people seem to agree with. But yeah, like when he says like there's no such thing as a good Israeli, I mean, I think I'm incorrectly paraphrasing, but that seems to be the gist, is that like there's no such thing as a anti-Zionist person who lives in Israel or whatever it is. And it's like you can't go that far, like, because then you're just kind of being the reverse racist that you don't want to become or whatever it is. But yeah, so I'm glad that we're on the similar mindset that, because like Nazi Germany sucked and it was bad, but when you remove the Nazi from the Germany, then Germany gets better. It's the same idea. It's literally the same process. It's not that Germans themselves are naturally evil. It's just the type of evil regime that can then overpower and sit on top of an entire society will then cause it to, hatch a bunch of evil eggs. You know what I mean? Like, it just kind of works that way. Which is to say, in many ways, I was not a goose stepping, but I was a USA saluting, flag loving American who didn't believe that we could lose a war. I didn't want to believe that we lost Vietnam. I took that as a personal slight on who I was as a person, because USA number one, what do you mean? Boys are better than girls. Red is the best color that my favorite color, and USA wins wars. And Korea, I know. I didn't even want to think about that. I didn't know enough about the Korean War, honestly. Still not great, but yeah. Well, sure. I mean, the European, I've heard and seen a lot of stuff about how Europe overall is becoming fascist again, like it's just happening again. Yeah. And then Korea, the Korea too might be referring to like the I think he got voted out, right? The incel president. And then I forget, I think there was an election recently where they got outed, and there was also that whole like Euro's not doing well. Yeah. I mean, well, it sucks because I used to be able to like point to a lot of the Nordic states and be like, see, they have social democracy that works. The Korean War. Okay, gotcha. But now they've started to peel back those policies because of the complete Islamophobia that has like gripped the entire subcontinent of Europe, which is just frustrating because it's like, God damn it. Like you now you're defunding and shitting upon the programs that I'm trying to advocate for on our side. Because now you just shitted them into that way you can privatize them. But like because the Nordics or some part, I'm really bad at geography as well, aka Florida public schools, and then not having a natural interest in it. But like there are certain prison policies that treat prisoners like human beings and help them reacclimate to society. It gives them respect for themselves and others and property, and it gives them something to hope for, something to work for. It rehabilitates them, if I didn't already say that word, or it it reduces recidivism rates in general, and that's an incredibly interesting, because America has a horrible problem with prisons, a horrible problem with our criminal justice system, a horrible problem with all that different stuff. they think I don't know what they did to Samai. I'm not sure how to pronounce the enunciation of the specific character. They did this. Let's see. I can't click because that's a different chat thing. The best knowns for the livelihood of the semi-Nordic reindeer herding. As of 2007, about 10% of the Sami were connected to reindeer herding. Oh, so that's okay. Kind of like the indigenous individuals of that area. Sami, gotcha. Okay, well, okay. All I know about Nordic stuff is the. Now I can't remember it. Black Pete. That's what I'm thinking of. They do the Black Pete thing, which is just crazy. And now they do Sooty Pete instead, which is not better enough. You know what I mean? Like they do this crazy ass shit. That makes sense. I mean, what European based nation does not fuck with indigenous individuals? I mean, I guess to some degree, some of the Europeans were indigenous technically as they started, the French weirdos that were sitting on France, and it became Nordic racism is wild. It is wild. I mean, I guess they have smaller exposure, but that's just in this day and age, that's not a good enough excuse. You know what I mean? It's not a good enough excuse. I mean, it can't be, right? I mean, maybe like, okay, I would, because just yesterday I was saying I accidentally referred to a people as the wrong name. So I guess that's my version of that. But I'm not going around doing blackface. You know what I mean? Come on. Yearly. We have a lot of the Romani people, for example, people in America who don't really understand that breakdown. But then again, people in Europe just continue to be racist as fuck against them. So it's like, come on, guys. Come on. Yeah. I don't even remember what I think there's one or two ideas I was going with, but yeah, that's a good note to end that little tangent on. This is how crazy
We've seen federal agencies create social media watch lists. In a world where the government can buy access to years and years of your digital life, including location pings, conversations, health information, purchases, and photos, how can we speak freely? And while you might feel safe now, who's to say that the next administration or the one after that won't see your religion, sexuality, or politics as a threat? History offers endless examples of governments targeting specific communities during times of political instability.
I mean, that's a great point. Because once that can of worms is open, it's never going to be able to get put back. We are removing the trans identity from official documents, but if things get two more layers worse of elections or whatever, then all of a sudden that information is then looked at as you need to be put into a mental institution because we believe it's insane. What do? When the Gestapo kicks your door down and says that, you have a warrant, and everyone goes like, well, you just don't commit crimes and you wouldn't have them kicking your door down. And then you don't even have like the people. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's what I would like to believe, at least. Yeah. I was just trying to think, like, how do we get there, right? First they came for the communists. True. How do you get there? Because step one is electoralism. If all else fails, there's the crazy revolutionary idea, which we're all too soy and soft. I got soft hands. How am I going to like dig a foxhole and fight against the drones that are going to like melt me? Then there's but like the electoralism gets stopped because fucking Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are designed to be toothless. But then there's too much pushback at like starting a new party or it'll never work. But then I guess you have the plan of reforming the party from the inside out. So if enough people see the Zoran stuff and see how despicable the current institutional Dems work against it, then enough people like AOCs and Zorans and Bernie Sanders types, the cat Abu, who's running for a seat, a young person, like if enough of that momentum happens, the D no longer means what it used to mean, because it's definitely out of the question. Electoral reform is likely really only two options left after that. I don't know enough about the different options. I didn't know there was two others to think about, really. I guess if a military is out, then there's like the people or a foreign nation. There you go. Yeah. China will save us. Come on, Xi. Come on, Xi. But he's too anti-intervention so far, it seems. Maybe with the right time and the right opportunity, it'll happen. When Labubu sales are down because we're all like getting crushed by a boot, he'll come over to revive this nation and this area of the world. Oh, one can hope. One can hope. It would be like the movie Red Dawn, but it would be like us fighting on the side of the Russians. You know what I mean? We'd be like, yay! Like, we're not the Wolverines. We're the, I don't know, the welcome mat. Come on in. Come on. Yeah.
And with this type of centralized data infrastructure already in place, future crackdowns won't even require building new systems. They can just flip on a switch or run an algorithm. It's also worth
China's just anti-interventionist because they're waiting for opportunities to surpass us. That would be quite the opportunity. That is a king me situation where you just slide that little, like, I guess, checkers piece. I was thinking about the pawn, but they don't know what I guess they just call them a checkers. Yeah, upgrade big time.
Highlighting that even without malicious intent, mistakes happen. People are wrongly placed on watch lists all the time. The no-fly list is notoriously ensnared innocent travelers due to name similarities or algorithmic errors. Imagine the scale of damage when...
I'm sorry, you were also brown. I did not see that coming. We just put you on the list. I don't know.
Millions of people are subjected to automated scrutiny using...
That stuff seems fucked up to me. The face scan shit. I mean, I had to use a face scan app when I was at the airport, somewhat recently I forget when the last time I flew was, but they changed some things. Not every airport has every little thing. Wants global socialism. They don't want us to They just don't want to USSR us. I guess that would be implying like trying to set up a large group of states that then end up not working well together and falling apart, like the USSR did. USSR them. Right. No. Okay. Interesting. So you mean a bunch of independent communist states? Okay. That does seem more freeing. Although I guess you could. The fear would be that they would like be a couple of bad actors or taking advantage of hers or snakes that are trying to poison the pot or whatever. But when they're all separated, they can't poison the whole thing, I guess. Yeah. We did stoke the fires of the USSR's collapse. Yeah, for sure. I mean, even that is another slightly, I only know enough about it. Like even the Tetris movie taught me so much about what is and isn't about the USSR and how it worked, and some of the mistakes along the way. Although I don't think I actually watched the movie. I think I watched a documentary about it before the movie came out, but it was the movie that led us to then watch the stuff. But yeah. So far we left China alone because they aren't expansionists. That's true. Yeah. I mean, they haven't done what is it? They haven't dropped a bomb in like 40 years or something was a quote I heard. but America has dropped one bomb every 40 minutes for the past 40 years, if you average it out or something. So that way it's a very symmetrical comparison. Because we act like China is this, power-hungry, murderous thing, which is why we point every gun possible at the South China Sea and point it towards China and say, how could you? How could you? And it's like, but you're the most bloodthirsty thing out there with your however many thousands of military bases. I used to think it was like 300, but I think it's like something way higher than that, all over the planet. And it's just like, oh, if China had a military base in like 100 places, they would lose their minds. They don't want to decapitalize, and it pisses us off. Yeah, when I was looking at some of those Red Vienna videos, I was scrolling through, and somebody said, man, I'm watching from Hong Kong, and I'm so mad because our house prices are so bad. And I was like, ooh, from Hong Kong specifically, because I would never expect a comment like that coming from China, knowing that like 90-something% of people in China have home ownership and a bunch of other things, as well as giant, beautiful cities and awesome mass transit, et cetera, et cetera. So I wouldn't have expected a negative comment coming from China, but I was like, from Hong Kong. I see. I know that's a slightly different type of situation in that specific zone because of the, it's like a multi-year plan to slowly allow it to be retaken by China, but for a while it still has to be its own separate thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Far more detailed, sensitive, and invasive data. There's no due process with algorithmic surveillance, by the way. Homeland Security doesn't just like...
Yeah, but the people that play World of Warcraft or whatever it was, or StarCraft or Overwatch, they want to free Hong Kong, and it's not a non-empathetic way to look at things. It's just seems like it may have been more propagandized than we realized, and we didn't quite understand the exact. Because I think I've heard someone say that like even the protests weren't about China trying to take over more than we did, but it was more like their anger towards the people's Hong Kong style government, and they were mad against it, and we just assumed it was the China side that they were mad at or whatever. But I do know that at least at one point when Black Lives Matter came out after those Hong Kong protests, that the protesters try to help like send information and tips to the other protesters, be like, yo, be like water, this is what we did, and, trying to give them some advice, which is nice either way, because they were very good at protesting, something that we need to get better at. We need to be like the French and just like punch cops.
Read you your Miranda rights before seizing your location history.
In Minecraft or something. I don't know. Is that work? Is that required? I don't know. Sure.
They just quietly purchase it from corporations. And these surveillance tools never stay confined to serious threats. What starts as counterterrorism efforts ends up being used in evictions, immigration crackdowns, and political intimidation. Even if you're a law-abiding citizen, there's no guarantee that your data won't be caught in the drag.
Like just the title, "We Have AI Landlords," makes you go, oh God. The travel log video you have on Hong Kong, I am interested. Just depends upon whether or not, because after this video, since you were around, I was like, oh, I can watch the big dam video, but I could watch this other one too. All good. The rest of the day is less structured for sure. So feel free to share. Just you have AI landlord sounds like the most despicable title because of how inept it is, and also how profit driven the idea of setting one up is. Ugh.
If you're a law-abiding citizen,
like automated evictions. Oh.
Listen, there's no guarantee that your data won't be caught in the dragnet and used to make decisions about your life without your consent and awareness. There's also the risk of abuse by insiders.
Fair,
Thousands of government employees and contractors will potentially have access to this centralized database. Just look.
But a part of my journey, one of the little nicknames or that mountain lightning's burping up. One of the little ways I look at myself is just the recovering dumbass, because I grew up in Florida. My dad would say in the car as I'm a little kid, imagine a spinning beanie and a big lollipop, like, oh, Muslims want to kill people to get closer to God. My mom would be like, no, you can't see that. He's like, no, it's in the Quran. It's what it says. They want to kill people. They jihad. They do things. And I'm just like, wowee. Like I've learned things the wrong way many, many times. So a big part of my journey is trying to unlearn a lot of things or learn new things that can fix the old things. So stuff about Hong Kong, majorly in my blind spot, and I just kind of at this point look over towards, people in the Hassan circle or people in other sort of like leftist leaning communities and see what they have to say on a lot of topics, because I have no clue when it comes to certain things. But when people would say Cambodia was bad and Henry Kissinger was evil, I'm like, okay. From a different part of my life, I would have thought that he was a good guy. He was even in Futurama memes or whatever it is. I would have thought he was fine. But now I'm like, okay, I have a new understanding of things. But there's so many American coups. There's so many American wars where we destabilize. There's so many capitalistic banana republics that we set up to make bananas as cheap as possible for our markets, where it's just difficult to. I've learned enough about that a certain number of them exist and seen lots of different arrows and all the different things, but just trying to learn each one, that's a whole, that's not even a whole class. That's like a whole major, is just learning about the negative imperial effects of the United States from 1920 to the present day, even just like 100 years of this shit. It's just like, God damn, how the fuck? But the fact that certain people can just jottle it off the top of their head immediately, and I'm like, damn, I'm impressed. Damn, I'm too stupid for some of this shit. But maybe that's approachable and enjoyable for individuals. My wife would watch a lot of people watching, like, oh, look, it's this couple or this individual, and they're watching The Shining for the first time, and they get to see their reactions to it. And she gets to relive that movie watching experience in some ways. And I'm thinking that I would almost be the similar version of that, where it's like, look, it's a leftist who's finally learning what happened in Cambodia. Watch him react live. Gee whiz, that would be, instead of me providing, incredible facts and information, I just sort of provide entertainment novelty of me going, oh, fuck, and trying to phrase it back to the building blocks that I've begun to piece together. Yeah.
Look at how many times police officers have been caught using surveillance tools to spy on exes or stalk targets. Now imagine what a bad actor could.
I'll definitely keep that in mind for sure.
Do with years of your digital life. The potential for abuse, blackmailing, and harassment is truly staggering. And then there's the most obvious concern. What if this system gets hacked? Centralizing data into a single portal creates a single point of failure. The US government has a long track.
Carter watches a lot of these guys. Carter's another streamer, but he's definitely more knowledgeable than I am in a lot of things. He's read theory. He's read stuff. He's also way younger than me, which is threatening in its own way, but he watches a lot more of these vlog guys. There used to be a guy he would watch called Baldy. Well, not called Baldy, but he calls him Baldy. Maybe he calls himself Baldy, but he's a British guy who would go to lots of old USSR places and then other places like India and be a weird racist British person. But he would do extensive vlogs in lots of areas, but he sucks. And apparently he's a sex pest and a bunch of other things. So it got difficult for him to watch those videos on stream. But this new guy, Mike OK, seems to be much more of a wholesome, genuine individual. And a few of the videos that he's watched, him covering both China or Iran or all these other places that are in the news, he's been like, wow, this guy's actually a better Baldy. And it seems like he just watches this guy now. So it's cool that, I don't know if you're also a Carter watcher or if it's just a small world in some ways or not, but yeah, he seems like sick.
Record of catastrophic data breaches. If this portal becomes a one-stop shop for
Baldy,
some of the most sensitive information on Americans, it's literally only a matter of time before it gets breached. Data privacy is central to free speech and expression. Protecting our data and fighting surveillance capitalism is essential if we want to be able to...
I was going to say, I didn't think at first, the very first, like the first frame, I was like, wait, He means Carter? And I was like, oh, no. He means Baldy. He means Baldy. Yeah.
Read, speak, and protest freely. We should all be deeply concerned that the government is quietly creating the infrastructure for total surveillance.
I mean, I guess at some point, I should be worried about shouting out these other creators because they're way more knowledgeable and also better at doing this kind of shit than I am. But that's fine. Whatever. He's another great leftist Twitch guy. I mean, technically, he was doing it since he was like 14 years old. He's been doing it for back when this website was called. Now I have the word kick stuck in my head. Justin TV. He was doing it since then. He was like a kid in school, and he did a lot of music stuff. And I think he made a couple of songs that got like top whatever. But he's just kind of like a not industrial, but like a house music kind of like whatever stuff. But he'll do music on stream occasionally. But he's just very knowledgeable on a lot of things political. He moved to Australia recently to be with his partner. Just a cool dude. Also friends of Hassan, friends of the whole circle of people.
Surveillance, sidestepping constitutional protections, and using commercial loopholes to normalize this type of behavior. I'll be talking about all of this more soon in a series I have coming down the line, but in the meantime, I hope we can all push our lawmakers for real, comprehensive data privacy legislation. We should ban government purchases of commercial surveillance data without a warrant.
I thought I would have thought that was already going to, like, I didn't realize the government could just buy commercial surveillance data. Like, I would think to yourself, like, why would you need that? Why would you just buy that just to have it? It's like, oh, what a deal. You know, it's on sale. Let's get it. You know, it's like, I feel like you shouldn't have that without a warrant, like she's saying, the very least, if not even not allow it at all. Because also, like, if you're buying commercial data, what's to say that data was collected ethically or even efficiently, or not efficiently, but even just like, was it even collected correctly? Are they attaching things to you that aren't even attached to you, but now the government's accepting that as the true data? Because if the government collected the data, at least then it was done through its own metrics. And then if it made its own mistake, then that's its own mistake. But that's separate from just trusting some random data broker to not accidentally attach an extra file to your identity. Because then that's going to be very difficult to then go through the government to say you made a mistake here, because it's not really a thing that they did. So it's like, it just privatizes that whole arm of it, you know.
Warrant
like,
and insist on transparency and accountability for government AI tools. And instead of uniting to push dangerous censorship bills like the Kids Online Safety Act or age verification laws that mandate companies collect even more data, we need our lawmakers to join together and push for comprehensive data privacy laws now. Thanks again.
Really, I think the easiest way to do this part of it, the pushing together for better laws that understand these things, it's just basically looking to the EU, because even if the EU is not perfect, they already have significantly more protections in this range of things, and we all know it's better than what we have. So instead of trying to come up with something from scratch, it should just be copy paste their bullshit over here. And also, all of these places that we utilize, Google, Amazon, Facebook, they all already have a model that works with the EU version. We should just require them to then apply that to the United States as well. Because go fuck off. What do you mean you can just fuck Americans more than you can any other European? It makes no sense. So, like, as a guy who is on the outside and knows not enough about these specifics and how they work, we should definitely just go with the European model as a baseline to start with. And I agree, it probably has things where it's not as complete and not as good as it should be, but it's a good starting point. For sure. Okay. Yeah. So earlier we looked at the big beautiful bill thing about how it passed, and JD Vance had to be the one to throw his winning vote on there as the vice president. This BBC article actually has, first off, it's bright as hell. I just looked over and can see my face is getting like, is glowing. I turned this off to be always on, and now I have to make it individually on, but I might put it back on to always on. It's this little, it's called Dark Reader. You can't quite see it because it's cut off my crop, but it's a free thing that has a neat little It's just whenever I turn on the full actual dark mode, it's like it always makes the text wrong or like the pictures look weird. But just having a little bit of added gray to the white just helps it take the edge off and make it readable. And this is talking about the back and forth, the different leaders and who voted for and who voted against it to eventually make it look like a 50-50. And then some links back to articles about the food problems. Doesn't look good. Little Chinese Everywhere is your favorite travel blogger. Who isn't an American brand? True. True. Yeah, that's what it was. Just looking at the thing. His North Korea video, I think that's what I remember seeing recently from Mike OK. Which was an interesting look. But still incredibly humanizing and loving. And I'm pretty sure he had a pretty good China one too, if thinking back to the ones I saw from Carter's stream. Anti-war Tim Pool drools over impressive Iran attacks. That's not a Majority Report video. Okay. Every town in America looks the same. So if we don't need to watch, if you don't want not the vlogs on, because you probably already seen the vlogs as well. This is something that I was thinking about earlier, how my small town, my hometown, not small, but the Tampa Bay area just looks like everywhere else in the United States. Because every town seems to look the same. And whenever I've visited other places that are not like the big cities, they just look the same. Whether it's in the South, the North. I haven't been to the West Coast yet, but every place seems to just look the same. I visited a place outside of the city of Chicago. I've been to Alabama for like a Magic the Gathering tournament. I've been in the DC metro area, but not necessarily in the actual city part, but more like the outer parts, which still look a little bit more downtowny than I would say the full-on Main Street look. But I'm curious to see. And also Morning Brew is a channel I like, and it looks like they have a few different headliners. So I'm really interested in seeing what this is.
Hate strip malls. The story of your life has to take place somewhere. Your first kiss.
I would say Appalachia definitely would fit into the, because like I've been like in Florida in the Tampa Bay area, north of it is a place called Brooksville, which is like a county. I think it's a county, or it could be considered a city, but I'm pretty sure it's a county. And it's a very rural area. Like you've got long, thin roads that are like 60 miles an hour, country roads, left and right, cow pastures, wide open fields, then little tiny places where people live, little housing sections. And even instead of like a suburb, you would find like a house and then like half a mile down another house or whatever. Like they'd be all kind of spread out because there's farms in between everything. Almost because everything's 100 years old and running away. That's true. That area would be way older, and also because of the mountains and stuff, set up in a very different way too. So that makes sense.
Your first job, your first car accident.
Sorry, bro. Come on. Okay, I know this looks like it sucks, but the point is that even the small things in your life should happen somewhere beautiful. Who are you talking to?
So if our entire lives happen under the constraints of human-made environments, why didn't we build all of it to be more beautiful? Outside of houses, the most popular man-made environment in America, more than high schools, more than McDonald's, of which there are 68,000, one for every 5,000 Americans, is strip malls. This is the story of how America...
I mean, but we didn't build that. We didn't build that beautiful land. We didn't build, the Grand Canyon. Water very slowly built that. And the mountains, I guess, I don't know, plate tectonics or some shit. That's what built that, right? We built the strip malls and the parking lots. Oh, we built them.
Gave up on building beautiful towns, and in its place, let strip malls take over. Strap in, because it gets kind of weird.
I'm in love with that guy right there.
You? Yeah. Oh, you're joking. P. Diddy's bedroom.
We're probably talking tens of trillions of dollars.
Holy shit. Yeah. This is what Kansas City used to look like, and this is what it looks like now.
Hold on. I want to look at that previous Kansas City.
This is what Kansas.
Dang. So that's a trolley road down the middle here, right? You got the trolley track, horse-drawn carriages. I thought it said Trump. I thought it said Trump, but it's trunks. All right. Trunks. Who doesn't want a good trunk? This is something that you would see on like that Time Guesser website where you go, okay, hold on. Where are the clues? Where are the clues? This one looks like it would be hard to guess, though, because I would never think Kansas City if I saw this.
The city used to look like, and this is what it looks like now. That's the worst glow down since Stacy's mom, who now just used to have it going on. At some point, we just gutted our American cities, and there's more than zoning and car culture that explains this. It just doesn't make sense to me how America's wealthiest.
I would have assumed zoning and car culture would be what he would blame for it, so I'm interested to see what he's saying is the actual cause.
Town, Loudoun, Virginia, has a downtown that looks like this, while Turin, Italy, which has a fraction of the GDP and population, has a downtown that looks like this. We'll answer why this happened.
Wow, I thought the first one was good. Brick roads, dude. I was driving down brick roads because like the downtown St. Petersburg area, which sounds like it's in Russia, but it's in the Tampa Bay area. It had these brick ass roads. Hopefully yours are well maintained because ours suck dick. Like there's even like each lane has these gigantic ruts in them where the center of the car, the bricks are high, but each wheel, the bricks are low because they've been squished down over the years.
Later, but it's a fundamental reason why America was overtaken by mall strippers.
Trace, that's not what strip malls are short for, dude.
Oh really?
From the top.
But something you should consider is that America stretches longer than the distance between London to Moscow or from Denmark to Syria. Yet while Europe has so much architectural diversity, I bet you can't tell me what town I'm in right now. In fact, I bet you can't tell me what state I'm in. Chances are you're still guessing. And isn't that kind of weird? You might think in the world of e-commerce that strip malls would have just become a relic of the past. But much like that cockroach you trapped under a cup months ago, these sons of just won't die. In fact, not.
Wait, do people do that? Did they trap a cockroach under a glass and then wait for it to die? That's crazy.
Not only won't they die, Wall Street Journal called it the new king of retail real estate, while Business Insider called it the hottest new thing. Also my nickname in high school. Actually, just one guy called me that, and it was a teacher, and he got fired for it. Strip malls are making more money for their investors than data centers. You know, the thing that's the backbone of AI, the future of our economy. They're making more money than data centers.
Weird.
So it's as if that cockroach you trapped under a cup not only survived, but escaped, married your wife, and raised your children.
No.
How on earth are strip malls pulling this off? The answer may have to do with CEO's number one enemy, working from home. Don't worry, Jamie Dimon, I will crush them for you, my darling. My cute little darling. Give me an internship. See, in 2020, there was a 45% increase in the rate of people moving from cities to suburbs. Another secret of strip mall success is that they offer urgent in-person services, like nail salons, laundromats, tutoring companies, car repair shops, FedEx, UPS, and Hooters, an iconic strip mall restaurant and the worst place to run into your elementary school teacher. And thanks to that, strip malls saw their foot traffic increase by 18% compared to before the pandemic. Who would have thought the pandemic would have been good for in-person retail? The only comeback story better than that is LeBron's hairline. Look how cute he looks. He's the GOAT and his hairline is perfect. All this increased demand and attention towards...
Yeah. he's throwing in jokes a little faster than I would normally expect out of these things. And then, you know, sure, fine.
Strip malls has allowed their investors to raise rents by 17% compared to before the pandemic. Compare that to the increase in rent for retail stores in Manhattan, which has gone up by a grand total of 0%. And big box retailers like Macy's are closing stores in New York, but opening them in strip malls. Strip malls are like the Pete Davidson of real estate. Just
strip mall Macy's. I've never seen, because usually the Macy's inside of a mall is fucking gigantic. I guess there's always maybe one or two stores in the strip mall that is kind of deep and big. The boomer mind can't keep up. Yeah, I guess a little bit. Yeah. I just thought it was overpaced. Like the facts that were coming were smaller almost than the number of like little throwaway jokes mixed in with things. It went from like, look, Jamie Dimon, you know, kiss me, love me. Here's a fact. Boom. You know, the next one. I'm just like, I want more of the Oreo filling than just the cookie around it.
Pulling way out of the league. And honestly, ladies, I get it. No, Pete, no, not 19th century European urban design, no! To learn more about strip malls, I talked to someone who makes their living off of them. Strip malls are your life.
Yes, they are. Since the age of 22, I've been focused on strip malls only. They're my hobby, and so, you know, I don't know what your issue is, but let's have a little conversation here.
All right, I want to play this game. It's called Smash or Pass.
Dude, they put him inside of like this fucking like dark hole. They got a dark curtain on both sides and like very little, like only like one spotlight coming through. What? That's a terrifying interview setting.
All right.
Pass, smash.
Are you serious?
Totally.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Follow your heart with this one.
Smash, pass. I don't know what that is.
Are you kidding me? This looks like an
Is that a
Italian
college?
town. No, it's a downtown retail center in California. Smash or pass.
I'm in love with that guy right
Are
there.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, you're joking.
That's a
You're
strip mall,
joking.
my
You're messing
friend.
with me.
Look at the beauty of
Are
that
you
strip
paid
mall.
off by
You
like
got-
big strip mall? So in the 20th
Oh, he is big strip mall, right? That's the idea based off the setup.
century, we just built a ton of these, but not that many of these.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, that's a boilerplate rectangle that contractors know how to build quickly. They're established. They're just cheap to build. I'm not going to build a building to lose money, right? So that makes money. That doesn't.
So what has made strip malls succeed where sometimes outlet malls, shopping malls have been failing?
Yeah, well, I think that customer is really sticky, right? There's folks that visit, you know, twice a week, every day, once a week, whatever it is. So it's really this like beautiful ecosystem in the heart of the community.
So basically,
I would not. You could not have sex with the mall. No, I would never consider the strip malls to be the heart of the community because it's a giant parking lot outside, right? 'Cause that's not what's not seen in these photos is the, like, if the mall is long, then the parking lot is massive. Like that's how it's going to be. And it's just multiple exits with multiple street lights down a main street or one of the large stroads that exist. Everyone's zooming around their cars. There's little tiny, in my area, it would be these little palm tree medians with little shitty bushes peppered throughout. And everyone drives up to the nearest dollar store, nail salon, Subway, whatever's stuck in that strip mall that they want. They walk to it directly, they use it, and then they walk back out and they're gone. And that's all there is to it. There's never anything community-like at all mixed in with that. It's just brick and mortar retail and businesses. But sometimes I guess it's more brick and mortar like services, like the UPS store. There's going to be one in that strip mall for sure. There's going to be a Chinese food takeaway place that's in there. You know, occasionally there's a Warhammer 40K game store or a card store stuck in that thing. And then after 5 years, it'll have failed and some other thing would be in its place. And then a different card store opens up in a different mini mall 5 miles down the road. But again, never really a community thing. Each individual business is its own individual thing, and almost no business creates a community. The closest thing would be the Michaels, but that's just people coming in and out to buy with coupons.
see, the economics will never let America look like this again. Strip malls' efficiency catapulted them to nationwide success in the 20th century. And as strip malls grew, they shaped the American urban landscape around them. For example, strip malls make sure that there's at least 5 parking spots for every 1,000 square feet of retail space. That's
right.
So much parking.
Yeah.
Wow, it's just a lot of strip malls. I mean, this town's pretty ugly.
That's the, I mean, because like there's strip mall, there's mini mall, there's outdoor mall. There's all these different words that all have slightly different meanings, but I associate all of them with these kinds of things, no matter how you slice it. It's always one of these things. And some of them are bigger than others. Like whenever there's a Best Buy or something in it, that'll be like the big store with a bunch of the other smaller ones around it. That'll be a much bigger intersection, a few different exits, but it still wouldn't be like in a traditional mall where there's one superstructure where all the businesses are roofed inside of the one place. If only we had Soviet architecture. Yeah, I mean, the idea of having, that was what I was thinking of. He was like, look, these are blocks and squares that are easy to build and have things. When we were looking at some of that earlier Red Vienna stuff, where the idea is you build it with the idea of a community in mind, much better than a mini mall. Instead, you have multifamily living with access to mass transit, lots of humans in one area with really nice laundry facilities built in, kitchens built in, and swimming areas, parks for their pets and dogs and kids, all in one area. So that way they can have lots of people with similar interests to intermix with, community areas for activities, events. That makes much more sense. And if it's so structured and square and easy to build, then build those and build them multi-layered and build them with a good green space attached to it, along with a mass transit bus and or train line. And then all of a sudden you've built an entire actual community. There are actually places where these multi-family, tiered homes are also attached to nearby job places where you can literally have it all. Yeah, you can have it all built in and have it be within the incredible short walking distance and stuff. That's what seems nice. Also, whoa, he's got a Shure. It looks somewhat, not quite exactly the type of mics we used to use at work.
I'm raising my children here, but yeah, thanks.
Before you also accidentally insult your boss, make sure you get the right guidance. To get back on good terms with James, I'm going to need help from today's sponsor, Strawberry.me Career Coaching. Look, everyone who's made it anywhere in life has done it with the guidance of others. But why should the rich executives be the only ones to get gold?
All you need is the masterclass of the CIA who were in charge of 9/11. That or the war on terror, not 9/11. Totally, yeah. What is? I've never heard of strawberries.me.
You and I deserve that too. And Strawberry.me matches you with certified career coaches who are experienced yet affordable. They help you stand out against other applicants, develop a clear roadmap for a promotion, nail how to negotiate a salary, or in my case, handle delicate conversations with managers. Strawberry.me holds you accountable so you can be the captain of your own ship, master of your own destiny, king of your think of the possible career is you. So invest in it. And if you invest even
So that's, another question. I don't know if you remember because it was a little while ago. I meant to ask when you first joined, but I wasn't sure if you got an ad when you came in just because I'm worried that people are getting pre-rolls. Not that I'm going to turn on the 3 minutes of ad thing, but I wasn't sure. Also, whenever people show QR codes, I'm always like, people are watching on their phone, usually, or a lot of the times. So giving a QR code doesn't always seem that good. Okay, awesome. Perfect.
Dash brew.
Then the politics tag is working out like a charm, keeping ads off my content forever, which is how I hope to keep it, because people hate ads. I get it, man. And also, they don't seem anywhere, not just here. Oh, okay. Maybe you have, you don't, it doesn't show turbo, but all it says is you've gone bananas. That's all it says for me.
The greatest asset in your career is you. So invest in it. And if you invest even a fraction of how much America invested in covering,
also heard that you don't make much money from ads.
Imagine where you'll be.
I mean,
just think of the possibility.
I am unemployed now. I am laid off. So eventually turning this into a profitable business is a goal, but you are a banana. I see. So if you've gone bananas, as in you've gone through the Rubicon and became a banana.
I'm getting riled up thinking about it. Back to the show. See, to get to the final reason as to why there's 68,000 strip malls in America is hidden in the answer to a much deeper question. Why does every American town kind of look the same? See, what happened in Kansas City has happened to countless other cities. This is old Cincinnati, Minneapolis, Columbus, Dayton, Ohio, P. Diddy's bedroom, St. Louis.
Why do you
They used to be walkable. They had a New York City vibe to them, and now they're all gone. Why did we destroy them? I think I know someone who has an answer.
I mean, I also try to inject jokes whenever I create standing content like this, or, standalone content, I guess is the word I should have used. But it does make it difficult. If you wanted to send this to your mom, oh, Mom, look, this is interesting. The P. Diddy bedroom thing can make it difficult for them to sit through because they're like, what? I guess they're just like me, the boomer jokes, just hitting them too hard, Or if it's just not the right type of humor, or if it's too cringe for somebody.
What the happened to our American cities in the 20th century?
In the post-war period, we messed up a lot of our cities. We subsidized them with tens of trillions of dollars. We ran infrastructure right through the middle of them. And then to make things worse, we took cars and we gave them dominion over all of our housing, commercial, and industrial tracts.
So how much total
I forgot
money
to do
do you
this.
spend on subsidizing?
So oh geez. Yeah, so now that makes it an announcement. I don't know if it doesn't pin it, right? No. I forgot there was a thing that I was doing just to keep track of all the different videos in case somebody's like, oh man, I remember seeing this video you watched, but I only got through half of it because I had to leave the stream, or I just want to see that video again to share with my mom. I wanted to keep a list of all the different videos. I'll have to go back in and retroactively add the ones I've watched a few days. Time in Town, yeah, that's a classic one. You said second thought is better for mom. I thought you meant like on second thought, the P. Diddy joke would be better for mom, but you mean this channel second thought, which makes complete sense now in the context of what you're saying. That makes complete sense, yeah.
Building these suburbs.
On an inflation-adjusted basis, we're probably talking tens of trillions of dollars.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So, this is Cincinnati in 1955. You can already see some of this urban renewal occurring in this part of the city. And in 2010, unfortunately, you can see highways running through the entirety of the city, choking off a lot of the access to the waterfront.
Yeah, that's car infrastructure, though.
Extension of urban renewal. So where we had strong, fine-grained neighborhoods before, we now have empty patches of land. We have highways continuing all the way through, and we have vacant patches.
That's like a 20-lane highway in the middle of the city.
Upwards of 60% of the land in the downtown cores of these major American cities is dedicated to highways, roads, parking lots, and parking structures.
60%?
60%.
So the city's just a highway with a bunch of buildings in the middle of it?
Unfortunately, a lot of cities are.
And that just spreads it all out. And then what was once a dense and rich thing is now watered down, diluted, and difficult and annoying to go through.
There's a before and after of one neighborhood in Cincinnati. And
this is the same street?
This is the same street. Kansas City, a very similar story.
That's insane.
These highways are going out to the suburbs, and instead of shopping downtown, much of the commercial space that people are going and using is out in the suburbs and in strip malls.
Kobe, do it. Do it. Kobe, do it. I can't handle it anymore. So, Kobe, why does every single town have this like super ugly strip mall? And why do they all look the same?
So, there's about 20,000 incorporated areas in the United States. Some of these are places like New York City that writes their own zoning codes. Some of them might only have 500 people, but they still need a way to plan for their growth or to plan for the people who live there. It was simply much easier to copy the zoning codes that the town over from you had and apply them to your own. And you had this contagion effect across America, and over the course of about 10 to 20 years, all of America was rezoned to look functionally the same.
And the reason why we started gutting the existing cities that we had is because we have this common misconception that cities are governed by city governments. Not really. See, state governments play a much bigger role in governing cities, but state lawmakers are accountable to their voters. And in every single state, voters disproportionately live in the suburbs. And what do suburbanites want from their cities? They want an easy way to get in, to park, to work and socialize, and then to get right out. The wealthiest cities in America were the first to be gutted. And the wealthiest city after World War II was Detroit. So it was the first to see a major highway just built right.
I would have not have guessed this list at all when it comes down to what I thought was the most affluent areas in 1950. Crazy. I mean, I guess there's certain industries that used to exist that don't no longer exist, but like Detroit, Cleveland, Milwaukee would not be the top three. Yeah, that would not have been my guess at all. It would have been the New York, Chicago, San Francisco stuff, which I guess are also still kind of up there, but still, yeah.
Right through it. And that's why Detroit looks like this today. No wonder Eminem's always pissed off. So while wealthy cities gutted their downtowns to build highways, cities that lacked the funds to tear themselves apart were the ones that were able to preserve their historical downtowns, like Charleston, South Carolina. In fact, the reason why Europe was able to preserve so much of its historical architecture is because after World War II, their governments were too drowned in debt to have any money left over to build suburbs and highways at a scale as large as America did. It's
they dodged a bullet with like they were so broke they dodged a bullet.
Such a weird irony of history. If you want to be beautiful today, you better hope you were poor then. And as these suburbias were being built, homeowners wanted a say in how their neighborhoods would look. You would hate if your neighbors just built a zoo or a McDonald's, or even scarier for suburbanites, affordable housing.
No.
I mean, that could really hurt your house's property value. Luckily, in 1926, the Supreme Court ruled the Euclid versus Ambler Realty Company decision, which granted local towns the ability to zone the area around them. This decision came coincidentally around the same time cars became way more popular. In the 1920s, the number of registered drivers tripled to 23 million. Now it's illegal to build anything other than a single family home on 75% of the residential land in American cities. No stores, no apartments, no condos, nothing. See, you might think that you don't live in a city and
I agree. I agree. HOAs are a crime entirely. I got lucky and I'm living somewhere without an HOA. I mean, I didn't realize maybe because we kind of like, we did a dumb thing, but it ended up being a smart thing. It was like pre-pandemic and we were running out of our lease. And I didn't want to waste money on rent, as everybody doesn't want to. Sorry, I could feel a burp coming, but I didn't want it to come out. Oh, there it is. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whew, excuse me. We kind of looked for a house very fast. So we had only a few months left before our contract with a certain renter was up. I did not want to renew where half the houses aren't even legally built. You mean like they're still being built, or you mean like they were built illegally, but they're here now? Because I can see both of those being the case. I guess it's probably the latter. We just kind of rushed through it, but we ended up finding a few different options and were able to get the mortgage, all the different, because there's a lot of bullshit that has to happen, inspectors and surveyors and all that kind of stuff to get before you can buy the house. And again, the only reason I was able to buy the house is because of my really unfortunate near-death car accident that I had, and then the crappy lawyer we had who ended up getting us less than half of the possible bounty of insurable money or whatever it was, because you would think 50-50 is supposed to be how it's split when there's like equal fault on both sides. But my lawyer didn't even go for us being in the right, didn't even go for a 50-50 split, even share. It got like a 40-60 split or something like that. And then you lose like over half of the money to the lawyer fees. So then and then after all the medical bills and then the car replacement, there was like only like this tiny little bit of money left. Illegal settlement type. Oh, informal illegal settlements is what Israel does. Right. Okay. Wow. But we ended up, when I was like in my mid 20s, I guess at this point, we had just like $20,000, some amount of money, to keep as a back pocket. So that's first and last month's rent whenever we would rent at a place that we always knew we had. We always had that little emergency fund saved up, and then we had money eventually to throw into a down payment on a home. By the time we actually got to the home part many years later, it wasn't that much money left over, but it was enough to at least begin. It still wasn't enough to remove PMI, which is the personal mortgage insurance. I forget if you need to have an 8% down payment or what the percentage is, but we didn't have enough to beat that part of it, unfortunately. But yeah, we got lucky because no HOA, which I didn't even realize my parents growing up had an HOA because they never talked about it. But just one of those things that's a yearly fee you got to fight. And then there's like, I've had a coworker who was in an HOA and she was telling me about it. And she's like on the board of the HOA. And she would tell me about how this one neighbor's being a bitch or whatever. But I'm just like, that's her house, man. Like, that's her house. And like, you want to evict her or whatever. And I'm like, that sucks. You know, that's like, come on, don't, Appalachia is a third world country. People don't realize it, but the difference between Appalachia and somewhere like South Africa are minute. I mean, how far away are you from a hospital? How many other social amenities, like, I mean, obviously mass transit, but then even just like the economic GDP of the zone and or the average income of the area. Like, you can imagine there's lots of things that are similar to third world countries for sure, in the area that has been forgotten and left behind. And even the representatives and leaders of your area don't even fight for you guys, which is like one of the many crimes of that section of America. Shout out South Africa. Yeah. I know Little Bear 36, one of the editors of the Hassan video stuff, frequently referred to as the historian because she kind of has a good memory of all the different bits and different videos and stuff, and and also has made like retrospectives yearly. She lives in South Africa and talks a lot about it because I had the opinion that South Africans are all racist fucks because that's just kind of how I assumed South Africa was, knowing that South Africa did the whole apartheid thing, and Elon Musk is a South African. So I'm just like, yeah, all white South Africans are racist fucks. But it seems like there's a nice percentage of people based off of her statements that politically are not like that with one bit. And the recent white South Africans fleeing because of white genocide are obviously those few pricks, dickheads, rich fucks who are trying to recreate the apartheid, I guess. They're seeing what Israel's doing and is like, wait, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Stoke racist fires with the incredibly insane Trump administration. Because we have Elon Musk in the White House at that point. Let's go for it. And it's just like, ew. I'm glad that seems to have died off, or at least it's not in the public eye anymore. But yeah. You've befriended a few South Africans over the years, so you compared a lot. Yeah. Well, especially if you have, not a firsthand, but a secondhand association and more knowledge of the area specifically. I imagine South Africa has many lingering issues because of its beginning and its start. It started with, I think there's still some 80 plus, 90 plus % of the land is still owned by white individuals, despite them being a smaller portion of the population, which implies economic poverty or economic, renters, landlording, whatever, at the very least.
And you live in a little thing called a suburb, but in reality, 80% of the American population lives in just 3% of American land. So by every definition of the word, that 3% of land is urban. It's just that through zoning, that urban space has been turned into repetitive housing and retail space with little opportunity to build anything new. This is just what American cities look like now. And
honestly, I believe it. Especially in Florida, our roads are always kind of ass. I mean, they're not necessarily the most pothole inflicted just because we don't have freezes in the same way other places do. But the sun fucks it up, turns it into white asphalt quite a bit. There are some crumbly sections. And just the roads being the only thing you have all over the place, crisscrossing the entire surface. I would imagine Appalachia probably has worse roads than the sort of suburbanized Florida, Tampa Bay area specifically, probably because it would be hard to drive that fucking repaving machine up a fucking mountain. Not saying that they shouldn't do it, but yeah.
this brings me to my final point. Strip malls are America's defining real estate, with 68,000 of them, one for every 5,000 Americans, not just because they are convenient, but because our post-World War II infrastructure bills created a car-oriented society, our zoning laws protected the value of single-family homes, and our state lawmakers gutted our older urban downtowns for the convenience of suburbanites, thus stripping down the American downtown into a strip mall. The American downtown is a strip mall. Oh my God, so strip malls are here to stay and there's nothing we can do about it?
Well, it's not that we should be doing something about all strip malls. Some of them can be really, really good. Your favorite Vietnamese restaurant that lifts a family out of poverty. Your beauty salon that would hardly be profitable anywhere else. And that laundromat that was always agreed to get your clothes to you right before your big date, even if the date didn't go so well.
How'd you know the date didn't go so well?
It's okay, man. You don't have to worry about it.
That seems like neoliberalism right there. That seems like, look, this strip mall will help Asian family. Look, this laundromat that sucks will get you to your date that one time, remember? It's like, what? That's just perpetuating the thing that already exists.
Kobe, I've made a huge mistake. Oh my God. Dear strip malls, I'm sorry I compared you to LeBron's hairline, among many other worse insults. At the end, Europe might have the Eiffel Tower, beautiful towns around windy medieval sidewalks, but strip malls has my neighbor's small business. The coffee shop I'm never more than a 5-minute drive from. The Michaels we bought those poster papers at to make promposals with. Europe might have charm, but strip malls has my memories. I love you, strip malls.
Oh, this is going back to that same video we watched earlier, which did not cover these buildings, but covered different buildings. Yeah, this is the same channel. This was the Morning Brew, which I guess it has a bunch of different creators, but it had like the lady who was doing the blood stuff we watched. There's a few of them we watched that she was in. The hot dog truck one, but this is like a collection of a few different people, I suppose, because they're a part of the Morning Brew, which is also a subsidiary of Good Work, which is that guy in the trench coat who walks around New York and does all these weird little videos about capitalism. Although sometimes his videos get more finance focused and they kind of just blow past me a bit, but it's definitely an interesting channel overall. Even if he makes a love letter to strip malls at the end, I assume that's supposed to be tongue in cheek. I don't know. I think this lady, I don't remember her name because I'm bad with names. I think she will be good enough to ascend straight out of this channel and have her own stuff, assuming that she does her own stuff. But it's possible that most of this work is done behind the scenes and she's just the front of it. Also possible. But yeah, Morning Brew, they make some good stuff. As a guy who's not making fucking anything, they make good stuff. For sure. Let's see. What else did I have on here? I got rid of that one. 7 Uber Drive. Ah, here we go. So More Perfect Union, another classic banger channel out there. We put 7 Uber drivers in one room because another one of the themes of the channel, at least at the beginning here, is I'm unemployed. Will I have to... What they did will shock you. What a clickbait ass title. Down for a trip to Hong Kong? Yeah, sure, totally. Yeah. We can put this in the... Because I wanted to learn about Hong Kong. You're down for Malta, specifically. Fair.
Camera, but the level of claustrophobia. Hong Kong. For 156 years, it was under British rule. In 1997, it was handed over to China under a unique promise.
Okay, so that's the history I know, is that Hong Kong was under UK rule, so that's interesting to... It's a good starting point for me, specifically.
One country, two systems. Ensuring Hong Kong would keep its own laws, freedoms, capitalist economy, and way of life for 50 years. But
so that also sounds a lot like Taiwan, where one country, two governments kind of thing, or two systems, two different ideologies or whatever, trying to break free. Taiwan's another one that I've learned a bit more about here and there, but again, want to see, yeah.
But in recent years, this promise has started to unravel. The government has gradually imposed controls, including a law that effectively bans protests. In one night, Hong Kong, a city once famous for its freedom, lost its right to freely speak out. Now, these political changes cast a long shadow over Hong Kong's other pressing challenges. One of the world's worst housing crises. So this apparently is one of the bigger cubicles that people would live in. And a decline as a
although I have known in the past that sometimes is another autonomous zone, yeah. But also sometimes his recaps or his like getting started news covers can leave things repeat older narratives or not catch the full context of stuff. So I'll keep it with a grain of salt for sure.
Global financial center. All of it adds up to a city at a turning point. Join me on a journey through Hong Kong.
Because he's just a regular guy, right? He's just a guy who likes to travel. He's not necessarily super plugged into 100,000 different world issues all over the planet, whatever it is. So it's understandable that he wouldn't have the perfect, synopsis of every single nation in the
As I experienced the worst of its housing crisis. This is the toilet. Explore its soon-to-expire border. Everything in this tent is completely soaking wet. Everything. And get really, really drunk with the people who shape its identity. No, bro, no, dude. No fucking drink. Whoa. In an attempt to capture the disappearing essence of a place that may soon be impossible to experience in the same way. I've got a tent, I've got a rain jacket, I've got 24 hours until I fly out of Hong Kong. Let's go and have an adventure. This is the Choi Hung Estate, and it might be the most Instagrammable place on Earth.
I was gonna say, that looks fucking sick. I guess it's just a communist block with some color tones painted on it, but goddamn, that looks crazy. Almost a liminal space. That's crazy.
This is a government-owned estate, and the government have plans to redevelop this entire area. Now, there are other parts of Hong Kong that are less Instagrammable and are not being redeveloped. And in order to get a view of the extent of the housing crisis here, we need to go and visit those places. Do you know how many times I had to say the word Instagrammable then and stuttered every single time? Instagrammable play.
It's very difficult to comment.
It's very okay. Okay.
You lose your freedom of speech as soon as you clock into your job. That is not incorrect for sure. He's not the most accurate for sure, but he gets to the ground and goes to places that's more than most. Yeah, for sure. And also he humanizes the individuals, which is, I think, is a very undervalued part of these type of interactions in general. The same way Anthony Bourdain would, not only through his, whatever editing and direction of the trip, but just having interactions with the individuals and not belittling them, and also just seeing them as people helps the international focus, because it's not a bunch of evil communists or whatever, it's just, you can see how it's just like your neighborhood, or it very well could just be like your neighborhood. But the freedom of speech, as soon as you clock in at your job, like, there are things about, like, they used to tell us, like, we couldn't post certain things on our social media. He has a smoke with the random dude in every video. That makes sense. It sounds like a British thing to do for sure. That and drink, which he also apparently has done. But not being able to share, not only, I guess, like the sensitive, specific, corporate data, but just even like talk shit. If you're like, hey, my job sucks, like, they will fire you if you do that shit, which is like, that sucks. That's stupid. Fuck you. In the nation that we're supposed to value free speech more than anything, why the fuck is that a thing?
Yeah. So you have to be careful when you visit this kinds of area.
Okay. Why is that?
Just be careful.
Okay, I will.
Yeah,
so
most of these areas,
Monka.
It's not the good society.
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
The security may be not so good.
Like, when people do their citizenship test, they have to promise or say they're not a communist many times, which is fucking stupid. God.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
I'm saying he's gonna get robbed.
Hong Kong has a rapidly growing population of over 7 million people, yet it's geographically very, very small. So unlike most cities in the world, development is very scarce. On top of that, the land that is available is being bought by incredibly wealthy individuals and companies, which is causing one of the biggest housing crises in the world.
Again, I feel like this happens so many places, for sure. So many places that are, are our style, capital over, capitalistic, capital over socialism style, where, people go, man, real estate sure is a good business. Let me just own all the land and rent it to people and make profit on that endlessly, times however many years. As wealth inequality continues to expand, we end up in this situation in every place that it can.
Do you have to do this every day?
You're staying here all day?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to just explore some of the areas. Where are you from?
Philippines.
Philippines. And how long have you been here for?
I think 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
Nothing.
That lady was from the Philippines. She was saying that she's some kind of government refugee, which means she's not allowed to work.
What?
One of the things I've noticed about Hong Kong, I've been here for 3 days already, but the thing I've noticed is
Not in mainland China, though. Fancy that. I wonder why. Yeah, for sure.
How, compared to China, how multicultural it is. People from all over the world, mainly Philippines, a lot of Indians, Pakistanis are staying here. Hello, sir. How are you?
You want to eat?
What are you eating?
I eat vegetable. You want to eat?
It's like a spinach dish,
Yeah.
right?
You try.
Thank you, sir. I'd love to try. Thank you. Where are you from? Pakistan. How long have you been here for?
10 years.
10 years. Do you like it here?
Where are you from?
England, UK.
England. England.
Just exploring.
Next month I go UK.
You go to UK next month? To live?
No. For visit only.
For a visit. You have family there?
But now he has to be, so he has to be careful when he go to UK because they're, shout out to Philippines, they're not the most friendly to Pakistani people in the UK. That's the one thing I know of for sure. So, you know, the old man giving him the 411 or whatever it is on like, hey, look out, you're, you know, be careful in this area, which it's just the opinion of one old guy. He could be just a little out of touch, but I would definitely tell that guy to be careful.
Yeah.
How is Hong Kong to live?
Want to eat more?
No, it's okay. Thank you, sir. I just had some breakfast. How is Hong Kong to live? It's a nice place?
Very nice. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I would also be socially awkwarded out when someone's like, hey, you, come here, eat my food, eat it. I would be like, no, I couldn't. No, I couldn't. I would never. But he seems nice. Maybe he saw that he had a camera and whatever and wanted to fuck with him, but I would definitely not know how to take such kindness from a stranger. I would be not weirded out like I don't like it, but I don't know how to socially deal with that balance, because then I would feel like I'm taking advantage of something or getting his food for free or whatever. Decent amount of Filipino immigrants there. I know the Philippines has been kind of going through its own stuff. American client state. Its leaders are like some of the more wacky right-wing people. So if people wanted to leave an area, that would make sense to me. And, you know, that's still in the same side of the hemisphere, still some side of the planet. So it makes sense to, of all the places to go, would be one of the places.
Again, there you go. Lovely guys from Pakistan invited me to have a bite of their food on the street. How incredible is that? What's going on?
Sharing food is normal in other countries. The colonial countries are just weird. Yeah, probably. But is that like every guy that's walked down the street? He's like, you, come here, eat this. You, come here, eat this. But true, it's more normal in general to share food. Whereas it's like everyone guards their own plate around here. Yeah.
Bidding. Again?
Bidding.
Oh, bidding. For what? For an item? Ah. It's an auction. It's a street side auction here in Hong Kong.
Okay, he's just doing HSN out in the street. I mean, I've seen trade shows, not trade. Is that what they call? Like I've been at like a what is kind of like a flea market, and there's some guy like, check it out, guys, it's the Omega cut knife. Wowee, I can cut through this, that, the other. It's great. On sale now for only $5.99. Like, oh, you're talking about where you live specifically? What's the head crab? What? He's just chilling on the sofa. Just having a good time. But this guy's just doing QVC. He's there wearing his Nikes or his New York Yankees hat, you know, talking about his non-stick pot and trying to sell it to a bunch of rubes on the street. It's so light. It's so light.
Very cool. Hello, sir. How are you? You're fine, man. I'm in a place called Sham Shui Po right now. Shui Sham Po? Sham Shui Po? I don't know. Now, this is the poorest area of Hong Kong, and you'll find in these areas is the most vibrancy. People are the nicest. People are happy. You know, there's something to be said about that. I'm sure if I go to the very, very wealthy, expensive areas, you won't find this kind of vibe in the air. Hello, Missy. My name's Michael. I'm calling from your Quellen Street in Soco. Soco in Quellen Street. I've heard you're the person to talk to. I'm making a video that highlights the housing crisis in Hong Kong, and I've been told that you do some home visits. It's independent media. It's YouTube. Sure. You haven't got a WhatsApp number by any chance? The person I was on the phone to just then was the manager of an organisation called SOCO, Society for Community Organisation. And what they do is they go into some of these caged homes, some of these really dilapidated buildings where people are quite literally living in a 4x4 by 6 foot space. They go into some of these areas, they volunteer, they help them out. And I thought that would be the most respectful way for us to explore the housing crisis here in Hong Kong. So hopefully we can join them soon.
What the hell?
We can join them soon.
Just like a person in a medical bed just sitting out in the street? That's crazy. I think that's a medical bed. Might just be a homeless person overall, which would lead you into the housing crisis. I was when I went to New York in May, I was in love with the subways. We loved it. It was great. Even like their new passes is really smart because you just use your credit card, and as long as if you end up, because it only costs like what, $2.90 a ride, and then if you use it enough times within a 6-day period, you automatically get upgraded to the infinite ride for 6 days, where then for that period you would then no longer get charged whenever you boop. And it just picks it up automatically from whatever. As long as you use the same credit card as you're doing it, it notices who you are because it's linked to the individual card. But that does mean you can't like pay for everybody to go through with one card, because then, so like I tried to pay for the wife and then for myself, thinking, haha, we'll get there twice as fast. But it immediately said, cannot charge again. And I was like, fuck, give me your credit card. Okay. And then we just went back to our individuals. So I guess if you're like, maybe children are ride free and that's like fine to just go through the turnstile with them. But I'm trying to think, like, if you're trying to like pay for everybody, you got to have a couple of forms of payment. But I guess you can also just buy a Metro card and then use it that way too. So I guess you could, if you really had to. For like 4 or 5 years, doesn't speak Vietnamese. It lives there, but learns hello and thank you in every language where he visits. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That also leads me back to my awkwardness where I'm like sitting at a job, like the workplace I was at, and then like the trash lady comes through, and then I'm like, should I be, because I can tell they don't speak, that we try to talk to each other, but you can tell there's a language barrier. So I'm like, ooh, should I be like, gracias, or thank you? Like, is it rude to not speak English to them, implying that they can only learn Spanish and will never learn English? Or is it rude for me not to attempt to speak Spanish? And I overthink the whole thing, and then the interactions are weird. And I wish, well, one day I'll get better at the social anxiety part. I mean, that's what the SSRIs and a few other things are helpful with as well. But
right behind me is the Chung King Mansions. Now, for decades, the Chung King Mansions were the pits of Hong Kong.
He's dumb, but he tries, yeah.
It was a place
we
of
are all a
crime,
little
it
dumb.
was a place of poverty. It was a place where immigrants would come, they couldn't find work, so then they would fall into crime. And it wasn't the kind of place it wasn't the kind of place you'd want to come and hang out. Now it is a symbol of multiculturalism here in Hong Kong, an already incredibly vibrant multicultural city. It's also a symbol of resilience and survival. And also it's the one place in Hong Kong where you can get cheap accommodation. And Hong Kong is fucking expensive.
Is that a Marvel ad up there? I'm seeing, I got distracted. Yeah, Jack O'Malley. What? Yeah, Jack O'Malley. That's the That's the Captain America guy, right? Yeah, Chris Evans as Jack O'Malley. What is this? Red something?
Let's check it out.
Red One. I've never heard of that. Is that Lucy Liu? Oh shit, am I racist? Did I just say a random Asian lady's Lucy Liu? It looks like Lucy Liu to me in my 2000s ass brain.
You okay, bro? Yeah. You good? Yeah. No, thank you, bro. No, thank you. Thank you. Right, so literally as we walked in, I've already been offered some drugs.
Nice of him to blur those guys out. That was nice. Also, some dude sees an obvious tourist. He might be selling him some fucking, oregano in a bag, but he just thinks he's some passport guy looking to get high or whatever, and just sells him. Red One is a shitty Shanta movie. Got you.
How are you, sir?
Good,
Where are you from, bro?
I'm from India, bro.
India?
Yeah.
Nice.
You from, man?
In London.
London.
Yeah,
man.
man.
How are you? Good?
Good. You live here in Chongqing?
Yeah, we live in Chongqing.
What's it? Is there places to stay upstairs? I'm going to look for somewhere to sleep tonight.
This is very cheap accommodation you can find over here.
Yeah?
But the thing is like you can hear the sound.
Oh, that's okay, bro. That's
So you can
okay.
find that out.
Hey, I've slept in worse places than that. Thank you, bro.
Okay, yeah, you can find outside there's so many people standing there. They can ask you for the room and some kind of stuff.
Okay, cool.
You can negotiate with them and you can take it.
Okay, cool. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you.
See you, bro.
See you, brother. I love India, man. I've been in India 3 times. I love it so much. It's so.
Finding a British person who loves India, that's a person who has at least a good heart. That's somebody who's not just a complete fucking. I mean, I guess it's not like the only metric you need, but it's a good start. It's a good
Nice
start.
to be here in Hong Kong. How you doing, brother? Where I can find some Indian culture. A little bit of curry here. Filipino food. Hello, madam. Filipino food?
Yes, it's Filipino.
She saw him reaching. She's like, I got one. I'm gonna get his ass. I'm gonna make him feel bad and have to buy something.
And the only thing I thought, there were no vegetables in the Philippines. That's it. That's why everyone in the Philippines is in such good shape. No, it's okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Oh, he deflected though. He deflected. He took it. Talked about how he's been there before. Made a joke and then said, "Perry, see ya."
What I need to do.
That's what I gotta learn. That's what, because I have that problem where if I'm there at a place, he's a good guy, I just want to smack up to dance. Fair. I mean, hey, we all deserve a little realignment. If I'm at a place and I'm at the vendor's booth and I'm there for more than X number of seconds, I'm like, oh fuck. Now I have to buy something because I'm taking up their time and they're spending capital on me, a capital of their, they have to rent space at this floor, and then by me using it up, oh crap.
Is find somewhere to sleep. Oh my goodness. Nagaland Guest House. Nagaland in North India is one of my favorite places on earth. Let's go and check it out.
Maybe he was looking at. Yeah, it's a freight elevator.
Oi!
My B block is room 80.
B block.
B block, you going?
I just went to B block. You have no room here?
Not your full, nah.
I just went from here to B block to back to here.
No, this is one way very well.
I'm about to piss my pants as well. Where are you from, bro?
India.
In which place?
Calcutta.
क्या आप हिंदी बोलते हैं?
हाँ, हिंदी नहीं बोलता।
हिंदी
हिंदी जानते हो?
Okay, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी बोलते हैं. थोड़ा. Room in here?
Yeah, you okay? Big room, na?
Yes. Any room with a toilet would be lovely.
Toilet, yeah.
Yeah. This is Chungking Mansions. And you've got a nice view out there as well.
It's crazy.
This one.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Light here.
Light AC.
AC here. Toilet here. Thank you so much.
You need.
Hindi speak.
मैं थोड़ा हिंदी बोलता है. मेरा हिंदी अच्छा नहीं है. Very bad. Very bad.
Did he get the room because he was able to speak a little Hindi to him? That's wholesome, and also like, did he gatekeep the place for somebody he liked a little bit more? Because it seemed like he was saying, "There's no room here. No room. then like, oh, you speak Hindi? Oh, okay, there's one room. There's one room.
You're India going?
India many times. Many times.
Many times, okay?
Many times.
Yeah, key.
Key for this and key for this door as well?
Best.
So this is about as cheap as you can get in Hong Kong. 20 English pounds, which is about $25, $23, $24, $25.
For a night? It is a small room, but, you know.
It's not bad.
I thought the lights are dimming on them naturally. It's like, oh shit, power outage. No.
Yes.
I heard you have a YouTube channel.
I do, yeah. It's a travel channel, but recently I've been focusing on going into new places and just exploring what makes them, the good and the bad. And I think one of the, I mean, you can probably describe it better than me, but I think the housing crisis is something that can't be ignored in Hong Kong. So as volunteers, your guys' job is to, what's in here, like snacks and food?
And like there's like a coupon, and I think there's also like some sort of like shampoo or soap and stuff like that.
Okay.
So some basic necessity things that everybody can use.
And the people that are living in these housing, are many of them not working, or are they working, or what's?
I think there's a mix of both.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like he was leading the question there. He was fishing for an answer, specifically leading with that, right? Is ISIL snatching up people in the USA? Yes. We were just seeing some stories about. I guess it's been about a week since I last was working with City Marxism for the one video that we were doing about the people escaping an ICE detention center, but they're still like finding funding for increased beds. They're looking for, because all their prisons that they currently have set up, detention centers are getting overfilled, which implies that they're not only over grabbing, but also grabbing people, in the future. It's not going to stop for a while. One of the big ways they were doing it in the new surge was having people go to, they would summon them to a hearing for their legal immigration status, right? So there's like a part of either asylum seekers or people going through the traditional process would have to go to court hearings, have to go to see a judge, and to kind of like go through the different steps, at least for the legal process of it. And they would take them there, and then the state prosecutors or the state agents would then drop the case if it's a I guess there's a few different ways that there could be a case open or whatever it is, but they would drop the case specifically. So the people were like, oh, okay. And then they would have coordinated with waiting ICE agents outside the courtroom, because when there is a current ongoing immigration case, that means that you are, either legally trying to defend your immigration status or many different other things. But when the case is open, you can't be deported because you are having your day in court, if you will. But then when they dismiss the case, then they walk outside, no more court case open, therefore grab them and ship them out, and it's just kind of like, fuck. And they just opened the alligator concentration camp, in the Everglades. I don't know if it's 100% opened yet, but I know they were shipping down materials to like make the tents and shit like that, and spend the $500 million on it, which is like, oh, great. I'm sure those are going all the way into having portable air conditioners and nice tents and beds. Oh, it's not? Oh, great. Okay, sweet. Never mind. Sweet.
One more there. So, I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, lovely. 1, 2.
I see. So he was looking for the different little goodie things that they're giving out to people. That's cool that they're giving them supplies and shit.
My favorite is probably Queen Elizabeth.
Queen Elizabeth?
There's photos already? Yeah.
Unfortunately, Queen Elizabeth's gone now, isn't she? Remind me of your name again. Jilly. This is Jilly, and she loves the royal family.
What did you think of Meghan Markle? What did you like that bitch? I hate her. No, I know that the British love their drama rags on all kinds of stuff.
你生你幫我俾啊，你未用係咪？
好，呢度仲有一啖俾你。
This is the biggest one.
This is one of the bigger sizes. Okay. Okay. So this apparently is one of the bigger cubicles that people would live in. You can see they've got, I mean, a decent sized bed there. I don't know if that's for one or for two people. This is one of the better ones. This is one of the bigger ones. And how much, is it subsidized, or how much does it cost for a room like this?
This is a private building and owned by the private owner.
Okay.
So they pay by themselves. 你幾多錢租啊？你呢個？幾多錢租啊？係啊。2,700.
2,700, so that's about £270, $300. Okay.
We forgot to give them the welcome. Yeah, they welcome you there.
Oh no, what did we forget, Jilly?
Welcome, like coupons for them to go get welcome.
Oh no, we've lost it. So not only is it food and drinks and toiletries that they're giving, it's also some coupons that they can redeem in some local places, right? And they can go there and they can get food. Missy,
I wonder if that's a one-time thing or if that's a weekly thing or whatever.
what would you say could be the solution to this problem?
I think the government should provide more public housing, social housing, and also should be the property and the property price and the rent should be lowered.
Yeah.
What an interesting basic mindset or base mindset of the random individual. Because if you ask that problem to an American, they'd be like, well, these people should get a fucking job. That's what they should fucking do. You know, it would be a complete flip, right? It would not be based on like, wow, the government in this area should do more for its citizens. It would be, these people need to fucking work harder, god damn it. Like that would be the idea that would be coming across.
People they cannot afford it.
Do you want some?
Okay, 20. That's okay. Sweetheart.
That's confusing. I can't tell if the guy was trying to give him a deal or if he was trying to take him for a ride. It seemed like he wanted more money, but then he was like, no, not more money. And I was like, I don't understand.
Front of this shop here. 2 each. Okay, got it. When you say eliminate, what do you mean? They'll.
It's illegal.
Really? This is an illegal living situation?
Yeah.
What is it about it that makes it dangerous? Do you know?
I think this. Well, I guess so many people live in one.
In one place, yeah.
It could be dangerous, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, in terms of a fire hazard.
Exactly.
Right. I mean,
it's a nightmare.
And this is humanity, right?
Yeah.
Still China, even Hong Kong. Right. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Hello. How are you? On the other side of this door is quite literally, you can see where I'm standing now, is a couple of inches taller than me.
The air's got to be so weirdly stale in these things where it's like those tight cramped spaces. Like when he ducked into that room that was full of little, like, container boxes and clothes hung up and then a small bed with a fan pointed at it because it's so stuffy in there. That's got to just be so... Like I would probably perish, trying to walk through those hallways with my wide ass and then also just sweating so profusely that I would become dehydrated. I would go into organ failure. And that's not because this is unlivable. It's because I am too plumped up and weak. That's my concern seeing it specifically. And also I would hope for a better living condition for those individuals in the space clearly as well. But, wow.
And behind this door is a maybe 1 meter by 2 meter space that they live in. They don't just sleep in it, they live in it.
Right. That's crazy. I mean, I guess you would have to just not live in your house most of the day and go out and find jobs, find work, find something. Cause you could not sit in such a small spot for so long. Construction quality, I can't remember, but it's mentioned in this video, but the inland government is rehoming them into better housing. That makes a lot of sense because, like she's saying, having so many humans shoved into such small accommodations creates trampling hazards, fire hazards, Also, when you have so many people living in what is an incredibly crowded, boxed up thing, you know, one hot plate goes wrong, the whole thing is just a tinderbox because it's just stuffed tight, right?
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a next level version.
And then disease, rampant spread, yeah.
Of what London is now, you know, we complain about the
and you can see the taped up electrical wiring going across the doorway, right? Like it's just like
it's in London. This is on another level. Yeah, of course, there you are, sir. Yeah, I know. Hi, how are you? What's it? Again? No, I don't speak any Cantonese. I know.
A little English.
Your English is perfect. Your English is excellent. What's your name?
I am Jackie Chan.
Again?
Jackie Chan.
Oh, Jack, okay.
I from what I've seen, mainland is definitely not like this at all, for sure. Yeah, which is depressing because they're just what seems like a stone throw away from complete luxury in comparison. I've seen some of the iShow Speed videos where he's like, "This is China," and he's like, "Oh my god, looking at this incredible like cyberpunk future looking cities, but like not dystopian cyberpunk, but like kick-ass cyberpunk looking city." And it's like, oh my god, yeah, I thought they said Jackie Chan too, but I couldn't tell if they were just saying it because that's a name that they would think people would know. And then I'm Jokey Joe, and I'm like, okay. It would just be one of those like smile and nod, yep, as long as there's no follow-ups, you got it, that's right.
Nice to meet you. What were you guys talking about?
Because these are subdivided flats.
Yeah.
They will be replaced by the government, so but they will close down.
Oh, they're closing down all the flats. Yeah.
Oh, that looks like cable. Those are coax cable junction box. If they are what I think they are, it looks like coax junctions, but it could be things that I'm just not familiar with as well. They could use coax for power, other stuff. I mean, it's a whole different side of the world, so I don't know.
To relocate these people, they will be relocated to like temporary flats.
Okay.
And it's
Probably.
temporary bits for it's going to be
That makes sense to say Jokey Joe, right? That makes sense. Yeah.
15 years around.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Like what the fuck? What the fuck? They put padding over, but there's obviously what looks like some type of piping and or oh my god, it's crazy. I mean, also a lot of the walls do look like they've been recently like just screwed up because there's like little pieces and exposed, and there's like they haven't mudded and painted up the drywall. It's just kind of like the pieces are ramshackled together in many ways.
Hello, sir.
It's definitely not a good place to be living in for sure.
Thank you. Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
You've lived in places like this? That's crazy. I mean, people will survive, people will endure, but it's just, I hope for better for all, obviously. Jesus. Living in a prison cell size space is not conducive to.
Nice to meet you.
And they deserve better.
They can't even actually stand. Even the kids can't really stand in here. Imagine not being able to stand in your own house.
This is better, but I don't think you can
Understand.
No,
that makes sense. Because you're not living in Southeast Asia, you're living in Appalachia. But the same way we look at this and say third world, you're like, yeah.
And in here, Jilly.
This is also reminiscent of when you were saying that there are places that are not built legally under legal standards. It would be similar to this.
Hello, sir. Hey, how are you? You okay? How are you? Very very short in here. Must be. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You're gonna bonk your head.
I don't know if this is coming across on camera, but the level of claustrophobia you would feel. I'm literally having to crawl.
They're probably like, why the hell is a white boy in here? What the fuck? They're probably half just confused that like, I've never seen this shit before. And then also they might see spy the camera or whatever and go, ah, I see.
Through the corridor. Thank you.
Be careful.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
Very quick lah.
Yeah. This is quite literally the most claustrophobic living situation. Actually, I mean, I say that there are some that are even worse than this, but even just getting in here, I had to crouch down. Thank you so much. Of course.
But I guess this is a group of people who are like providing aid and giving it out to like, each unit is getting a bunch of this stuff, which is, I mean, at least they're giving these people some stuff. I don't know if it's coming from just an organization that's trying to provide for individuals, or if it's through a government agency, or if it's through the private owner. I don't think it's through the private ownership of each individual like renting space, but.
So just remember we should remember how lucky you and I are, you know? Yeah. So now there's 3 of us. The kids, the lovely, lovely kids have to go to bed because it's getting quite late. So 3 of us are taking on the mission now.
I couldn't tell if that was wood or if that was meat they were sawing through.
It's a bit better, yeah. We just want to have it leaning kind of backwards. That one can go here.
Tetris that one.
This is the subdivider, but inside they have a toilet.
In each room?
Yeah.
Each room has a toilet?
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
It's like a Omega studio apartment where it's just one room has got it all. Either way, Company 8 is fake. True.
Really call our toilets.
Yeah.
That depends.
Okay, yeah. What type of toilet is it exactly? Water sticking out of it. Oh, there's a door
Pikachu.
here.
Yeah.
Hello, madam.
You're living poor and yet you have a Pikachu. You know, consider selling Pikachu. You think maybe that way, you know? Hey, you're the one that picked the Pikachu. You know, it's not my fault.
Hello, madam. How are you?
Is that Jesus? Is that Jesus? Do I spy Jesus? He's like, he's just like, oh, silly me, you know.
You're welcome.
You know, she's just playing her bets. You know, she's just playing. I'll bet on red and black. You know what I'm saying? she's covering the spread.
She's so sweet. God, it's claustrophobic in here now.
I mean, this is basically a slumlord thing, right? Like it's, I mean, true, of course, yeah. Yeah, I mean, every religion has disseminated everywhere, even in places you wouldn't expect or whatever. Feels odd. Does feel odd, but yeah. But yeah, just seeing this is like, when I think of like the Triangle Fire from like the early Americas or whatever it is, not early Americas, but the early industrial Americas. This is the type of shit that I think of where it's like that bundled up electrical cords, you know, stuck underneath an air conditioner, inside of this ramshackled, you have to duck through the doorway to get in kind of shit. Like, and then that thing starts and then there's not proper fire escapes. There's too many individuals per section. The smoke is going to disseminate through layers. That's where you go like, oh yeah, this is a horrific disaster just waiting to happen, right?
Hello.
Like people living in what looks like bed frames supporting up walls, and then air conditioners tucked into places sort of randomly, which then is going to create condensation drips that may not have a flow, or the exhaust heat goes into a spot it's not supposed to go into, just can create just ludicrous issues. They're all government approved Chinese religions. There you go. There you go. I suppose that implies that there's some that are not, which is interesting.
Sir, how are you? Good. Hi. Okay.
Is Scientology an approved religion? It is. It is 100%. Yeah.
Is it okay?
Like they can't smell good. I mean, not to besmirch the human. It's just that living condition with a taped up fan and bags, and like this is the Ready Player One dystopia, I imagine, and that's heartbreaking to see people in.
It's okay. It's okay. The toilet is. This is the toilet. Could you translate for me, quick, Miss C? Just want to ask, how does he feel living in this environment?
Many rats, many mosquitoes, and the hygiene is very poor.
Many rats, many mosquitoes, so it's just not hygienic. And then the toilet is right by the door as well. Okay.
Very hot. When it's sunshine, it's very, very hot.
I mean, I guess in the middle of summer, it just must be so hot. And there's no air conditioning? There's no...
The air conditioner doesn't work.
Air conditioner doesn't work. Ah, yes, this is the air conditioner. That doesn't work, so you just have a fan.
When it's raining, you drop the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's inside even the rain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The water.
Okay.
China invade now. China invade now.
Thank you so much.
I mean, what the fuck? How the fuck? I mean, like, if this is government aid, like, they need to be doing better than that. They need to be doing way more aid than that. I mean, they said that they're condemning the building and forcing them to go somewhere better. So I guess that is them doing it. I guess that is them taking advantage of it. Where will they go in the meantime, in between things? I can't imagine it being worse, right? That's one of those things. We all be living in pods. A pod seems nicer than this, dude. Fucking, give me a Neuralink zap, put me unconscious in a pod. I walk out 8 hours later after my body has reacclimated through a sleep cycle, and then put me back into the work pod or whatever. I don't know, but that seems better than this, because rats and mosquitoes in a place like that, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
They have state-approved religious, but the reason they have state-approved religion is because CIA funding death cults that want to kill as many people as possible to bring China down is also now the world's largest cult. So, I mean, right. I forget who I was talking with earlier, but seeing how oppressive governments can become is usually balanced by the fact that other nations have caused them to be so paranoid, where there are CIA planned passing out newspapers to try to create a rebellion. So then they have to then crack down on journalism, but then that sucks because then there's no actual journalism, and then it's just this one thing that feeds into the other. But then people look over and say, no journalism. We should, continue to intervene in that country. And it's like, oh no. Oh, but how could you ever convince them? They're like, okay, we're going to stop. Handshake? All right. Go ahead. Stop being evil. Stop being, oppressive of your individuals. We'll stop. We promise. We promise. Like, they don't believe you. What the fuck? And then they have to have state-sanctioned religions or whatever instead. And you're like, well, that sucks. That's not ideal.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much. So nice to meet you. So nice to meet you. Thank you, Miss C. You take care. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Time for the cigarette.
Hong Kong is one of the richest cities in the world. And if that isn't an example of the
just extreme.
I think that may have been what he was referring to. Yeah, with the largest cult specifically. And what got Shinzo Abe gizmoed, right? Or whatever. It was the hate. And then everyone's like, you know what? Fair point. Fair point. Clean shot. Clean shot. I don't know if the guy is actually ended up getting in trouble or like, you know, he did do a murder, right? Allegedly. But I don't know. I remember like the people seem to have agreed with it. Same cult, yeah. So I don't know if he ended up getting like charges dropped or, you know, a small sentence considering the crime or whatever.
Inequality, then I don't know what is. And we're so lucky to have people like Miss C and those volunteers and that organization.
Okay, so it's a separate
bring
organization.
A tiny little basic necessity, food and soap, but a tiny little bit of kindness to their day. God, we're so lucky. And if it wasn't for those people, then the world would be an even scarier place than it already is.
And that's true. And those people do beautiful things. It's just that I look at that and I see the day-to-day job of giving the aid out to people is what the organization's doing to keep these people alive, which is incredible good. But in order to have this problem fixed, no matter how many bags of food those individuals bring, it will not fix this ongoing problem. So mutual aid and stuff like that, I definitely see as the immediate response to situations like this, human atrocities like this. But you need the government to come in to do systemic change to fix this in the long term and to fix this in a way that mutual aid could never. That's where I always seem to side with big government over the anarchist and lack of government version. China doesn't enforce it too hard most of the time. Scientology is their top energy. Yeah, and top enemy. That makes sense, right? Because there are laws like you can't spit on the sidewalk, but you don't enforce it. There are laws that we don't enforce unless a black person does it or whatever. So there's ways to utilize that for evil. And then there are ways where you have like sanctioned religions, but when there's a scam coming in trying to fuck with people, you only enforce it to stop that scam. So like you can see ways where you can weaponize laws against the enemy, and there are also ways you can weaponize laws against your own citizens. It's just the goal of your government. It's the goal of the person doing the charging, I guess. And for us, it's our local police and sheriffs, and for them, it's a planned economy idea, whatever it is. Ask Blackbeard's crew how they feel about anarchism. Whoa, that's a whole new gem of an idea I've never even heard or considered of before. That's a very interesting can of worms for me to think about and or going down and exploring. I've only ever known the pirates of that era to be a bit misunderstood, but also still kind of ruthless, whatever. But they were just sort of like privatized mercenaries more than just complete, yarry matey style things. But I don't know enough about Blackbeard versus other pirates to know exactly how they felt about anarchism. Maybe they liked it, and that's what they liked, the anarchism, and that's what they were attempting to do. And or maybe they were like fucking, China pilled. I don't know. You are exploited every day so that the money you make can sustain the ongoing exploitation of your life. Whoa. Wait a minute. Whoa. Where's this at? Pirates are anarchists, and Blackbeard sold his entire crew into slavery. Oh, okay. That seems... Double checking my mind here. I was like, I don't think anarchists in general like slavery. Slavery would be more on the side of the libertarian lack of government, where like the free market of slaves will then decide whether slavery is good or not, right? That's where the libertarians end up on that side of the debate, where anarchists are like humans deserve all. So the fact that Blackbeard, I guess, fucking turned state witness or whatever it is and decided to go bananas is crazy. Maybe was that like he got caught by some thing and decided to like sell out his crew instead, and that's what got him off? Maybe that's what I would imagine that would come into play, because why the fuck else would he sell out his entire crew? That's crazy.
I think that probably my favorite thing about doing what I do is I get to learn about places. Like before I go to places, I don't know a lot about them, and then while I'm there, I get to learn about them. But the downside to that is you often learn pretty dark things.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, because one of the versions of mutual aid or anarchy is just almost like not quite a full return to tribalism, where like each little zip code is its own little group that has its own measures set out to provide food and protection for each other and dispense justice in the way that they all see fit, which seems like a bad way to do it to me. It does seem free to those who really love it, but it's one of those things where, like you're saying, like the anarchy lacks a protection because of it doesn't have those federal rules and regulations. It doesn't have those the overseeing will of the masses of the people specifically to prevent a direct violation, because other places 5 zip codes over don't hear about it and they go, well, that's none of our business. And it's just like, well, it's your humanity. Agreed. Yeah. We ain't going to be making the laws. No point of infighting. Yeah. And also those people are not even saying that those people are anarchists or whatever, and not saying that's a pejorative term either. But I'm just saying, like, you know, if you extrapolate out the longest form version of the total worldview, it may not 100% agree with mine, but like they're also not advocating for that to happen right this second either, for the most part. But they're also the ones handing out the food to people right now, where I'm sitting here going, don't think that would work, you know? So, right. Most pirates are pretty chill. That makes sense. I mean, even like, you know, the different Somali pirates or whatever it is, like we think of them as the whatever they are, but they're just the people who are just there to get certain resources, especially from like shipping types ships, not like individual like yacht or something. I guess I don't know enough about the specific Somali pirate situation, but like the Yemeni pirates, for example, when they were doing their BDS thing before the America tried stopping them, it wasn't to like just kill people for the sake of killing people or doing whatever. It was for a purpose.
And your view of the world sometimes gets a little bit darkened every time. Anyway.
I mean, I appreciate him shedding a light on this and seeing it, because that helps bring awareness to it, which is one of the more milquetoast bland ways of saying it. But I worry that if people only see things in that specific negative light entirely, then they're going to end up with a view that, oh, everyone in China lives in squalor. They are the backwards country we think of. Not understanding that Hong Kong is very separate from the other thing, or not even understanding that Hong Kong, I guess he did show at the beginning the Instagrammable, you know, hotel behind him or apartments behind him, but fair. Yeah, true. I mean, that is the one place that it would be hard to sell that, right? Because you look over at the giant and it's like, you think you can do better than them? Really? You think, even if we're not in the best situation ourselves right now, if you just go like, really better than them? Really? That'd be a hard sell. Like, hold on, let me pitch it to you. Let me give you the elevator pitch. Hold on.
Vance, is that you? I was thinking.
That's mad, bro. What's your name, bro?
Huh?
What's your name?
My name's Paul.
Paul.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Where have you been?
So I've been, that's right, I was here for a few days over the weekend, and I was staying in Mongkok. Now I'm in Chungking Mansions.
Chungking Mansion, for sure.
For sure, yeah, man. And then tomorrow I'm gonna try to go up to the border of China, like where the Chinese border is.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to go camping and do something like that.
Again?
That would be fun, right?
That would
Wouldn't
be
it?
crazy.
That would be cool. Can I ask you a question? So
sure.
I'm trying to like learn a bit more about what makes Hong Kong, right? So would you
really good question.
Would you class yourself as a Hong Konger, or would you or as Chinese?
Hong Kongers for sure.
Yeah?
Because like, I just back here for a month.
Yeah.
Right now, currently I'm in Toronto.
You're in Toronto?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Studying or?
I work and live over there.
Okay.
With my girlfriend. So we kind of, we just started right there last year.
His girlfriend's from China. Okay, you wouldn't know her. She goes to a different school. His girlfriend lives in China. Okay, it's different. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And then when I was in Toronto, like you know, folks they ask me, "Are you Chinese?" Right?
Yeah.
I always say, "I'm China, but I'm Hong Kongese." Yeah. In the Cambridge dictionary, there is a word.
Oh, of course.
Hong Kongese.
I've only been here for 1 week.
Okay, I did not know that.
The thing that I like.
I was laughing at Hong Kongese because I didn't think that was right, but
Have learned, you know, that is so obvious to me is that, you know, Hong Kong, especially this bar, has a cool scene of like, you know, a punk scene or a rocker scene,
fusion
of like, it's like east meets west kind of
The
thing.
best example.
Gotta be like 100,000. Well, during COVID, like 100,000 people left Hong Kong.
Yeah.
That's like, you know.
Massive.
A massive amount of them. 7 million people, 100,000 people left Hong Kong.
I would say like there meet them more people. There are people leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back at the same time.
Yeah.
So during it's really hard to say what will actually happen in 2047. But like I believe, like no matter how the rules change, people with the spirit of Hong Kong, they in everywhere of the world, they will keep maintaining or mix the cultures leaving, you know?
Yeah. Okay, you guys all study social science together?
Yes.
I
think it's really cool to just sort of like just have a guy come up and just talk to him. And it's not even necessarily like they're going to give you the truth. It's just a guy. Because if you imagine yourself traveling through your city or town and you're at a bar or at a gas station and you find one guy and you get a quick interview out of him right there, you know, in the Cheetos aisle or wherever it is, you're just going to get not the truth, but you're going to get a representation of the thought process of the individual there, which is valuable for itself. But you don't want to accidentally take it beyond what it is useful for and or you want to make it like it's this prophetic individual gospel of what that person saying is accurate. Because you could have a person saying they're eating the cats and the dogs, or you could have a person saying, you know, we need a revolution now. Like you could just have two completely different views, and neither one of them are happening, or at least not happening right now. And it's just like, it's just kind of cool though, because in the end, you do see the humanity, especially when they're speaking English or whatever it is. But you see just that type of how you could imagine you meeting that same person in a different scenario, specifically, even where you are, despite it being the other side of the world, you know?
I read that like the #1 goal for young people in Hong Kong is to work in finance.
Yeah.
Is that true? Like investment banking?
Tons of 60% of the university place is for finance.
It's for finance.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Try the icons.
Is this the what's this? Is this
heated tobacco?
Heated tobacco.
Yeah.
Why is it? It's vibrating. Did you put a cigarette inside here?
I already put it.
Yes. When is the typhoon coming?
Now.
Right now.
I thought it was a vape, but it looked like you said you put a cigarette in it. Is it like a cigarette lighter? Like one of like those little coiled, but then it was vibrating. That's weird.
Oh, fucking where's that time? Where is it? There should be cars flying in the sky right now.
Do you know the typhoon signal of Hong Kong? You know
No. What's the typhoon signal of Hong Kong?
So maybe after 11 o'clock they will turn.
11 o'clock, 1 hour later.
1 hour later we will turn to the 8th. number 8 signal.
Number 8. What does that mean?
It means
Most of the schools will
officially
close.
it means they have a higher heavy typhoon right here.
Okay.
All the restaurant will be
Strong
closed,
winds,
but
strong
not
rain.
for moon car.
Okay, as long as the bar that we're drinking at isn't closed, then it doesn't matter.
Some people make it.
It sounds like it's like, you know, oh, this is a watch, this is a warning, this is a, you know, the different stages of alert system, basically, is what it sounds like.
Like a movie poster. If it's I want to work.
So that's literally a picture of the typhoon, and what the slogan was, I want to work. Because is there this kind of ingrained, you know, feeling in Hong Kong of just like work, you know, work, just work.
Nothing gonna paralyze us.
Exactly.
Yes.
And one of them.
The low light grain is intense.
Tequila.
Let's get fucked up.
Right, let me pay now.
No.
Bro, no, dude. Don't fucking do it.
What the?
You want to pay for one more beer?
Okay, right, I'll pay for another beer. Thank you. Right,
Having a good time, that's for sure.
Listen, if you come to Hong Kong, come to Moon King. What's your name, bro? Jerky. Nice to meet you, bro.
It's a Jackie, but it's a Jokey.
Everyone got 3 seconds to be the world famous, right?
I worry about people who drink like this, perhaps sometimes too much. Like, I know people who, whenever I see them, they're drinking, and I'm like, careful, don't do that. You know, we can hang out without a beer being involved. We can hang out without shots being involved. We can hang out because I'm always like, hey, I'm medicated, I can't drink, and that's my easy out, and I just don't drink. I haven't drank in I don't know how long. It just makes me sick nowadays anyway. But I mean, these guys have a great time, and it's addictive, or it's easy to be like, man, let me just get in there. Jackie Chan's back. Everyone got 3 seconds to be the world famous right in their life. Paul. Huh?
In their life.
Oh, that's him.
I'm not sure what that means, but fuck it. I'll message you tomorrow, okay? I'll message you in the morning about that
There's
tent.
the rain.
How far do you live from this area?
That's alright, I'll come to Mong Kong.
Mate, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, figure it out.
Right, mate.
Cool, brother.
Yeah, good, bro. Right, see you later, boys. Lots of love. Lots of love.
Dude, he looks
Mate, these
fucking
boys.
toasted.
Fucking these boys. Attack. See you later, brother. Sorry, bro. Mate, take care. Thank you.
He's like, sorry. What the fuck?
See you later. I'll figure it out. Thank
They're
you,
like,
bro.
dude, careful.
Mate. Thank you, bro. Dude. How cool is that, man? I was just sitting there in this bar, and this dude comes up to me. He's like, "Are you Mike okay?" And I got to spend the night hanging out with him and his friends. Today,
he kind of sobered up a bit.
Going
there.
on an adventure up to the Chinese border. At this point, you know as much about Hong Kong as I do, so I don't know what's going to happen. But what I do know is that it's a little bit restricted up there. We're going to try and check out some abandoned villages on the way. I don't know. We're going to figure it out.
A couple of bottles of water.
The weather could be a problem. Everything in this tent is completely soaking wet. Everything. I'm leaving Hong Kong tomorrow.
Oh, because he wanted to go to
It's the only
camp.
opportunity I have to do this, but it's shitting it down with rain. It's okay.
It was the typhoon he was never talking about.
So, I don't have a waterproof anything. But the guy I met last night, Paul, his name is, he's gonna bring me a tent. Bro.
So delayed.
Dude, no,
Dude,
thank you
that's
so
how you-
much, man.
Don't worry about
Thank you so much. Really.
It doesn't end up working, but still.
It saved me money, and it was just a whole hassle. Thank you, Paul.
More like a symbolic meaning as a gift for you. You
Really?
know? Yeah, like it's like I'm not just tan. I brought some more stuff.
Oh, cool. Let's have a look.
Check it out.
Let's have a look.
The tents. been years, so probably it's fully functional.
Mate, as long as it has something just covering me when I sleep, I don't care.
Meanwhile, I know it's like the coating's kind of off. You know, the water, but it's raining, so I got this for you.
Waterproof spray. Oh man, thank you, dude.
Let's set overnight. Oops.
Wait, and wait for probably 15 minutes.
I might spray it on my body because I have
body is as well, shoes, everything. I think you bring it along the trip.
Okay.
You go on your shoes.
Yeah, if you ever cross North America, let me know as well.
yeah, of course you're going to be in Toronto. Fuck yeah, man. Listen, bro, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I've got a tent, I've got a rain jacket, and I've got 24 hours until I fly out of Hong Kong. Let's go and have an adventure.
I don't know what would give him the urge to camp for some reason, but I guess he wants to. Jesus loves you.
Somewhere in that...
Dude, he loves camping. He's a camping guy. Like, this looks crazy. Those people living in the fucking mosquito rat, no AC. I'm like, what the fuck? I would get a tent. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? This looks beautiful.
That general direction is the border of China.
I guess it's further away.
And to get there, we need to pass through...
Not just around the corner, obviously. He took a train.
Including
Appalachia, yeah. Like, there's that little tiny little brook, the little stones and the bridge. Like, oh, the sweet little trees, just enough. And it's like, oh.
Apparently abandoned villages. Now, the time is 4 o'clock. There's no chance we're going to get to the border today, which is why I've got a tent. And I bought a raincoat and all that stuff. And we're just going to try to camp somewhere along the way. And we'll get there tomorrow.
I'm sure that's safe. I'm sure it's fine.
The thing is, man, I always leave everything way too late. It's 4 o'clock already. And we've only just started the bloody mission.
That's me. Only difference is I would not plan to do what he's doing right now. Oh my God. He's literally in the fucking middle of nowhere in the jungle. Holy shit.
These are the kind of things you get to see when you come out the city. When you think about... Look at this, man. When you think about Hong Kong, you think about hotels, skyscrapers, people living in tiny little fucking boxes. But you don't really think of, like, countryside. I've gone the complete fucking wrong way. The complete wrong way. I'm the biggest moron. I came up here and then I went that way instead of that way. I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it, and I'm so screwed because it's now 4:30. Sun's gonna go down in an hour, and I've got bloody no idea how long it is to get to this village.
So he has a plane ticket, return trip. He has a return trip to go from some airport in some small village.
For fuck's sake.
24 hours? Less now? These warning signs say something. Not sure what, but...
Danger.
No access. I got that one.
Disposal of landmine works in program. There's
disposal of landmine? Is that what he said?
Just no way around. I mean, that's... The whole path is gone. I guess there was a landslide.
Oh,
let's go back to the main road. See if we can get a car.
Dude, saved for real.
I haven't seen a single car drive past.
What's he? Is he doing a hitchhike? Like,
quick hitchhiking tip. It's always a good idea. It's always a good idea to walk in the direction you're heading
And then if a car comes past, you can flag it down, because at least then
you're making progress.
You're moving in the right direction, even if it's at 10 kilometers, fucking 5 kilometers an hour.
Whoa, 90-day visa, free to Hong Kong with 10 days of mainland included. I've never taken a vacation more than like 3 days or 2 days. You know, like I think it's like 2 nights, you know, 3 days, depending on how you factor in when you land and when you leave. So 10 days is more than enough, right? Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Although now I'm unemployed, so now I can just do what the fuck I want. Oh boy, here it comes. That's that starting sound. Sure. That's how I'd break it up. If I even went to Hong Kong at all, honestly. I'm sure it's nice in some places, but there's so much to see in China, I could never see it all.
The worst thing is when it's like raining a little bit and it's freaking hot. So you're just sweating bullets underneath.
That sucks.
The fucking rain jacket.
I guess it is different, so it'd be worth it. This is right there. What the fuck? That's crazy.
Can I get a lift with you this way? Okay, thank you so much.
What the fuck? That's insane. Language
guys.
That's I mean, it's beautiful, but it's insane.
Yes, I'll have a cigarette, thank you.
What the fuck?
Where are you
I guess that makes sense. People bum cigarettes all the time.
Okay.
Don't know.
Yeah, trying to maybe find somewhere to set up my tent.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere to sleep.
Ah.
Thank you, bye-bye. Thank you, sir. Give me 1 minute, I will be careful. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I forgot to close the door. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Damn, he did him dirty.
Cool. I've had a look at the old Google Maps, and it looks like there is a campsite nearby. I did want to try and sleep on the beach, but it's shitting it down with rain, or it will be very.
Hey. Trying to make sure I can actually sock now. Hey, what's up? Thanks for the follow. We had a bit of a journey today, but we're right now looking at the end of this Hong Kong journey.
Soon. Right, this is the campsite. I've already checked it out.
The other day I was trying to read boomerang, and I got it I was like, oh, boomer ag, and I was just like, as soon as the person left, I was like, oh wait, boomerang. What the hell is wrong with me?
I can see like teepees over there, but it's all locked up and I can't see any.
How are you? I found you in a leftist tag. Oh, I'm doing well. Got laid off from my job, but I got 6 months of severance, so I'm trying out some stuff to see if I can make it work. And if not, I'll then put the fries in the bag next year. Always had a love for content making and or TV production, video editing, all that kind of shit. So trying to pump out TikToks every day, doing some editing for some other creators in the background. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Cinemarxism, but I've done a couple of edits for him. I have one on the docket that I need to get finished. Yeah, it must be difficult. We'll see. One way to find out. They pop up in streams you mod. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Small world, I guess. Too small. Dang. Hopefully the leftist tag gets bigger, so that way it's not quite so small, but yeah. So far so good. I mean, like, even after only a few days of streaming, I've had more new faces and names than I've ever seen before. So I'll just stay consistent with it because I know it's a big part of it, but also I'm hoping to try to collaborate with some people a bit more behind the scenes a little bit. So my goal was to have streams that go in the time period when a few of the leftists that I know out there end their streams. That way I can be around, and then end around the time that the other socialists I know who then start their streams, I could then raid into, kind of like finding a little niche in the market. But well, you mostly stick in a certain space, but you're always looking. Yeah. I mean, there are, because I'm used to seeing the Hassan circle orbiters kind of like field, but there are lots of littler ones that you'll see here and there, and it's like, okay, and it's cool to dip in to check them out. That's one of the negative things. I'm going to end the night with reading some Marx. See, like, I've never even read theory because I'm a bit of an illiterate fool, whatever it is. But also, I guess I never find myself sitting down to do it. My brother gave me the People's History of the United States, a People's History of the United States. And it's like, oh, I should definitely read this. But I don't read. Because nobody streams early morning. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because like there's that time slot of like 9 a.m. is when Gremlo starts, and then like 10-ish is when Central Committee, and then Denims is in there kind of in between. There's a few different people, whatever it is. Yeah. I mean, reading is supposed to be good for the brain and all that stuff. And I would like to get better at it because also I feel inadequate when I hear all these different people having all these interesting facts and knowledge, because my journey is a bit more on the recovering dumbass side of things. Growing up in Florida, public education, conservative parents who I thought were not conservative, but they're definitely conservative. So relearning a lot of things, unlearning a lot of things, and then also finding completely new things I had never touched before. I wish theory books were double spaced and launch print with dyslexic font. Just get it into like an e-reader and just put it in Comic Sans and you're all set. Yeah. It's difficult reading Marx. That's what I've heard. Reread stuff before he wrote because your brain feels bad, slow. Theory is overrated. Take it from someone who's read theory. Also true, right? Just look at a YouTube video of someone putting it all down, or read someone who then has read it and now is applying it somewhere else. I usually just default to like, I just want the government to help people. That's just how it is. I just figure that like it's the most efficient and best way and the least corrupt way to do things overall comparatively, because the do it yourself way, that sucks, and the do it through corporations way for their profit, that sucks. So at least government, you can vote them out, right? That's like, seems like the easiest and best way to go through it. Never read sexual politics. Okay. I didn't know it existed, but I will continue to not read it. Someone who's read theory, fair enough. Yeah. The critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know. I know Marx. I know Engels was his rich friend. But then there's some Trotsky guy. I don't know how he played into it. There's a Lenin dude. There's a Stalin dude. Like Lenin was around after Marx, but before Stalin. There's a whole bunch of like, I get it, man. Oh, Radfenberg. Oh, ooh, crazy racist. Ooh. Yeah, that was one of the things I learned. Was like the women's suffragette movement. Some of the women, if not all of the mainstream women, I guess were supposed to be like anti-black or something, which I'm like, oh, I did not know that. But perhaps that's an exaggeration. But the idea is that like somebody who's fighting for something may not fight for the other thing. And no person is all good or whatever, right? Or they don't have all the best, because they're still a product of their time. And that time, while misogynistic, may have also been sexist, because they're like rich white ladies who wanted to be able to vote, is my real dumbed down understanding. They're probably way more base than I am or something. I don't know. And now I'm like slandering some people who don't deserve it or something, but I don't know. The idea is there. Like I said, I'm recovering. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. Sometimes I'll be honest a bit to a fault. I generally try my best to just share my true feelings and do my best to put it to words how I got there one way or the other, and be willing to take criticism and or realize the reason I'm doing something is a problem. It's one of those because like the brain speaks in think language, which you then have to convert into word language, and sometimes speaking your thoughts and having to put them into words and then say them out loud and hearing them back, you go, oh, wait a minute, that's wrong. I thought was wrong, but I would never have noticed it's wrong unless I had to put it in that translator. You think you think theory or reading is overrated. It's important, but you have to know what their political positions are at those times. Oh, you mean like the suffragette problem? We still hold those views, but it also see we can better address ourselves with neoclassical economics. Radfems believing women is worse than being a chattel slave. Oh God, jeez. Okay. Radfem bad, intersectionality feminism is good. Yeah, I mean, we there was a discussion in, I forget the British, not British, sorry, Irish guys. He's like Celtic something. He has like a little leprechaun PNG tuber. He was talking about feminism throughout a longer rant, and I ended up just kind of chatting and saying that like modern feminism is kind of like just anti-patriarchy, more or less. So like the idea that feminism is not for men is wrong. It's just about, breaking down the problems of the patriarchy, specifically because the patriarchy hurts men and the patriarchy hurts all of us. So modern feminism is about getting rid of that element of our society, not so much about instilling a matriarchy where women are in charge. Hooray! It's not like that specifically. It's just about getting rid of the problems that we do. Like the toxic masculinity is what hurts men because we feel like it's gay to feel things or whatever, right? Or, you have to be strong or you're weak and all these different things. Hide your emotions. Those are all things that lead to male suicide and all the other problems. But you care about those things via going through feminism because you're going through anti-patriarchy. Is my personal takeaway from the way it all works and runs together. Which is, at one point I was like this close to starting a feminism podcast, whatever it was, but in the end, no one ever really ends up wanting to podcast, I guess, which is unusual with how many goddamn podcasts are out there. Yeah. I generally never really get much pushback from that version of things. There could be more detailed ways or better isolated things to a target, but as a general sense, that's how I see it. So, I mean, like this also comes from the recovering fool that I am, where I grew up being like team sports, men are better than girls, battle of the sexes, let's do it. And my favorite thing to say back then was women got the right to vote without the ability to vote. So like, how could they be considered unpowerful? What do you mean? That was just my like immediate contrarian, just find a reason to argue and argue it for the sake of it kind of bullshit. I didn't even really know how they got the right to vote, but I knew they couldn't vote because that's what they were fighting for. So therefore, right? Like that was just my little like, Ben Shapiro ass, Steven Crowder shit. Just for the sake of it. I didn't even really have like a horse in the fight other than the fact that I'm a dude and I like dudes. Let's fight for dudes. Hooray. It was just out of the worst reasons. I was definitely the worst version of myself right after high school. Like that was whoops, So hopefully it's interesting to see the turnabout, but also the learning process that comes from it. I mean, I have obviously made quite a few steps since those times, but like I have a lot of holes in my knowledge space, like with Hong Kong, which is what we were sort of watching here.
So
although this is a bit more of a camping video now, but we might as well finish it out. And if you ever watch Carter streams, Mike OK, you would have recognized him from there.
We're gonna go and see if there is a beach, if the beach exists, and
he just got a ride from he hitchhiked and got a ride away from the Hong Kong area. He's trying to get to the border of China specifically.
There.
So I'm curious what that's going to be like.
I haven't got high hopes. The water level looks pretty high. Oh, I haven't got high hopes for this one, dudes.
He's foreshadowed that he's about to get very wet in the rain very soon, so that's...
Can I camp here? Do we just fuck off this whole camping thing and go to some town and get a room for the night?
That sounds like the answer he should do.
I just don't really know what to do. If it was
that
like
would be
2
me,
o'clock
though.
in the afternoon, it would be sweet.
It's why so many radfems are TERFs without intersectionality. Any leftist movement is doomed to fail. So intersectionality, that's a term that I've heard many a times, and I should probably Google it because I have a feeling, a contextual feeling is like incorporating all the different groups, the intersections, right? That would be the my guess, but it's one of those things that after a while I should not just kind of context clue it. I should definitely know what it means. Well, the AI thinks it's a framework for understanding how various aspects of a person's identity, like race, gender, class, sexual orientation, combine to create unique experiences of discrimination or privilege. That's a much more academic way of putting it. But yeah, but it is interesting to think about it in the layers of discrimination and privilege specifically, because that can have shades mixed in with it. Ah, you're white. Ah, but you're a woman. Ah, but you're gay. Ah, but you're, I don't know, a top. You know, you can have all these layers that can create different layers of discrimination and privilege all within it. But by looking at those different layers, you can understand to not poo-poo one side of an issue where you may have otherwise, because you have the understanding throughout all the different layers. Yeah. In recent times, the AI overview on Google has been better than it was in the past, but I do try to, as always, go down to this and then find the link specifically and then follow through into the article. But usually when it goes to the article, the same exact highlighted section is this highlighted from that. So that's probably why it's gotten better, because it's just directly quoting more than it used to. Because before it used to try to make a guess, and now it's like, oh, now I'll just directly quote. But it's a good habit to not use the AI thing overall. I mean, yeah, just because, just use the Wikipedia version or whatever it is. It's a bad habit that I have gotten into slightly.
But it's 6 o'clock. And the whole plan, I planned this whole route to go to these abandoned villages and camp in the abandoned villages.
Ah, that's right, the abandoned villages angle.
That's not possible anymore, because it's like they're over there, they're on that side.
Swim. Okay.
I really, 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 really wanted to camp.
Well, he's about to camp. We kind of knew this was coming, but...
Hello?
This might come as a surprise, but I am not much of a camper. I'm not even a glamper. I'm just I'll live in my house kind of guy. I'll live in the indoors kind of guy. I like power and air conditioning. Although I do live in Florida. I've been born and raised in Florida, so the humidity in the outdoors has been considered an enemy at all times. So I've jokingly said many times that I could live in a submarine if it had good internet access, because honestly, I'm a creature who just doesn't get out. Although nowadays I have gotten out significantly more. I've, joined my local DSA. We do a lot of canvassing. They run their own DSA candidates, like their own members will run for city council, at least in the St. Pete area, which I'm not even technically within the city of. So it's like, oh, well, shit, I don't even get to see the benefits of it. But we could go out and do canvassing. And I was terrified to knock on doors in Florida and be like, hello, I'm here with the socialists. I'm getting ready to get shot or something. But it's actually it was a lot better than I thought it was. Let's see. With Radfem's, being woman is worse than being black. It fails to account for black women and also tries to compare oppression, which is just not possible. True. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because those are two. They both have different experiences at different layers with different sections of the society for different reasons. So trying to compare them definitely would be a place to who's better than the other, whatever. It would just create, or who's got more oppressed than the other is just not useful at all. Yeah. Just trying to think, because I could see them trying to bring it up in a situation where it's like, look, we want to make this an issue, and they go, no, we should make this an issue, and I guess both should be an issue, right? Not to just omega centrist it, but to specifically, it's like, I suppose not to give credit to that. if somebody was at like a women's rally and then someone's like, yeah, but black people need help more, that would be kind of like doing like a you say Black Lives Matter, but I say, you know, Asian lives matter or all lives matter, instead trying to take it the steam away from the matter at hand. And that would be a bad thing, which I don't think is what they're necessarily referring to specifically, because there's reasons to have solidarity amongst each other and to have the intersectionality as a focus, and also work as a coalition as a focus, which gives you more room to work with. Although, yeah, I mean, I don't remember the exact suffragette period specifically. It's spoiler activity. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. And then I was talking about how I like living in submarines or not going outside. Yeah, bugs also fly around me a lot. Maybe because I'm sweaty or because I have very specific types of blood or something. I don't know. I just hate it. I hate outdoors. So I would never be trying to do this specifically.
Hello.
Oh, and then also knocking on doors in Florida, getting outside. I do get outside more. It's good for me. You need vitamin D from the sun, but you also don't want to get sun cancer. So you got to you got to take that in waves. And see, my trick to getting just enough vitamin D is I apply a sunscreen and then go outside. You're supposed to wait 15 minutes to 30 minutes for the sunscreen to like block the UV, but I use that gradual 15-30 minutes of UV being blocked to be my daily dose of vitamin D. And then, depending on how long you're out, a reapplication period would then commence as it wears down, allowing you to get vitamin D again. So it's kind of like a guy who like preheats the oven and then puts the pizza in kind of thing. It's the same idea. Yeah, he'd be shot. Yes. If he walked up to a place like, yo, hello, with a camera or whatever in the middle of the night or whatever. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Neo? I think I'm just going to sleep in here. I mean, there's literally no one around, but sleep in here until someone comes.
There's lights. There's a truck. Someone's there.
It's pretty unnerving. It's going to be a pretty unnerving sleep, knowing that at any moment someone could come in and be like, why have you broken into my campsite?
Yeah. Yeah.
That fucking scared me. It's this flappy thing. Hi, sorry. Is this your camp? Is this your place? Yeah. Sorry, dude. So basically, I was looking for somewhere to camp at about 6 o'clock, and I came here, and it was getting dark and it was raining, and I didn't find somewhere to camp, and I was too far away from a hotel. Traveling, yeah. I'm from the UK. From the UK. And I'm doing some treks. I'm doing some hikes in the area. I was staying in the city, so there was nowhere else for me to sleep. So I came here.
How did you find this?
Well, I got dropped off on this road, and then I went on Google Maps, and then Google Maps showed me that there was a campsite here. So. We are a campsite. I know, but I assumed that you were closed, and sorry. I know, I'm very sorry, but it was getting dark and I didn't know where to go. Sorry,
That's
sir.
Crazy.
Don't worry.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and I can.
You'll be here like overnight, yeah?
Yeah, overnight. Yeah, so I'm going to leave early in the morning, but I will come and give you some money when I wake up.
I think it's just strange.
I know, it's very strange. I know, it's very strange. I know, it's very strange. That was the guy that ran the campsite that just came back.
He's probably like looking out the window and he's just like, what the fuck? Is that a tent? Or you can even see him filming himself and he's just like shining the light into his face for his camera. And he's just like, huh? What the hell? Oh, fuck. You see the video where he sleeps on the beach and just gets soaked through?
It's like 11 p.m. He's like, hello? And I was like, dude, I'm sorry. I broke into your campsite.
But even like, if you're like, hi, I was here and stranded and it's dark and raining and I had to get out of the elements somehow, so I just popped up my plastic tent here. What else would you do other than just turn your mind off and die in the wilderness? Like, what the fuck? It's just insane. It's a naked
And then he was like,
the image is a little threatening for sure.
"You
Yeah.
move underneath the massive, big top, like tent thing, because everything in this tent is completely soaking wet. Everything. Like, it's just
Like, he didn't even try to go under one of the big tops. In America, they call it 100%. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's brave of the dude to go, hello? 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 I mean, that's
I don't know if you can see. I'm basically sleeping in a puddle. This tent isn't waterproof whatsoever, and I didn't use the waterproof spray that Paul gave me.
Oh, no. So it wasn't Paul's fault entirely. But he was in a rush in the last few moments. Yeah, these are the things that would make sense to sit
One of
underneath.
the worst night sleeps I've ever had in a tent. Just water pouring. This is the underwear I was wearing. I slept in.
Wow. Impressive.
Water just piercing into the tent. Sleeping in about a half-inch.
Just like you're taking more punishment right now with what you're doing to yourself than what you deserve. So therefore, on the house, yeah. Because he's not even. He was just kind of like in the brush. He wasn't even like on the campsite, right? He was just kind of like, yeah, move on to the big thing, you idiot. Yeah.
Thing of water, no cover, no sleeping bag, cold, topless because the clothes were getting wet. All of the clothes that are in my bag are wet. It's just piles of soaked underwear. Everything's soaking wet. Everything's soaking wet.
I mean, it's just water, but I guess it is a little unsettling.
Soaking wet. Soaking wet. Soaking wet. Soaking wet. Soaking wet.
It's not good for your feet to be in soaking wet socks inside your shoes. You get blisters.
Right, we're going to try to get a bus. There's a town down the road. Gonna try and get a bus there. Okay. Okay.
Is that like no camera and don't show my face?
I don't know what that was about. Shuang Shui. Shuang Shui. Shuang Shui. Hello, madam. Shuang Shui. How much to Shuang Shui? Okay. No, I don't have. This is what a bus in Hong Kong looks like.
It's like, nope, I don't got it.
Right. We're nearly there. We're nearly at the end of the video. Don't go anywhere. I don't care that you're late to work. I don't care if you have to go to bed. Just stick with me for one more minute.
All right.
It's pissing it down with rain.
I want to see that border.
My foot that I injured on that motorbike crash a few weeks ago is starting to cause me a lot of pain. But we will finish this mission and take a good look at the country.
Still does.
That will soon be completely consuming Hong Kong.
He says it with like a verb. Not like it was already planned to happen with 50 years headway.
I think that's where we're going. I think.
I know. You've got it worse than me, honestly, with where you're at.
So I think this is some kind of abandoned radio transmission tower. But that also might be complete bullshit. I don't know.
It's so funny that the graffiti looks exactly like the graffiti. I've seen that same graffiti whenever I've seen graffiti. It's just letters in that exact kind of way, even though it's a whole different language and everything.
Spiders.
Well, he wasn't kidding when he said abandoned. God damn. It was like it was burned out or something.
It's pretty cool.
And the exhausted, hey, this is pretty cool. Like, totally worth it.
We did it. We did it.
He finally got that abandoned city he was looking for. That's weird to see. Must use like old signals.
So I read online that this is the best place in the whole of Hong Kong to get a great view of China, Shenzhen. But now we can't see anything because it's so fucking misty!
You can see it a little bit. That's a real city over there, man. Jesus Christ, see those buildings? Holy shit.
Okay, yeah. You can kind of see it. This is China. The other China. Hong Kong, China. And in 22 years, 228 days,
oh, damn,
2
we're so
hours,
ways away.
7 minutes, and 55 seconds, China and Hong Kong are going to be a whole lot the same. No one really knows what's going to happen in 2047. Things might get better.
I would assume
Things might
so.
get worse.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess who knows what anything's going to look like in 2047. That's 20 years from now. Who the fuck knows? What China's done in the last 20 years is insane. But it also, I guess, could implode for some reason. You know, world politics could shift entirely. Who knows? But yeah, you're right to say we don't know, but it's also weird to be like, I'm assuming it's kind of negative.
Hong Kong is going to lose some things. But I really hope that the one thing it doesn't lose is the spark that it has. This
probably not.
Kind of rebellious and unique, freeing attitude. Something that you don't find in this part of the world very often.
This might be similar to what you were saying before with like the, what do you mean? Slap up the head kind of thing. It's like, what? Huh? The Red Army? Huh? What? Or the Chinese Revolution? The what? The Vietnamese? The wait, what? You live in Vietnam? What? I don't know. I mean, I guess seeing it from individuals is different than seeing it from the lens of history. But yeah. Oh, he has an umbrella. Not a very big one.
I've got a bloody plane to catch.
How? Where? Huh? How? I don't understand. I don't understand. Good video though. Good video. Definitely more relevant in the first half for sure. The camping and the border didn't really happen all that much, but still, figured we should finish it out. Okay, I'm gonna watch this video for sure, but I definitely have to take a piss. In 60 years, China came from one of the worst places to live, the most powerful country on earth. Yeah, no, it cannot compete. When it was full steam ahead, taking advantage of as many places as possible and sucking the resources away from people unjustifiably, it had a chance to, like, I guess, run away with it or something, but it failed to get a good stranglehold, and then it ended up having lots of blowback and resistance and push off, and then it wasn't able to like finish that noose or whatever it is around the world. So now it is on its perpetual downslide until it eventually gets replaced, basically, is how I see it. And I'm sure people who have much better understandings of actual, whatever, could see it in different ways or even more clear ways. But that's my undertaking, or that's my understanding of, because they know that capitalism did a lot of fucking crazy shit and a lot of harm, and it definitely grabbed the world by the balls in a lot of ways. But I guess maybe because it was separated across a bunch of different nations, and capitalism is naturally individualistic and egotistical, where like each nation wants to have its own best use out of each individual piece, and then they keep bickering and fighting with one another, that's what's going to make it less likely to win versus a, future space communism kind of shit that is opposing it. So there's some hope for us. There's a reason to maybe eventually one day have children. Wow, hey. Okay, so I'm gonna throw my little playlist of Apollo videos while I go take a pee.
What are you doing? Well, we're not gonna go in the bathroom. Whoa! 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 Ready? 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 Woo! Oh! Ready? Ready? Woo! Yeah! It's made of paper. Go! Ready? Whoa! Whoa! So lie. Oh, so lie. Oh, so lie. How are you feeling? Oh, it's Ophelia. Gotcha. Ready? Ready. Woo. Look.
Nice. What? Now we'll plug it in. Let's see how it sounds. Hopefully it doesn't. Well, that doesn't do too much. That's still.
Oh, induction burners make the craziest noise. If you never owned an induction burner, like when we started using induction burners, trying to sell them on air, it actually fucked with our wireless microphones so much because of the crazy frequencies it puts off that we had to get special microphones just for induction burners until we eventually got them replaced entirely. And then it was fine. And one of the meals I eat, one of the weirder things, I guess you could say, more divisive issues, is I enjoy cottage cheese. I was raised to believe this was basically a dessert, but it's got a lot of protein in it. So as a part of my way to keep my protein numbers up, especially as I'm supposed to start working out, like with weightlifting specifically again, I need a significant amount of protein. My normal diet does not have that much protein in it, but you're supposed to eat a lot of fucking protein. When I had a nutritionist for a brief period, it was like, okay, you should eat like, I don't know, 200 grams or something crazy. And I'm like, doing the math, I'm like, how the fuck am I going to eat that much? So, for the price per gram per serving or whatever, it was like a pretty decent little thing. Although some people just straight up hate cottage cheese. Although I will say the fat-free cottage cheese or the low-fat cottage cheese is more plasticky and squeaky and gross, whereas actually the full curd, whatever cottage cheese, according to my dietitian, is also better for you, and it's, not gross. So we'll finish this current Apollo.
Too loud, right?
Yes. Hello?
Open her back up.
Why is he taking? I guess I missed the beginning. I don't know why he's taking it apart.
What color? What is what called? This? What's this called? Screwdriver?
I don't know if screwdriver is enough because he can say wrench, which is cute. But I don't think he can say screwdriver. I think that's too much for him.
What's it back?
I missed the capitalism dominated feudalism. Feudalism is dead now, and socialism has joined the game. Yeah.
What?
He wants to turn it. He wants to help.
Bird.
Oh, that's crazy. I did not know that. Okay. Thank you for the quick break there, Apollo. Oh, what this is here. I can close this out. All right. This is one I've had on the docket for a long time. I knew a buddy or a fellow coworker who would drive Uber or Lyft during peak hours, specifically as like a weird third job to make money. But there's certain things that they do with different drivers and rates that I've heard about, but I never actually watched this video. It's a little older, September, so it's like last year or whatever, but curious to see what we found will shock you. Oh, that's right. This was the clickbait title. Whoop. Whatever. Yes, you have to cash again. I'm sorry, YouTube.
Why does Uber win? Well, because it's rigged in their favor, right?
In 2023, a law professor published a paper with shocking implications. Her research found that tech firms like Uber and Lyft were using secret algorithms to dictate what drivers earn, based on factors we can't even see. She called it algorithmic wage discrimination. And this technology, or revolution, isn't restricted to rideshare companies.
Once that technology is in there, they can raise prices. On a hot summer day, I want a lot of ice cream, I want lemonade. They're running low, they can raise the price.
The price of milk, even your paycheck, the very fabric of our economy, all controlled by invisible and unaccountable algorithms. So about a year ago, I started reaching out to the companies. They largely denied it, only to contradict themselves a few months later. Then I reached out to the academics, and one of the frustrating things was that the evidence seemed to be in the shadows. A single study.
That makes a lot of sense to me, is that your job is to say this. So they do their best to say that thing. Even though it's a lie, they're told to say it. And then other reporters go, it's a fact. And they don't think to themselves, would this person be told a lie?
Study, a hint in an earnings call, a story from a driver. It was mostly theoretical. Until a few months ago, when I got an email from a guy. I had published a video that argued Uber's newfound profitability came at the expense of drivers and riders. He said, we were at the tip of the iceberg. So I called him. We talked. 3 weeks later, I was on a flight to Los Angeles, looking to settle the question once and for all. Are rideshare companies offering drivers different rates for the same work? What I found put the legality of this whole tech revolution in question.
Weird, I haven't really heard too much about this. You'd think that maybe there would be people pushing for this in legislative purposes, trying to stop the scamming, stealing, whatever.
They have broken every single local, state, federal law when it comes to labor, when it comes to transportation.
That
you mean getting dicked down by Superman? Being a reporter used to mean something. I assume that she was doing good reporting. I don't really know enough about her reporting habits or whatever.
Sergio Avedian. He sent me the email. He's an experienced driver and a senior contributor at The Rideshare Guy, an influential resource for gig economy workers.
Interesting.
We were used to something called a rate card. We were used to getting paid by time and distance.
Then, overnight, the transparency vanished, replaced by a secret algorithm that takes into account potentially hundreds of different variables. They called it upfront pricing. Uber's losses turned to profits around that same time. Coincidence? I don't know. Lyft followed suit, and now they claim they're on the path to profitability.
The algorithms are set up in a way to charge the rider as much as it's possible and to pay the driver as little as possible.
A lot of drivers feel
good business, brother. What do you mean? That's just good business. I tried to turn the captions on, sorry.
Different wages for the same rides. But we don't really know because the companies, they aren't talking.
We're doing a very simple thing. We're picking up people point A to dropping off point B. I shouldn't make less money than the next guy. I should not. But because it's not regulated, because we don't have rate cards, because we don't know what we're going to make, trip to trip, it's demoralizing, it's upsetting.
So with Sergio's help, we decided to test it.
But even this kind of makes you feel very similar to like a lot of my former coworkers would be looking for jobs. Jobs don't always say what the pay rate is in the job description on the place where they're posting it. So they're able to offer different people as they come in different wages. And it's like, well, that doesn't seem right. It seems like your job should have a wage attached to it. Only in like a very specific esoteric, like we're looking for, you know, a weird, you know, wild card individual to offer something unusual to our business. And they're all offering a wide variety of things, but it makes sense to offer a variety of pay scales, which is never what the job listing is. It's always like, oh, you're going to work in this room and hit this button a bunch. Okay. And the pay rate will be what we think is best for you. You know, I always hate how they're like, what do you think you should get paid? And it's like, this low number. Oh, perfect. Great. We also agree. Like, fuck. Like that should be illegal. And like not letting the drivers know how much they're going to get paid as a baseline seems wrong. And then also diversifying it and shifting it out and having an unseen algorithm make adjustments to it definitely seems fucked. And like we all know these algorithms, despite them being a black box, there's a fucking input. There's a fucking input. She fucking shot people. And the writers get confused, like, wait, is she a cop or is she a PI or a journalist? What the fuck? Wait, the fuck?
We called 7 experienced drivers to a high-traffic area in Los Angeles with the sole purpose of testing if rideshare companies are paying different rates for the same rides. At the start, each driver will activate their screen capture software, open up the app, and place their phones on the table. Why the table? Sergio has done similar experiments, and the rate disparities were blamed on location differences. When the experiments are done, the drivers will send their screen recording to Sergio's team, who will then sync and analyze the fares. And then we're going to see what's really going on.
What's back in the fridge?
He's getting paid $1 more if he goes there, according to the map, and nobody else is. Nobody else is seeing that dollar surge.
We found that Uber offered the same rides 46 times to multiple drivers. 63% of the time, one of the drivers was offered a bit less money for the exact same ride.
They want to make few pennies difference, a few pennies on 2.7 billion trips a quarter, which is from the last earnings report, is millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Lyft was even worse. The price gap wasn't just a little off, it was a lot off.
Damn.
We saw differences of up to $3 to $4 after bonuses.
Oh my God.
And drivers don't know why one person gets a bonus and another doesn't.
Well, that adds up like on 30 trips to $10 a day. That's $300 a month. Why should I get paid less $300 a month than the other guy?
I contacted Uber and Lyft to see how they would calculate fares. Lyft, well, they never responded. Uber directed me to a blog post. When I explained the experiment's results, they replied by copying and pasting a portion of that same blog post. The section outlines different reasons drivers could see different fares. But we controlled for everything that we could. We called the drivers to the same space, placed their phones inches apart, had drivers monitoring incoming promotions, and constantly refreshing their screen. The only thing we didn't account for was any secret test Uber could have been running at the time, which we couldn't because the fare algorithm is secret. And
I'd be worried that they would say it's based off of past ride density, past, approval, star rating. Will pay people who get 5 stars more consistently a higher price because they're probably a better driver overall. Like, I would be worried that they would be able to hide more of it through a smoke screen, right?
The test is secret. There's a whole lot of questions here, like mainly, is this legal? And there's no laws against algorithmic wage discrimination. That article I mentioned at the start suggests that opaque algorithms can easily facilitate violations of anti-discrimination laws. Uber denies this, but their own research reveals a glaring disparity.
I always have a weird feeling with Ubers because I feel like it's always a person of color that I'm riding with whenever I've taken Ubers. It's never just like a middle-aged white guy. And that's what makes me assume that it's fucked, right? Just because, like, statistically speaking, it should be at least half, or at least, you know, whatever, because it gets middle-aged white male. Like, you're going through different, you know, funnels, whatever it is, but it should be pretty frequently based off of the division. But it seems like maybe it's more of a combination of the society is that middle-aged white guys don't have to do gig work as much as people of color do, because those are people who are young, old, and you know, in a lot of different scenarios, generally speaking. But that's true that the journalist was seen more as almost like a PI, basically, is kind of how I sort of see it. But yeah, they were sort of. We should bring that shit back, honestly, because that's like the Ken Klippensteins out there. Let's get them going, you know? But just the fact that like I see it being pushed onto a certain section of society makes me go like, okay, always tip these dudes, always help them out, never give them a bad rating, even if they, you know, fuck up some shit or whatever, because it's like this is what they rely on, you know?
Women drivers earn 7% less than men, potentially due to algorithmic wage setting.
That was really funny. This is funny to me because it reminds me of my former job. It had a thing where they were like, they were like, we paid a company to come in and investigate, because it was like, I forget if it was like Women's History Month or something like that. And they're like, look, you know, the pay gap is a big issue. So we had someone come in and third party investigate our blah, blah, blah to make sure we're not have a pay gap. And then they were like, at the end of the thing, we noticed that we got the report back and it said that we pay men 100% and we pay women 99%. And the metric we were trying to beat was 95% or something. And they're like, so we did it. We succeeded. And then they moved on. But I'm like, why wouldn't you just fix that 1% problem? It's a very small problem. It's only 1% off. But why wouldn't you intentionally fix that immediately once being shown it? Why be like, oh, 1%, that's it. You don't need that 1%, right? Go fuck yourself, you know? And it's like 1% is something. It's literally noticeable, even by this, what I assume is friendly, you know, third party service that you brought in because you weren't looking to get, you know, fucking canceled or whatever. And they were just like, it's good enough. Move on. You know, it's within the range. Okay, shut up. It's within the range. And this is like, that sucks. Like, why wouldn't you just immediately all women get 1% raise right now instantaneously? And like, no one can fucking bitch because it would be fair. It literally is. I was just like, what is going on? It made no, I mean, I don't know what's going on, but it was just like, I can't believe you said it. What the fuck are you doing?
But there's an argument.
I should have screenshot that fucking email and kept it because that was great. That was great.
That the entire business model is illegal.
From our perspective, Uber's and Lyft's business model is based on control without responsibility.
That's David Seligman. He's the executive director of Towards Justice, a legal nonprofit that defends workers from corporate overreach. In 2022, the organization helped lead a lawsuit on behalf of 3 rideshare drivers.
The lawsuit says if you are not an employer subject to and accountable to your workers under the labor laws, then you are powerful firms that are abusing your power under state antitrust, competition law, and unfair and deceptive acts and practices laws.
David is describing the cognitive dissonance rideshare operators have when classifying drivers. They want to have it both ways. Uber and Lyft classify drivers as independent contractors, not employers, a crucial distinction. As an employee, you're making money for someone else, which means benefits, protections, and a boss who can tell you what time to show up. But as an independent contractor, you're supposedly making money for yourself, with no benefits or protections, but freedom. You're your own boss.
If these drivers are, as you say, independent, then they need to have true economic independence. We allege that the companies have denied them that economic independence, most importantly, by taking away their ability to set prices for themselves.
But right now, Uber and Lyft set prices for riders and wages
That's how you're qualified.
for drivers to maximize one thing: their own profits. Drivers are left out.
Uber and Lyft are saying we're not one company, right? We're just a platform, and all of our drivers are independent business people. Under our antitrust laws, they need to have
and voted that way to stay in California specifically, because they could have I forget which proposition it was, but there was something where like they were trying to force them to not do that, and then the liberal media goes out, fucking rails against it, says it's going to be bad, despite them being the ones that should be fighting for it.
Have the economic independence to set their own prices.
We heard something similar at our roundtable discussion after the experiment. Every participant wanted to be an independent contractor. They liked the freedom. They also want Uber and Lyft to treat them like actual independent contractors.
When I don't have a control over the pricing and you keep calling me an independent...
Yeah, you're not very independent, are you? Right? That's not very independent. That's actually kind of dependent, actually. You're dependent specifically upon the rates that they're giving you, right? So that's like, that doesn't sound like an independent person at all. Like,
contractor, there's something very wrong with that picture.
And for drivers dependent on the rideshare platforms to make a living, it's hard when you're making under minimum wage.
Especially for people that do this full time. In California, they're working 70 to 80 hours just to put food on the table, which is really, really rough.
If you look at who's on the board of both of these companies, it tells you that we have nobody on our side, right? When the general counsel of Uber is Tony West and he's the brother-in-law of Kamala Harris, then...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What the fuck?
It tells you that these companies are tight with government. Why does Uber win? Well, because it's rigged in their favor, right?
There's a reality where drivers could be actual independent contractors, set their own rates on these platforms, and compete for your business. But that's not our world. Yet.
This guy's eyes are kind of like, they're too intense. Like, I can't, I'm like, oh God, he's getting me. I am terrified. I think that they're doing it because my dad works at FedEx. And it sounds like they're applying this model in ways. I believe if you ever see, because there's, I mean, he tells me about it at times and I don't always listen, especially back in the day, to the super specific parts. But like if you see like Federal Express, like FedEx Express, that's like the main branch or the main whatever. But if you see FedEx Ground, like the green one, they do a lot of independent contracting kind of stuff, very similar to the Uber Lyft style things. Like obviously there's still a bit more of a difference because they have to like, they own their own trucks or something comparatively to like my dad goes to work and it's just the truck they let him use that day. Whereas a ground employee would be almost like his own little mini business that picks up packages for FedEx as like a subsidiary or whatever, but it creates this independent contractor in name alone. Yeah, because you're basically just an employee, but with less protections, less labor things, less OSHA things, all these things stripped away to just cut what they have to, benefits. Fuck that, Terrible.
Instead, the companies are spending hundreds of millions of dollars rewriting state labor law to reinforce the idea that drivers aren't employees, while using the fine print to handle private challenges.
That's been absolutely essential to Uber's and Lyft's business model. So while they've tried to race to write laws to their benefit, they've also tried to protect themselves from public litigation through the fine print of their contracts and through arbitration clauses.
That's where David's case on behalf of the 3 drivers ended. A superior court sent it to private arbitration. The end result isn't public.
We should also be clear about is just because you're exempt from laws governing, for example, unemployment insurance premiums, that doesn't mean you're exempt from antitrust laws and competition laws.
Federal and state enforcers aren't subject to forced arbitration agreements. They can investigate and bring enforcement actions against these rideshare companies.
It's likely also a violation of state competition law, especially in states like California that prohibit vertical price fixing. So the California Attorney General's office would also be in a prime position to investigate the issue and bring an enforcement action like that one.
No, sorry, is it too loud if I come through on both?
But this issue of algorithmic pricing stretches beyond rideshare.
We're just at the beginning stages of what I feel is like a battle between the common folk and then that managerial class and upwards.
There's credible reporting that Walmart, Amazon, and McDonald's are all experimenting with the technology. Those companies employ over 3 million people. In July, the FTC announced it was investigating surveillance pricing. That's the practice of companies using complex algorithms and untold data points to offer personalized pricing. The fear is that prices for something like children's...
But surveillance pricing doesn't sound that bad, so, it doesn't sound evil.
Tylenol will suddenly skyrocket across major online stores just because you typed infant fever into Google. Why? Because retailers know you're desperate. The FTC is investigating Walmart, Amazon, and the leading technology vendors. We need to do the same thing, but for wages. The power of these giants lies in their ability to keep everyone, consumers, drivers, regulators, blindfolded. They're backed by billions of dollars worth of sophisticated algorithms and legal gymnastics.
And the brother-in-law of the vice president, right?
Leaving us to fight in the dark. Maybe there's an innocent explanation to our fair experiment, but we won't know until the federal government shines a light.
Oh, and I'm sure the FTC, I always got to think about which letter it is, underfunded, less funded now through Doge. Oh. Then I think about China, where they fucking execute billionaires who fuck over people, and I'm like, one day. One day. Not today, though. Not today. I think I need to feed the cats. So we'll put back on Apollo and his little adventures. I'll feed you, little girl. I'll feed you. Nope. Kara's up and doing it.
Yeah, you're getting so loud. Come here, Paulo. Paulo. Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
Oh.
Peekaboo. Oh, peekaboo.
I don't think I'd be able to own
Peekaboo.
that.
Peekaboo. Oh.
Endless growth. Yeah, well, unfortunately, there's limitations to the world.
Oh, bird. What are you?
I think birds would just be too loud and annoying for me.
I don't even know how you
They're
did
cute
that.
otherwise, but the chirping and being weird drive me nuts. Ew. Cute little walk though.
Oh.
Okay. Let's see. Did I have anything else on the docket today? 7 Uber drivers. That one's done. Trump and Elon declare war. This is another majority report video, so it might be a little slow, but we can see.
Which one went first?
We're kind of talking about Doge a little bit, so that kind of dovetails back towards this. We haven't really heard enough or I have not heard a lot about the Trump and Elon thing since he's been out for a while, and like the whole Twitter meltdown that he had, which is very funny. Very funny. I think I may have forgot to do this for once or twice, but we'll figure it out. Right.
First, Elon or Trump? I don't know. I think it was Elon, right? This is number 9.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Elon attacked the bill first, I think.
Okay, here is Elon on, this is on Twitter. Can you believe that we are now in this position where we're seeing like, these two guys have their own social media sites where they put these messages out? We are so effed as a country and maybe a world, but this is where we are. Here's Elon Musk threatening to primary everyone who campaign to reduce government spending, which incidentally is every single Republican always pretend like they're going to do this. Every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame. And they will lose their primary next year if it is the last thing I do on this earth. Now,
I mean, they were already cutting so many things in that bill, but I guess it technically ended up with a positive cost because they were like funding the ICE agents and the beds and shit, I guess. Is that what he's saying? The biggest debt increase in history. I guess that would imply that it cut less than it spent by the biggest margin in history.
Next year, and then it's the last thing I do on this. Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of hope in that.
No, there's no.
A little bit of naivety too.
Both that they will all lose their primaries and
That he will
we'll have
be-
weaker candidates on the ballot. And then also,
He won't be on
if
there.
Elon doesn't do it,
He
here's
made a
Donald
promise.
Trump. Exactly. He made a promise just like he's mad that those candidates broke the promise. Here is Donald Trump's response on his social media site.
That's funny. I didn't know that.
Elon Musk knew long before he so strongly, capital E, endorsed me for president.
Wait, don't we? Here it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Endorsed me for president that I was strongly against the EV mandate. It is ridiculous and was always a major part of my campaign. Electric cars are fine, but not everyone should be forced to own one. Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history. Well, I mean, yeah, by far, and without subsidies, Elon will probably have to close up shop and head back home to South Africa. No more
He's
rocket
gonna
launches,
deport him.
satellites, or electric car production, and our country would save a fortune. Perhaps we should have Doge take a good hard look at this. Big money to be saved.
Oh my God. And here is Trump this morning. I mean, let's play this.
We got a lot of hostages back, so we're going to talk about that.
Why is this video so fucking cropped? What the fuck?
The question there was from the person
Oh,
was
thank God.
you think
Okay, I
about,
was like, what the hell is-
deporting Elon Musk for folks who can't hear it over the airplane, I guess.
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon.
I don't know. Whenever he does that, that usually means absolutely yes. That's usually what that means. Now, will he be able to do it? I mean, like, fucking Elon Musk can just pay for that fucking $5 million Trump pass, right? Technically.
You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to
Oh,
go
I see
back
what
and
you're
eat
saying.
Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
That'll do it. That'll do it.
There's a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen.
I mean, he did give him that electric car that he's now selling or giving away as a promo or whatever.
If you have a hydrogen car,
Hydrogen.
Ah, God. Hold on. I have a pitch fixer. Let's see if this kills the high end here.
problem if it blows up, you know? So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
A little better, not a lot.
He literally did an ad for Tesla's. Like he literally said, "I just bought this electric car."
Turn the Rose Garden into a car.
This does feel like lib cope, and it's just kind of like silly, but it's fun to look at the girls fighting or whatever.
Car dealership and said, "It's all computer. Look at that. It's amazing.
Amazing.
All computer. All computer." I got to work on my Trump accent. That way I can... it's one of the things that you have to do. It's one of the, if you're covering news in this day and age, you got to have a Trump accent that you do. It's just one of the things you have to do.
How do you turn this computer on and off? I need my son here. He's very good at that.
He needs to work on his too.
I mean, I think there's value in this fight only to the extent that Musk may mess with Republican politics.
Yeah. But as it's
So when he tried to buy the Michigan or whichever election he was trying to work for and ended up backfiring, would he then try again knowing that he's a poison pill? Or would he try to go the other way and end up fucking up the Democrat instead? Like, what the hell? I mean, I sincerely hope there's no serious Democrat that would ever go, thank you, Elon Musk. I will work with you on this endeavor to win my election. Like, I fucking hope there's not someone dumb enough to do that shit. I assume that I mean, there definitely will be. There definitely will be. But I can't see that going well. Because anybody who actually cares would say, ew, gross, you're disgusting. I won't even get out to vote for you. I won't fight for you at all. Just like a Harris situation. And no Republican's going to like agree with it. No one would like that.
Stands, it's kind of like Trump benefited from Elon soaking up a lot of flack in the first part of his administration, and now that Elon is unpopular, he's getting to punch him around and get the benefit of that. Of look at me, fighting against this guy. Maybe it's hurting him. I don't know. I feel like people hate Elon more than they hate Trump, and that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, I think so. It really is just a question of how much of Elon Musk's money.
Oh, I'm making sure that the audio doesn't clip out or whatever. I'm seeing that the audio at least ends right around -7-ish dB on my browser thing, but it's so consistent. I'm worried that maybe it's flattening out or whatever. I can watch the VOD back to make sure that it's not doing something weird and compressing or something.
Deploy out of spite, knowing that he got basically completely played by Donald Trump.
The genius Rocket Man was surprised that Republicans were insincere about the budget and were mainly just concerned with cutting taxes. I guess, if a genius like that was didn't know what to expect, what hope is there for the rest of us?
I know
What
it.
hope is there for the rest?
Hey,
of
folks.
us? Ooh, I think I'm running out of stuff. I gotta bake in some more. Oh,
come here.
Ooh, we got this one, but this one's long. Kara usually gives me a few. Oh, I had one of these. Here we go. What is the future of art? Another AI slop video. Ooh, this one's also kind of long, but maybe we can let it go. Just because we got like another bit of time. This is on my thing. This also person seems to do a really good job of editing stuff. Based off what I've seen before. Oh, I got extra space in there. Answer in progress. Your title's short. I get to put your name in there. And then I'll grab the title or the actual video, do a little thing to make sure it gets put in Discord. Perfect.
I have been a mediocre artist my whole life. It's not that I'm bad. My skill level is just good enough to be annoying at Pictionary. But there are plenty of things that I can't draw. Like horses. Ugh. I think it's their anatomy, or maybe...
Whoa, I was looking at the horse on the fucking... Okay. I missed the beginning, basically, because the volume.
I've been thinking about the purpose of human art now that AI exists. I have been a mediocre artist my whole life. It's not that I'm bad. My skill level is just good enough.
That's a fine style.
Enough to be annoying at Pictionary. But there are plenty of things that I can't draw. Like horses. Ugh. I think it's their anatomy, or maybe their
That was a decent horse. Yeah, I did it again.
aura. But I just cannot
Oh, damn it. Now I didn't do it. Fuck.
draw a horse no matter how hard I try. And I've tried. However, according to the internet, I don't need to try anymore. With generative AI, I can just take any idea in my head, write it out, and see it in minutes. It is genuinely like something out of science fiction.
Oh boy, that modem noise fucking tripped me out. I know. Yeah. I mean, don't even spend it on every road. Spend it on some high speed rail. But I get what you're getting at, right? Yeah. But like, yeah, because you should fix some of the roads, absolutely, right? Because even with high speed rail, we're going to be using fucking roads. We're a big country. But yeah, absolutely. I remember I used to think like, man, we have such a good military, and the world hates us, and we need to have the defense, and it's hard to put a price on the perfect defense. But really, the perfect defense is that we are on our own hemisphere. Like, we have the Atlantic and the entire Pacific. We are insanely fortunate to be on just a bit of a to be a superpower in its own isolated section of the planet. Like, it's one of the things that it's just unspokenly good. Like, even the small sea of Japan or whatever kept Japan safe from China and all the different things over the years. It's so insane. How many rounds we have, we could turn Britain into a road. Yeah. They would say that our military is underfunded and they had to completely rebuild the military and we don't have enough ammo, but it's like, no, we do. You're just selling it all to Ukraine/Israel to, in one side, defend themselves, on the other side to, well, defend themselves just enough not to win, to be sure. Also, the other side to kill children, which definitely should not happen. This house has been doing its best to continue BDS fucking ever since I first heard about it. And there's a lot of things that you're not supposed to buy that are like, okay, fuck. Like, I used to love Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut's on the BDS list. Like, god damn it, I just want a fucking Pizzone, and now I'm like supporting more than normal the death of children. Fuck, you know? I'd rather not put the money towards that. But then we just started buying Little Caesars, because also it's a little bit cheaper, but like that's been good enough. That's been fine. Probably a little bit healthier. Japan safe from China. Ha! I want to rethink that one. I mean, Japan was the one that ended up fucking up China specifically. Official BDS, McDonald's. Yeah, I mean, I remember I looked it up recently when I was explaining it, but it's possible. So it was a BDS list, and it's like the BDS movement. So there's targeted. So consumer priority targets. Because I guess, yeah, because that would be Pepsi, right? Maybe I was mistaken. There's targeted and then untargeted. SodaStream makes sense. Hewlett Packard, Simmons, but okay, I thought there was like opening it up to see more, but it's just like words. Grassroots, organic, Google, Amazon, good luck. Yeah, I guess maybe it's not. Where did maybe it was this thing? Yeah, I think it was this image. Wait, where's the image? I want to see the image. PDF? Grr. Images. Image new tab. So I guess it was organic boycott target. And I was like, look, it's the pizza joints that we could otherwise pick other than like local spots. But we're not really good at using local spots. And this image also could be old because maybe McDonald's has moved over into the consumer boycott side. But this was the image we were going off of by saying, oh shit, I guess we shouldn't use any of the big ones. Did I enlarge this? Reset. Targeted boycott versus non-targeted. Consumer boycotts. Divestment, exclusion targets. Organic boycott targets. But is this article older? Let's see. Below is a detailed guide. Yeah. Definitely, I don't stop at any Texaco or Chevron stations for sure. Simmons, I don't buy like internet servers or whatever the fuck that would be utilized for. Remax, I don't do real estate. Yeah, it looks like, at least according to this, McDonald's is an organic one. And you know, it's just good business to not eat McDonald's if you can. I mean, we're all weak individuals and all that, right? Yeah, so we'll have a little McDonald's here and there, but I think I've been pretty good at not getting that. Although I do love their chicken nuggets. We also have Chick-fil-A, obviously in the South, and it's homophobic chicken, but god damn, is it good? And it's always, I mean, I'm not the first to notice it, but it's the most well staffed, efficient places I've been to. There's always like 20 employees without thinking of an exaggeration term. If you go inside, it's busy as hell, but there's just a whole like pile of people back there working. You go outside, there's 2 or 3 people taking orders with like weird little tablets and stuff, and it's just a well-oiled machine. They have like 2 fucking, concentric circle drive-throughs. It's just banging it out nonstop. It's incredible. It's so impressive. I worked in a KFC / Taco Bell, and we ran it like dog shit. It fucking sucked. Uh-oh. I think I have to allow a message through. Here we go. I think it had the word fuck. What did it? I forget when we even highlighted. Yeah. Thank fuck this is so many immigrants because fuck the Latino food is so good. I forget what it highlighted specifically, but it was like added term fuck the Latino. Oh, so fuck the Latino was the combination of words I did not like. And now I have permitted that as a term, which maybe they mean it in a loving way, in a embrace them in coitus way. Fuck the Latino. That 3-word combo in that order was specifically what they did not like. Now, if you said fuck that Latino, wait a second, hold on, That is nice that your town has immigrants, because you could imagine a town in Appalachia, or I could imagine a town in Appalachia not having many immigrants, but perhaps that's not even the case because this is a country of immigrants and they are well distributed across the population and whatever. I'm not sure, but yeah.
And I feel like I should be excited, but I'm not. It kind of seems weird to automate something as human as art, right? Like, isn't there any value to this? There has to be, or else it just wouldn't make sense anymore for anyone to learn how to draw or write or do any of the million things generative AI claims to do. But what is that value? I think knowing that answer is going to matter a lot in these next few years as AI continues to pop up in new places. But for now, it is undeniably reshaping the art industry. So that makes it a really good place to start asking what matters to us. So we're speaking with the folks who give art its value. From an appraiser,
100,000, I have 100,000, 110, 120.
To a curator.
People saying, oh, it's not an art form. Others saying it is.
To artists themselves. To find the value of human art in an AI world. But first, I'd like to thank Arello for sponsoring this portion of the video. Thank you. A subscriber identity module, or SIM card, is a chip in
She
your
does a
phone
great
that
job
tells
making
the phone
videos.
network
This is
to
great.
But when you travel to a country with different phone
I was just going to say the art appraiser is probably one of the leading individuals who will be able to
you had to acquire this comically small piece.
Whoa. Interesting. Good to know. Good heads up.
Until you traveled, or
if you're a moderator, that makes sense how you can run into them.
In a new place where you might not even
Just letting the ad play while art appraisers seem to be the ones who would probably be the ones who help the rich hide their taxable income through art purchases, because that's one of the things I've heard about, especially certain like high value art is where they can definitely create and do that stuff.
Install it, and then activate it once you get to your destination. Our team uses Arello to stay connected when we travel, and you can too. Just click the link in the description and use...
Okay, that gives me an incredible relief off my chest, because he said our team, which means she is not a solo creator, because she is doing... Otherwise, even with this goofy little ad or whatever, she's done such a good job at making this video already. It is shot so interestingly, basically mini cinematically, that I'm just like, I need to crawl under a rock and perish. I just need to hide from this planet because I'm not worthy. So the fact that she's not doing it alone is like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Now I feel like I'm validated in my individual efforts, because whenever I think about somebody who is a solo artist and can outperform that much, it's like, why do I bother? Why would I ever try to steal the light away from these other individuals who deserve it more?
Code ANSWER3 to get $3 off your first eSIM. That's ANSWER3 to get $3 off your first eSIM. Thanks to Arella for sponsoring that portion of the video. Now let's talk art.
Ooh,
I'd like to be clear. The purpose of this video is not to make you feel a certain way about AI art, mainly because I'm not sure how I feel about AI art. I just think there's a lot of nuance, so the point of this video is to explore that, to look at this controversial but pervasive technology with an open mind. I mean, hopefully it helps us like all better understand different perspectives and where people are coming from, even if we disagree. But honestly, I'd be happy if this video just helped me figure out my feelings. Is that bad to say? It's just that every week there is a new Google VO, Meta Llama, Glimbo Bleep Blorp update that is gonna change everything, and it's really overwhelming, and I've kind of disengaged. I don't want to think about it. I know that it's important to keep thinking critically. That's why I'm making this video. But you know what? Critical thinking's tiring. I have been working on this video for months. In the process, I have given
I kind of have a similar situation where I have different layers of things.
Up and restarted several times. Thought I was finished, wasn't, all because it's a lot. Hopefully this is gonna be the one. I think I know the question I'm actually asking, and I think I know how to find the answer. So I wanna understand the value of human art in an increasingly AI world. In order to do that, I think I wanna figure out how we value art in general, and then see how generative AI is changing that.
That is a very well said point. AI art incapable of being good because it cannot say anything, incapable of saying something. Yeah, I mean, the biggest prompt defender would be like, whoa, 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 I told it to say something. But that expression of how it comes across through the art is specifically, like, even the execution of it is the layer of it. You use that, super crisp style. You use that rough and dirty style. You use that high detail in one section, low detail in another section. All of those things create, and it's through your literal generation, whether that be through like a digital pen or actual paint on it still has your signature. Literally, like, certain ways that you draw and or paint can be identifiable unless you copy paste generative refill and say horse look like this. Oh, but a photorealistic horse look like this. Oh, but chibi style horse or Studio Ghibli style horse look like this. Like, that's all that they're trying to do.
If it is. I figured that step one would be easy, right? Like
the banana taped to a wall stuff. Yeah, I mean, Kara, she loves she's like almost like a minor in art history. If not, I don't know, she may have even actually finished that. I forget. But she's been following art her whole life. The comedian, there's a comedian that hates the banana art. I forget if there's a specific one.
We've been valuing art for a while now. Then I remembered modern art.
Have you ever looked at modern art and just realized how stupid it is?
The color red.
How do we go from hyper-realistic oil paintings to whatever this is?
Check out this art gallery. It's just screens on the wall.
Now, modern art actually refers to a time period.
Great, I'm glad she's gonna. Oh, I did not realize that was the name of it. That's crazy. Okay. Kara is the art expert in this house. I am, a dutiful husband who will take her to many a museum, even against my own, I wouldn't say against my will, but it's just like, okay, we'll do it. Like, when we went to New York, we saw more museums than we did anything else. But she also went on the Zoran canvas with me. So she also manned up or whatever and did the thing that she maybe not have originally thought that she wanted to do. The comedian is art too, and it's slightly better than AI art too. They still both aren't, though. Fair. I mean, I have my own Luddite, or not Luddite, but just like, I don't know what I'm looking at perspective on AI art, or not AI, but modern art. I used to have that very similar take that like it's just a toilet sitting in a room. It doesn't mean anything, but it literally does mean something, right? It's not art in the traditional sense, in the sense of that it's a painting or whatever, but the message of putting a toilet in a room in an art gallery is itself a message. Now, is that worthy of being in an incredibly expensive museum and actually worth $10,000, whatever? A whole different discussion.
In the Western canon from the late 1800s to the mid 1900s. It covers a bunch of different artistic styles like post-impressionism and surrealism, but you probably associate it with abstraction, paint splatter, or worse, plain canvases that somehow sell for millions of dollars. It exposes this conflict in how normal people value art compared to the art world, and I think that makes it a really—
Hey, that's the artist that I think Kara likes that artist because she was pointing at it and going, Pog, it's that guy who paints the squares.
Good place to start our research, because this conflict suggests that there is some sort of hidden variable, another way to value art besides quality or concept. To find it, I'm putting that contradiction under a microscope. So I bought some cheap art supplies and got painting. I don't really have like a one of those, the sticks. What is the easel? Got an old tripod. I wonder if I could use it. Because I want to see how differently a fine art appraiser values my work compared to my friends, who know basically nothing about the art world.
Hello.
What do you want?
I have a challenge for you. To make things a little easier on Taha and Melissa, I just asked if they could spot my worthless art amid some of the most valuable minimalist abstractions in history.
They kind of look like rugs.
Oh, a solid blue rug would kind of go hard, to be honest.
Rauschenberg's 3-panel white painting, meant to reflect the lights and shadows of its environment. It sold for over $88 million in 2019.
I'm gonna say it looks like a sound panel. Doesn't even look like—
It does look— well, you wouldn't put sound panels that close together. Anyone with the sound panel knowledge would know that. I don't think you would. Probably because it's just not as efficient as spreading it out. For contemporary art, the art is not necessary to the art itself. It's the message behind it and how it sparks conversation. Dutch Champ. The fountain is the name of the toilet you were talking about. Wait, really? I was literally just saying a random thing I thought of. Of course, obviously it's been done before, so that's probably where it was secretly embedded in my mind, and then I busted out. But yeah, I thought you were doing like a PogChamp thing, but maybe Duchamp is the person that made the toilet art. There's so much art knowledge here that I'm just getting actually like blown away / flushed down the toilet. It's crazy.
like a painting. Look like something you stick on the wall to absorb sound.
I've seen these things that you can get on Photoshop that are like templates for like, you can then put textures on top of them to like do product branding stuff. I like kind of feel like this is one of those that Sabrina's threw in there.
Ryman's Bridge meant to emphasize the sculptural nature of the paint instead of the image it could produce. It sold for over $20 million in 2015.
I personally don't like what they've done here.
It looks like a bandage.
It looks like something Kanye West would sell.
Klein's IKB1 meant to showcase the signature paint he developed with a chemical manufacturer and art supplier. It sold for over $17 million in 2008.
Wait, he developed a blue... Wait, it almost looks like chroma key blue. What?
I don't like what they've done here.
It looks like a bandage.
It looks like something Kanye West would sell.
Klein's IKB1 meant to showcase the signature paint he developed with a chemical manufacturer and art supplier. It sold for over $17 million in 2008.
This must be the famous blue.
It just looks like a swatch of it just looks like a swatch of a color. So I guess it would be a way to... Look, I made this color. Here's a swatch of it, right? I mean, I'm doing my anti-art thing now, basically, by just saying these things. But.
About the famous blue? I mean, this is a great color swatch. Would totally...
No, there's like a painting, and you see it, and it's really blue. Like, it's more blue than any other blue.
And Alber's homage to the square Isa...
I mean, this one here definitely seems... Then again, I guess I have the knowledge of watching the video. But this one definitely seems like a true artist's thing, just because... It's so well executed with the concentric squares going down or whatever.
Was part of a series of hundreds of paintings, all meant to highlight different color combinations. It sold for over $2 million.
Broke boy, piece of shit, nobody, got nothing, no art having, what the fuck? I'm over $17 million for one color. You painted hundreds of these things? This one's worth just $2? Fuck off.
17.
Oh, actually, it's in MoMA. Oh,
this is the most live, laugh, love of them all. I think this has no value.
And finally, Cruise's Green Square. It's unsold, but worth...
guess this one has a lot more physical damage to the canvas, which either is a giveaway that it's fake or real.
$8 in art supplies.
I like this one.
Love this one. Yeah.
Right? The texture.
There's just a little bit more.
Which one do you think is trash?
This is not the same question, Melissa.
I know.
What is the least expensive?
Blue.
Blue? Oh, she's so
I
wrong.
think the only reason I'm saying this is because I feel like that is the most valuable one, but then it's not. I feel like it's all backwards in this art world.
It's big blue.
I think I'm too normal to understand what this is supposed to be valued at, so I'm like, you know what? Actually,
I'm a bit of a fan of minimalism in like interior design. I love walking through IKEA. I would love to have an unlimited, a blank check to go into IKEA and walk out with exactly what I want in whatever home shape I have at the time. I would love to have it completely head to toe, perfectly designed, the entire thing, as if it was completely empty and now it's not. I never end up living up to that individualist aesthetic because my desk always gets cluttered with bullshit. My rooms get filled with bullshit. Part of actually moving into the living room space will help me not do that. A, because there's less random desks and things I can do it with, but also it would drive me too crazy to do it too crazy in this room. So
the real answer is that it's the least valuable.
we saw that in New York, yeah.
Way too many levels deep in the Inception levels.
Now, I admit this wasn't a perfect
True, I end up living there, basically, yeah.
test. Some of these paintings benefit from a physicality that can't be captured through a screen. But I think it showed that the average person mostly values art by how it looks. But how does it
That
work in
makes
the
sense.
art world? I visited a fine art auction house to find out. Hello.
Hi there. What a complete. Also, multiple captures of each person, because they had like the Zoom recording as well as an outside recording blended in together to a point I didn't even notice it for a second. And then also what a complete zoomed out to finally probably zoomed in view of what AI art is. Like, just to say, ew, it's gross. It's just AI. Like, they're going through the full scope, which is kind of crazy. I agree. Art pricing is just vibes. It is. I've been told before, and I've been riding with that as an easy evil to point out, but it is a way for the rich to hide their wealth because the tax man can't come after it because it's esoteric and they can then buy and trade amongst each other in weird ways. It's all, yeah, it's definitely elitist for sure. But it's a home. You're supposed to live there. I appreciate serene and the structure of a well crisp lined, clean house. I do also sleep in a balled up fitted sheet on top of a bare mattress when given to my own devices. I am a hurricane of ADHD that lends itself to losing everything in a pile. And I never am able to execute such a thing, perhaps, which is why I yearn for it is because it would be so nice to live and then to slowly destroy that place.
I have a question for you. I actually have an opportunity. I have a...
You wouldn't pay more than $30 for Starry Night. It is small. It's small. It looks like it's worth $30, if that, honestly.
piece of art that I think belongs in a museum.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a masterpiece. And I'd like to ask you, how much do you think it's worth?
Who's the artist? I'm Rob Cowley. I am a senior Canadian art specialist, and I am one of the owners of Cowley Abbey.
I was going to say something, but I'll just not.
In Toronto. We sell fine Canadian art as well as rare and important.
Ooh, Canadian specific art. Ooh. I don't think we saw a Victorian library at the house. I mean, I could see that. I mean, oh, definitely, for sure. Well, who knows? Nowadays, you can kind of like let it shine a bit more. You can bring out your femininity without needing to be a flaming homosexual or whatever, but like, who knows? He probably is. I was just gonna say, I don't think, Kara, we saw one piece of Canadian art in our recent trip to New York. There's probably a Canadian who's famous, but I don't think any of the things we saw was Canadian. I'm just gonna say it and hope it's true.
Important work by international artists. We've sold works upwards of $3 million by artists like Emily Carr and the Group of Seven, and we also do private sales. I'd have to do some research. As of right now, without knowing.
Perfect example of how art. He is an art appraiser. He should be able to look at this and be like, ah, yes, it has 85% of the qualities of art we are looking for. Therefore, it is worth X dollars. But he's like, oh, I'll have to look up and see what everyone else says it's supposed to be worth. That's it.
Anything, it's unsigned. Looking like the materials are quite new. But at this point, I would probably say decorative value. So somewhere in the under a couple $100 right now.
Oh, under a couple hundred. So you're talking like 180, right?
Over $5?
Potentially. The materials would be over $5. So there's that.
It was $8.
$8. There you go. I'd appraise it at, with them, I mean, let's say $10.
You heard it here first.
Labor value. Labor value. There it is.
Talking about valuation, the first determining factor of value is the artist.
This means that a painting's value isn't primarily determined by what's on the canvas, but rather by the plaque at the side. This is because in
that does make sense, right? That makes sense. I'm sure. I agree. I don't disagree one bit. Like, even as the video went on, I was like, okay, he's definitely like the gaydar I have is saying all signs point to yes, right? Like that is what's happening in my head, right? But he's Canadian. Who knows? He's just Canadian. He could just be Canadian, right? I was thinking that, okay, it does make sense that the person who made it, because normally the person who made something is a celebrity. So the same way that a used tissue is not worth it for the snot, but it's worth it for the snot because you care about the person who snotted into it. The bath water, it's only valuable to whose bath it was, in a sense. You put it into gamers terms, right? So people would buy Hassan's used underwear, but they would not buy my used underwear, despite what is left in the underwear is non-existent. That does not matter, In
the art market, artists are basically brands. Some are designer, others are on the rise, but most are basically insignificant, and their work is valued only by its visual appeal.
I did not know that he was a jerk. I mean, I guess because there was that movie about him. Unless you're just saying it as a joke and you're not actually making a statement like he was a cunt and I'll say that to the day I die. If I ever see him in the afterlife, I'll fucking kick his ass. You could just be saying it as a message, but it's possible. Because he didn't seem like a cunt in the movie, but then again, that movie is there to glaze him, right? Why wouldn't they?
The price someone would pay to hang it on their wall as decoration.
If it's an artist that's had no history at auction or not had works at auction in the last 20 years, typically then you may put a conservative value on an artwork like that, and the market then will dictate kind of where the interest.
I had the same mental automatic click, but perhaps even a worse version, where if I think of a person or I'm told of a person's name, I immediately fly through the fucking card catalog, the Rolodex, the Control F, and I find that one thing that they were canceled for that I can think of. And most of the time there's just an entry and it goes, oh, there's a reason they're canceled for something. And there's a reason I'm supposed to hate them for something, but I don't remember what it is. It's all faded off the card or whatever. And I'm like, I just know I'm supposed to hate them. I forget what for. It could even be for a thing that they've atoned for or a thing that I no longer think is bad, right? It could have been in my head back when I was like anti-feminist or something. And I'm like, I'm supposed to hate this person. Like my mind would do that even recently with like Al Sharpton. Because my dad would say, Al Sharpton's a piece of shit. And I'm thinking like, oh yeah, that piece of shit. I'm like, wait. My dad wrote this card. I don't trust my dad for these things anymore. He could still be a piece of shit. Totally to be true. But I'm just like, I should rewrite this card. I mean, is it wrong to assume that every man from 1960 and past has done some fuck shit for sure. Like just a 100% accuracy. Is that wrong to assume that's that in their life that they did? Because I just feel like that would just be kind of true. He did do that. Yeah. He did do that. That is, if you know, I would say you could never do that with consent, most likely. Well, you in his situation was very unlikely to have done it with consent because it seems the person was not prepared for it when they got it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, which is definitely, I mean, that creates a weird, it's a weird bargaining chip. To be like, don't you love me? I cut my ear off. And they go, well, now what am I supposed to say? Right? Because now that's kind of like emotional labor you're putting on me. What the fuck, man? You know, like that's obviously a little not gaslighty, but it's a little manipulative for sure. Yeah.
So for an artist's work to transcend its decorative value, they need to catch the market's interest, which is usually done with the help of a really good story. Take Maud Lewis, a Canadian folk artist known for her bright, cheerful paintings, which are contrasted by a hard life of poverty.
That looks like children's art to me. Not to be coming after Lewis over here, but he ate his own paint. Well, there you go. That's literally a major problem. A little extremely manipulative. Yes. Yeah. Well, you know, at some point you're free to talk about it because he can't hear you, right? Like at least on one side of his head, you can discuss it with others. I mean, of course, yeah, he was super deeply unwell. Was he the one that was shot to like defend his brother or something and then died of a bullet wound or whatever? That's the movie I'm thinking of, but it could be a different famous artist that I'm thinking back on, honestly. I'm so bad with like names and art history specifically that I'm pretty sure that's what I thought. Yeah, cadmium poisoning. I was literally what I was going to think about because they talked about because I paint Warhammer miniatures at least at one point, definitely more actively as of about a year and a half ago for sure, in different degrees. But well, that was the movie supposedly was saying that instead of him shooting himself, he let himself die of the disease of the bullet or whatever, I forget, but he basically killed himself. Was kind of what the movie was getting to. But then maybe that's wrong, that I got the wrong thing. It was a bullet wound, whether or not it was someone else that shot him. Oh, that's right. He shot himself accidentally, but they were saying it was more of a robbery where he got shot, but he didn't want the person to get charged with the crime. Maybe it was a child that accidentally, you know, that got mixed up in a bet, whatever it was. That was the idea, but it was like a shot in the stomach or something. So it's like, who the fuck kills themselves by shooting themselves in the midsection? What a terrible way to go. I think that was the question that was being posed and then answered via the story. Painting Warhammer miniatures, you would lick your brushes to get a point because you needed that good point to paint your miniatures. And they said, don't lick your brushes. There's cadmium in the fucking acrylic paints that we use, and you will get sick or go crazy. Yeah. So okay, that was the correct movie.
And painful physical disabilities.
When I started in the business in the early 2000s, her work would often sell between $5,000 and $10,000 at the high end. She now has had a work sell for, I think, over $100,000. And a huge reason for that was the movie Maudie that was released in 2016, which starred Ethan Hawke and Sally Hawkins.
Knowledge and appreciation of these stories.
Okay, step 1, consistency. Fuck that, throw that out. Step 2, get Ethan Hawke to make a movie about you. Boom, successful.
These legacies are
but she was still selling these things for fucking a good chunk of change.
The difference in how an average person may value art compared to an insider.
Fair
it's
point,
evident in how the closer a piece is to legacy in name, time, and subject, the more it can be worth.
Jean-Paul Riopel, a Quebec abstract painter and world renowned, his work, the early 1950s, carry the greatest value. Paintings have sold in excess of $5 million. His work from the 1980s can sell for $20,000 and $30,000.
But there is something about this emphasis on legacy that feels unfair.
We see it with, a good example is an artist named Ralph Burton, who painted with A.Y. Jackson, the member of the Group of Seven. Compositionally, their works can be very similar. And A.Y. Jackson's work, as I said, can sell for close to $1 million, is 8.5, 10.5 inch sketches. Typically, they're gonna sell between 10,000 to 100,000. Ralph Burton's sketches of the same size are typically not even going to hit $10,000.
That conversation helped me understand that there are two very different frameworks for valuing art. The average person, like Taha or Melissa, think about the decorative or practical value. This is a multi-purpose microphone. Now, sure, the price depends a bit on
God, Zoomers and making microphones into weird things.
Personal preference, but the bulk of the value is bound by the cost of materials and technical labor. Think of it this way, it's like the difference between tailor-made clothes and fast fashion. The value comes from craftsmanship. Now, art collectors care about this, but they also care about context. Oh wait, context. With this framework, the price doesn't have an upper bound because its value depends on external factors like we learned from Rob. With the right legacy, a piece can be worth millions of dollars. Wow. But if we go back to the fashion analogy, think of it like buying a luxury brand over a generic option. What you value is what the product represents, sometimes more than the product itself. Now, I think both of these frameworks are perfectly valid ways to value art. In theory. I'm sure someone's already writing a comment about how the contextual framework is just a bunch of excuses rich people use to justify tax evasion. And honestly, that might be a fair point. In case you didn't know, when a person, primarily in North America, donates an object to a nonprofit organization like a museum, the loss functionally comes out of their taxable income. Now, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? It encourages collectors to share art with the public instead of locking it away in a vault or selling it to a private collection. But the system can be exploited. In the 80s, a report revealed that the Getty Museum was attracting donations by promising to overvalue them for tax purposes. Then, an LA Times article from 2008 revealed that a similar abuse was happening in 4 local art museums. In 2023, the IRS issued a warning that they had multiple active abuses of this nature still happening. Cases like this, where museums, cultural institutions collude with art investors, it makes context seem more like a tool to justify a price tag, not a meaningful way to measure the value of art.
We were even talking about the banana one specifically. So whether or not that one is one of these ones, it definitely is the number one example that people point to because they say, that's stupid, right?
Art. That's a problem for this video because I think we need to agree on how to value art. We can't just be reactionary or else we can end up with logical inconsistencies, especially when we throw in outliers like AI art. I had to open Facebook for this. I will never forgive you. So we know about the practical value framework. I think that everyone can kind of agree on it, but thanks to Rob, we also know about contextual value. However, we need to see if it is valid for the purposes of this video. In order to do that, I think that context needs to be able to explain the value of modern art to the average person. That's me. I don't want to be disregarded. I don't want to hear, oh, you don't understand it. And that's the point, because that's circular.
Sorry, I was mesmerized by some of the different things. The ancient museum or donated to get their name on a plaque because they own it, and that's the ego part of it, as well as a tax fraud part potentially. Then even if it isn't tax fraud, it's an ego thing. Yeah, the banner on your Twitch account is actually AI art. Wait a second, that's crazy. Oh, okay, well, yeah, there it is. That. I would not have jumped to the conclusion that that was AI art. It kind of looks like a, what do you call it? Oops, did I hit a different, what the fuck? Oh, somehow I advanced the video probably by pulling this thing out and then accidentally leaving it on the tab. But yeah, I mean, it looks like some kind of comic book, I guess, style. Because it has like the really dark and high contrast colors with the crisp lines. That's what I would have jumped to. I mean, I've used an AI art generator occasionally to fill in the blanks here and there of something. Watch that one, not that one, this one.
particular reasoning. I want an actual reason. Can context show me the value of modern art? Side quest!
Tell me your response to this. What do you see in this?
Oh, good question. Oh, I'm experiencing a fear that I'm gonna have the wrong answer.
This is Adam Welch, the curator of Moments in Modernism, a modern art exhibit at the Art Gallery of Ontario on until March 2026.
I don't know why that seems like a focal point for me, but it looks like I've taken off my glasses.
Is this supposed to be a goatsy situation? Fair enough. I mean, it's not like you were using that banner to insult clout or whatever, but so it was like anti-ego going on. But yeah, this, to me, I'm seeing a fist to the left, a fist to the right, the gaping anus, the two different legs. I don't know. I sincerely doubt my man is going to say it's a goatsy, but I'm curious.
I have terrible
Also, we
nearsighted
blurred
vision.
this art. Fucking
and
take that
I'm
art.
seeing a silhouette of something. So what do you see when you see this picture?
Speaking as a curator, I think about the history of abstract painting. So I think about how Richter is thinking about artists who came before him, artists who are working alongside him in Germany in the 1960s and 70s.
Adam was the perfect person to ask if there was any context that could explain the value of modern art. Because where a normal person like me sees a painting, he sees history.
So this painting is actually based off an image that he found in a newspaper. And the image was of a sex worker who had been murdered. And so it's a...
It was clear that for Adam, context wasn't a tool for tax evasion. It shaped the way he consumed art and shared it with others. You see, the exhibit was weirdly diverse.
Yeah, but he's the dude, like he's not the dude buying the art, and he's not the dude selling the art. He's just the guy who actually likes actual art. Because when the rich people buy art, they pretend to know what it is, but they're like, all right, what's the numbers? Let's figure it out. Get my accountant to talk to your accountant.
But that variety was on purpose. Adam had curated a hint to help us see the value of modern art the way he does.
Modern art begins after the Industrial Revolution in the 1850s. And around...
That was definitely blurred. It was definitely blurred. I mean, you know what? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, definitely. He could not afford a single thing for sure. He's trying to afford his rent in the inner city, whatever, you know.
Around that same time, the invention of photography happens, right? So photographs are invented, and artists, painters, are kind of freed from having to do representation.
I was thinking, like, wait, that one might actually be pixelated inside the art.
Invented an artist.
That's kind of neat.
Painters are kind of freed from having to do representations of the world.
And you weren't
around.
wrong.
So
they do
painters
like
are
making
allowed to
the
explore all
censored-looking art.
different ways of engaging with the world, engaging with history, engaging with other artists. And remember, artists live like you and I in their time. They're thinking about technology as it appears. So lots of artists are looking for new ways of making artwork. And so you see artists who are looking at photography in the 1870s and 80s. Likewise, you see artists who are looking...
We got to see that as well, I believe. That was also in... Well, no, there was the weird moon video with them landing. I don't think there was the horse one, but...
At new materials and plastics in the 1960s and 70s who are going to take up those materials, those ways of working in their work.
Okay, cool. Now recording video. This was the first time I ever felt like I understood modern art. All of that variety created over the course of a century. The beautiful, the experimental, the stupid. Now
Hey, it's a thing.
it just feels like this human scream, a refusal to be rendered obsolete. I recognize the value in that. I think it's the same one I feel with my ugly horses. And it's kind of a crazy coincidence since I picked modern art because it is this thing that nobody understands the value of. So like if context could describe that, then context is a valid framework. That's why I decided to talk about modern art, not because it is this extremely apt historical analog for the specific problem I am facing right now. But I guess it's both. You might think I'm just projecting, but check out this article I found. It's from a magazine published in September 1922. It's called...
I'm so fucked. Whenever I see September, I go 11. I just can't help it. I can't help it.
Paintings Past and Present by De Fayette. Okay, here's what it says.
I'm so fucked. You were just saying the other day about how 9/11's been memed, and it will never be a Pearl Harbor. And that's what I'm fighting for, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of insane.
100 years ago, photography was invented. Slowly, painters began to worry and ask themselves questions about the destiny of their art and the future of their destiny. Thousands of painters asked themselves what they were good for. And that's
This is one of the more classic ones. Because, I mean, I guess the more somewhat recent one is like, oh, God, Photoshop. Oh, no. You can Photoshop and fake pictures. That's the problem. And we've had a lot of problems with our boomer parents and or boomer relatives, or even Gen Xers, depending on how young you are, getting fooled by a Photoshop and you being like, that's Photoshop. And they go, no, it's not. Or you showing something that's real and they go, that's a Photoshop. And you go, no, it's not. So, goodness, that feels so much. I didn't realize how much pain I was in until that's happened. And now I'm like, oh, bliss, sweet bliss. Time to drink more soda. No. So it's always interesting to look back on the olds and seeing people saying, kids these days, they've got it so easy. They don't know what it's like to have a hard work. And you look at the date and it's like 1810 and you go, oh dear God, those kids are working harder than any one of us has ever worked in our entire lives. What the fuck? So again, when photography was first invented, egads, we're never going to make art ever again. But there is a different problem with the AI art situation, which I assume they're going to get to.
That's this whole video, isn't it? What is the value of human art in an AI world? What is it good for? Now that I feel pretty confident that practicality and context are both valid ways to value art, I can finally start to answer that question.
Let's talk practical value. Any piece of human art has a higher practical value than any piece of AI art. I know it sounds bold to say, but remember, the practical value framework, or whatever I called it, it's based on craftsmanship, the cost of materials and labor. The primary selling point of AI is that it is cheap and easy. Now, some people might say that good AI art requires prompt engineering. Does it? I mean, check it out. With multimodal inputs, you can upload reference photos and files. And if something isn't turning out right, you could just ask why. Or better yet, get it to ask you clarifying questions. And once it generally understands your request, you could get it to generate a new prompt for you. That isn't prompt engineering. That's good communication, which kind of proves that it can.
I do think there is an unparalleled use of AI art for shit posting specifically, right? Like that is something that you can do. Shit posting in ways of making your picture look like the lady with the hat picture, or whatever the hell it's called. Lady in the dress, or whatever that image is called. I forget. It's something like that. To make a shit post, Trump post, to make a shit post, anything. It's useful for that. But then it does create a Pandora's box scenario deeper into the future. For sure.
Can't be engineering because engineers can't communicate. Anyway, I'll admit that this process isn't particularly token efficient, but because all of these consumer-facing AI services don't actually charge a token usage fee, they charge a monthly fee, there isn't a real incentive to be efficient. So even if it can be a little bit frustrating, you can just spam a chatbot until you get something good enough. It is cheaper than hiring a skilled illustrator, and it is easier than learning how to do it all from scratch. Cheap and easy. That is the practical value of AI art. What about the contextual value? This is where things get a little bit more complicated because context is obviously specific to each piece of art, and there is just no feasible way for me to compare every single piece of AI art with every single piece of human art. Even if we only consider stuff made after like 2022 when DALL-E 2 was released. That is still 15 billion images on top of all the human work. Let me do some quick math here. Yeah, 15 billion. And we know that there are say I look at it for like half a second. 600 minutes. It would take me 237 years to look at everything, and we would have to all stop now. So we need to think about this from first principles. I define contextual value as what the work represents. The artist's reputation, historical significance, the cultural narrative. Now, if I'm honest, I think human art and AI art have the same potential to achieve those things. The way I see it, their only difference is the use of generative AI and the context that comes with it. So what is that? Well, I guess I gotta find out now.
This question was weirdly difficult to answer, because generative AI is everywhere and it has a lot of potential, but very few known impacts. We don't know if AI makes people more productive. We don't even know how it actually works.
So I want to focus on what we actually do know. There are two measurable changes that generative AI is almost exclusively responsible for: environmental harm and worker displacement.
Let's start with the environmental harm.
You mean like literally the straight line tool that you make beam between the two things? In digital art is not real art. It's a tool in art. Not an overly good one, but it is not an overly good tool, but it is a tool. And I would say that barring any modern art style context, someone who produced an art that said, check it out, straight lines, they'd be like, huh? But if you put those straight lines as a background behind a thing with a, I've watched 39 Daff make a bunch of art on stream, and she might use a straight line tool for some reason at some point. I don't think she really does, but just in general, you can even just say she does. But the art she makes is definitely art. It's unequivocally art, because color, lines she draws, shades, a bunch of stuff. But she also does a lot of digital things to it, even using digital brushes that will then randomize certain textures and patterns and things. It's not a physical use of her arm, but her arm is what is utilizing that tool. Using AI as a tool is good. Using AI noise removal, AI as in like neural network learning models, whatever it is, because like a lot of the AI tools we use, banana is art. Yeah. The transcription tools that do the transcription for this stream or this video we're watching are considered nowadays to be looped into the AI bubble. And those are very useful continuations of things, very useful tools that utilize the growing tool set of things we have, but it's still utilized out by the artists themselves, and it's not ultimately the end artist. Do we want to agree that, or we want to start saying that the person who points at a model and says, here's my text input, now my art, haha, I have used the ever-growing pile of tools to create my art, but their effort has now been reduced from actually moving a tool around and using it to now just throwing a couple of letters or even just using a dictation tool to do it? That's definitely a bigger stretch than we've had before, and one that I would not say it is art in the same way, but there are people who utilize AI art into ways that makes it art, because it's one layer of the art. The same way that you drawing that one line and leaving it by itself doesn't feel like art, but when you incorporate it among the full picture, then it's art, right? That's kind of where it gets, right? That's an interesting way to phrase it, because this thing is phrasing it based off of the context of the situation and the story behind the person, why they chose the things they chose. But you're just saying it's about the conversation, which ultimately the toilet in the room creates the conversation. So agreeably, I think under that definition, yes, it would. And you agree that it's not good, but still technically qualifies. So that's a way to look at it. But like I'm just saying for my own personal understanding of things, I've watched, I forget the name of it. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to Google it around. Just not off the top of my head. But there's a guy who does these weird AI videos that have like aliens talking about people or something, and whatever it is, like street interview style. But you can tell it's not just AI input, but it's AI mixed with actual filming of things. Yeah, that is definitely a tool used in art compared to just being the tool itself and saying good enough. You know, it's like the paint bucket tool being used instead of it being used inside of an entire artist thing. Yeah, AI art mixed with mocap, because a lot of the things that we currently use, a lot of the stupid, background removal tools, air quote AI, that's how you're using it as a tool in your art. That's how it, for me personally, I should say, for sure. That is where I draw the line, or that's where it makes more sense to me instantaneously. It is very good for uncanny shit, yes. Which is both a defense of it being art and also kind of a defense of it not being good art, right? But if you're able to manipulate that uncanniness into your art for effect, that's beautiful. That makes it good art, right? Yeah.
AI image models rely on a bunch of computer chips that require a lot of resources to use and maintain. This volume of energy demand is often higher than current power grids can handle, leading some communities to rely more on fossil fuels to make up for the gap. But even if, hypothetically, we could get this whole operation running on renewable energy, there's a second problem. One of the most efficient ways to stop these chips from overheating involves transferring that energy to a water source. This causes some evaporation in the process. Now, often, the only infrastructure in place that can reliably provide the water necessary is a community's drinking water supply. And when 2/3 of data centers built or in development since 2022 are in places already facing water scarcity, this is a problem. The water isn't destroyed forever, but evaporation effectively takes it away from a community that relies on it. So images and videos are some of the most...
Okay. I guess I never really thought of water cooling specifically evaporating water, because I'm used to closed loop evaporators. I guess there might be some major data center open air water coolers. That's news to me. But I have heard of the thing saying that AI, especially in the ingest form, where it's collecting as much to build a model, uses the majority of its energy. So that's where you end up with the water getting used up situation. But interesting about the evaporated water. I mean, maybe even a closed loop system technically evaporates some very small amount of water over time, but I that's what I'm also, I was like, I would assume that they have a closed loop system and whatever losses are more about time than usage. But yeah, so I'm like, I don't know, but I have heard that talking point before about how these things are using up the water. So it's like, because I mean, using up the energy is obviously a problem on its own, right? You know, that's already a given. So I guess you can just take it from that point on and forget about that other part of it. Just because I'm like, I don't know if that's sharp, just because of the closed loop. But maybe use it open. Maybe
energy-intensive calls you can make, and they are used at best for a meme, or at worst, to replace the workers who made this technology possible. To understand what I mean by that, you should probably know how AI image generation actually works. The most popular options use a diffusion model, which is a machine learning process that requires 2 steps. First, you take a bunch of images, your training data, and you gradually add noise to them. This is called forward diffusion. Then you challenge a neural network to find patterns in how to gradually remove noise until you end up with the original. This is called reverse diffusion. Once it can reliably do that, you can generate new images by applying this reversal process on new noise. If it helps, think about how humans are hardwired to recognize faces even in random places, like on a grilled cheese or the surface of Mars. A diffusion model is hardwired to recognize its training data in random noise. The problem is that it might be a little too good at recognizing its training data. Memorization occurs when a model returns a nearly identical copy of something in its training data, and this study shows that the more powerful powerful the diffusion model, the more often it memorizes. But that's a problem because copyrighted work regularly appears in training data. This is usually allowed either because it was scraped from the internet or licensed from a social media site that tucked their AI training clause into their terms and conditions. No matter how they get that data, they're generally only allowed to use it because the technology should be transformative. In theory, it should build on anything original in a really significant way. But in practice, it doesn't, at least not consistently. So, as of recording this clip on June 17th,
the quirky freeform shooter style of like grabbing the camera and setting it down, it's confusing the shit out of me because I'm too much of literally a straight shooter. And I'm like trying to put gimbals on cameras and keep things as smooth and understandable as possible. So, even just from a cinematography angle, this video is kind of like throwing me for a loop a bit. But I am still impressed with the quality of it. It's crazy.
2025, there is no way to guarantee that an AI image generator isn't just spitting out a copy of something in its training data. This is part of the current context of generative AI. Fortunately, it might not be for long. I'll explain. Let me just go grab lunch.
Hey, could I grab a fish and chips combo?
So researchers are working on ways to minimize memorization, like training on corrupted data so the machine never has a complete original to copy, or filtering out copyright based on spatial similarity. So that means that there could come a time where
oh God. Sick the fucking Disney Corporation on AI. Have them fight this fight for us. Come on, do it. every artist that is upset on Twitter about like AI stealing art of artists now has to turn to their biggest enemy ever, the Disney Corporation, to save them from the new big bully man, the big boogeyman. It's like the fucking Avengers having to turn to Thanos to save them from a fucking, galactic level threat. That's so fucking insane to think about.
diffusion models aren't accidentally plagiarism machines. But does that matter if they're still used intentionally as plagiarism machines? OpenAI continues to let people generate images in broader studio styles. And while they claim to block attempts to mimic living artists, they aren't trying very hard.
Like I said before, you can upload photos and get a prompt to emulate that.
They're bringing back the Concorde or whatever it's called, like the different super jet stuff. You don't have to hand it to Saudi Arabia. It's one of those things that you just never have to do, from what I've been told.
Style, including the ones of living artists. You can even use the photo directly if you just say it's in the public domain. This means with print-on-demand services, any passive income grifter can copy a style developed by human artists, crowd the market with rip-offs, and undercut the people who made that style popular.
But hey, intentionally committing copyright infringement is against most AI tools' terms of service. So in case you do think it's unfair to
it's against the terms of service. It'll never happen now. It'll never happen.
judge generative AI based on its prohibited use, let's talk about an entirely permitted use. Say you're a studio head that actually owns the rights to a bunch of concept art, images, and writing. Nothing is stopping you from training and fine-tuning a diffusion model on that work and getting rid of the human workforce who made it possible. This isn't the hypothetical. This isn't me imagining the worst-case scenario. This is happening. It's a major reason why many creative guilds and unions have gone on strike recently.
So, I think I know the value of human art in an AI world. Now, practically its value shouldn't really change because cost of material and labor stay the same, but contextually, well, it answers the question by showing us what an AI world actually entails. It's a world where we widely implement this untested technology despite environmental and human harms because, honestly, we care more about profits than people. In that world, this world, the value of human art rapidly approaches zero. I think this actually explains why some
I have found myself, prior to a lot of this sort of change for my, the political awakening, or whatever you want to call it, the recovering dumbass journey. I never really had a strong opinion on the IP stuff, other than it would suck for the little guy to lose out on something in a world where they need it, right? Without really thinking about it in that exact context, that's kind of where I got to. But I've never been like a, man, Disney really needs to get their sales, or, those Etsy sellers that are selling Pokemon, knitted plushies really deserve to get it fucking given to them. Now, some of the stuff where like the Homestuck guy would get mad at like people in Artist Alley selling a keychain with like a perler bead, melted up thing or whatever. And it's just like, well, that seems a little overzealous. They're your fans. But he wanted to protect his IP and all that. And that's his own prerogative, I guess. So I agree copies are legal. I agree IP really should not be nearly as locked hard as it is, though I could see how it can be fucked and used in a negative way, where someone is using it in bad faith or someone is intentionally trying to keep themselves as the top. And like, imagine if Disney, now allowed to say fuck IP, just rips all the other cool studio stuffs, throws it on their fucking Disney Plus app and says, fuck you, bitch, I got mine, and I'm going to be able to advertise it, and I'm going to be able to get all the views for this thing. You'd be like, fuck, wait, that's actually kind of a nasty thing, and I don't like that could happen. And so you're like, shit. So the completely no IP law, I don't know if it would in practice actually work as well as we hope, but I don't know of a way to make it tight. Yeah. You're vehemently anti-IP. At best, I will settle for 20-year copyright max. The only people who get benefits longer than 20 years is Megacorps. That's currently true for definitely what you're saying, yeah. Because like the Disney thing is able to keep it, and only Steamboat Mickey specifically is undone, or like Winnie the Pooh, the specific Disney version is what's been freed. Otherwise, it's not. It's a weird little jitter I saw on the stream. It's odd. I think that's interesting. I think that's my overlay for when I lose frames. Very interesting. Yes. I'll have to look into that. I think it's a thing I can turn off for sure. But like, imagining my scenario. No, I agree. But imagine if I don't know, some cool homemade, art studio makes an awesome thing. Like we were talking about the movie Flow in Nandre's chat, and it's a, basically a silent film, but with all sound effects and music for this cat thing. It's cute. But then imagine that Disney sees it and goes, oh, sick. I'll just yoink it, put it on Disney Plus behind my paywall and say, I guess maybe paywalls wouldn't exist in this point. So maybe that would neuter it. But if I'm just worried that if we let everything be open, then some of the worst actors, or in this situation, another more smaller situations, this person, Answers in Progress makes this video, but then a much bigger bot channel finds it, uploads it, and gets it out into the algorithm, and it outcompetes this own video that made it entirely, and it's just a complete one-to-one rip, and then it just makes it not win out. So then it doesn't get the ad revenue from the ads or whatever. And you're like, fuck, that sucks. These people who worked on this thing actually should get it. And that's like the small creator version. And I don't know how you beat it, but I agree the way IP is done, it sucks. And I agree on a max 20 year, that should definitely cover the small people easily, all that kind of stuff. It's publicly named what they gonna do with it. It's on YouTube. I guess it would be places that are able to weaponize their ability better than another place. So, like if I put out a YouTube video, I'm not trying to defend it under my circumstances specifically, but if I put out a cool YouTube video and a channel that actually has subscribers and viewers sees it, then and maliciously puts a similar title and thumbnail up to make sure it gets the views, and now mine doesn't, then that would be, what a shame for me, or whatever. That's an argument that I've heard that's been brought up, and I'm like, dang, I don't know that I have in my arsenal of ideas and things that fix the world a good thing to quell that fire of that question. I wish I did, because I agree things should be open and free. So like, similar to the Hassan industrial complex, I would be fine with people making a clip channel of all the bullshit that I have, editing it up, whatever. I would only demonetize, or not demonetize, DMCA or ask for a takedown if people were intentionally editing things in bad faith to make me look like I say Like I eat poop, like I eat poop, I eat poop. And people took that part out and left that part all on its own and took it away from the other context of me saying, I actually don't eat poop. It was just for effect. Then I'd be like, okay, you're clearly trying to make me look like I eat poop knowing that I don't because you edited this, you jerk. That would be where I would come after it, only in that situation. All of Disney movie being public is going to fuck Disney way more than any benefit putting Shrek on their site. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I would rather go through the motions and then see the problem present itself and then find a new solution to that new problem than keeping the things currently. So I think I'm in agreement 100%. Even if I have short-sighted questions or potential faults I'm thinking of, I agree that we should move forward with the idea of stripping IP. So
Some people hate AI art. Not just dislike it, not just see it as less valuable. I mean hate. It's kind of
this is an interesting presentation, especially from a place called Answer in Progress. Assuming it's progressive stuff, because it's like, wow, some people really hate this stuff. That's weird. It's a weird presentation, but there might be more of the acting presentation to present it and not necessarily the actual views, but I'm curious to see where this goes.
killed the vibe for consuming art nowadays. Comment sections are full of questions or accusations that AI art was used, or I can spot AI when I see it. Look at those hands. It's giving witch hunt, but it is understandable. These people see AI art as an active threat. The framework we have spent 20 minutes establishing explains this. What it doesn't explain is why some people don't hate AI art. I mean, if it's such a huge threat, how can people still use
Because they're Elon Sims, that's why.
it? Not tech companies trying to increase their stock value, not studios trying to make the most of their copyright, not even grifters who are trying to sell you a get-rich-quick scheme. I'm talking actual people.
Oh, 100%. It is. I literally thought it was going to be the standard style of like, ew, AI gross. But they went like, what is art? And they like literally went back and like they looked at the idea of it and they attacked it from the idea of like, everyone hates modern art, right? Ew, modern art, LOL, banana. So like that's an interesting way to look at it, and then to add nuance to it, and then to try to then say, see, art will still matter because we have our own nuance and they don't. But then now looking at the perhaps the knee-jerk pendulum swinging the other side.
Like me. Oops, I probably should have disclosed that bias a little bit earlier, but in my defense, sell you a value, not studios trying to make the most of their copyright, not even grifters who are trying to sell you a get-rich-quick scheme. I'm talking actual people. Like me. Oops, I probably should have disclosed that bias a little bit earlier, but in my defense, consider this dramatic reveal. But yes, I use generative AI when I code, when I write. I even used it in this video moments ago. And I could get really specific and explain how generative AI is just one small part of a larger process. But I'm not going to, because I don't think it matters. I'm not looking for excuses. I'm admitting that I know about the context of generative AI, and
Hold on, wait. She said that she used it to color grade enhanced speech. That's not AI. I mean, that's AI because they say we use AI tools to do this shit, but that's not the same thing. That's definitely not the same thing. I would not consider, I don't think most people would consider an AI tool to background remove around your camera or whatever to be like the AI. It's not an AI tool to remove your background in Zoom. That's not an artificial intelligence. None of these things are actually artificial intelligence, right? Like what? No. I mean, so if she wants to defend this, I'm like, you got it, 100%.
And I could get really specific and explain how generative AI is just one small part of a larger process.
I mean, that's literally what we were saying before with that guy who makes those weird street interview things, because it's one part of a larger process, which makes it 100% definitely art, no questions asked.
Yes, but I'm not going to, because I don't think it matters. I'm not looking for excuses. I'm admitting that I know about the context of generative AI, and I still use it. I just don't know why. I do feel conflicted about this. I claim to love human art and craftsmanship and a livable planet, so I should hate AI art. But I don't. That's why this video has been so hard to make, because
maybe there's more to her love of AI art than just that specifically. Yeah, I'm assuming that's a bad link there. Anarchist NPT First time chatter, just posting a link. I'm assuming that's a bot thing. Oops, I did not want to click on that. I did not want to click on. Usually when I click on something, it pulls it up in like a little box. I guess that's when I'm looking at things in native stream chats. So it's funny that when I did it in an OBS window, it did not do that. Which then I got some insane Joe Rogan thumbnail and then a person in Arab clothing screaming, and I'm like, I do not want to know what the fuck that is. That is the most terrifying thing, and I'm so happy it wasn't anything worse than that when I clicked on it. Holy balls. Holy balls. Okay. Memory is now, don't click on links inside my I mean, I can only hope it was a nun. I was worried it was gonna be like, you know, Palestine gore or who the fuck no. I don't know what the fuck I was getting into. You know, it might have been based. I don't know. The person's name is Anarchist, but for them to just drop a fucking link instantaneously as their first message is also kind of sussy.
I just haven't been.
I did want to miss your comments before all that happened. That's just your normal POV. Normal POV. Oh, we were saying something specifically for a second. It's possible that she has more of an AI view than she normally does. Instead of just using it, the AI enhance her voice, she could have a more intense AI appreciation.
About this, I claim to love human art and craftsmanship and a livable planet, so I should hate AI art.
Oh, you're tall. Oh, sick. I am a nice 5'11.5" myself with shoes 6 foot. So under most circumstances, prior to this, everyone would see me as 6 foot, but now I live as an unemployed person in my house, so I'm going to be always barefoot probably. Once I have to be. You tall? Nice, yeah. I assume that she chose this camera angle to make herself appear less threatening and or submissive in this moment of being like, yo, you caught me. Don't kill me.
Art. But I don't. That's why this video has been so hard to make, because I just haven't been convinced in either direction. I don't know what side of the AI art debate I stand on. Is it bad? Is it gonna destroy humanity? Or is it good? And these are just growing pains and a moral panic. I don't know. I still don't know how to feel. I feel unwell. But that's about it. So I think the last thing I'm gonna do to try and just like reconcile this paradox I've been living in, I'm just gonna talk to artists on opposite ends of the debate and then see who I agree with.
My name is Sam. I am a content creator / illustrator.
I'm Jessica Jackson. I am a generative AI artist, part-time, as a hobby.
Ooh, part-time as a hobby. Very interesting. I was going to say, I bet it took her a long time to find a woman who does AI art. Not because women are bad, but because it's all fucking NFT Elon lovers. That's where I'm assuming people are when I think of an AI art enthusiast or AI art maker. Boom, tech bro, immediately. Boom, instantaneously. I mean, literally, if you talk to a fucking generative AI model, it just sounds like you're talking to an Elon Musk simp. It just 100% sounds like you're just talking to one of those guys who's trying to get you into the next crypto bullshit. Like 100%. Women really like AI art. That is an interesting wrinkle in this, to hear that there's a larger basis of women in the generative AI section specifically. Because you know where I was just saying where I was when I close my eyes and picture one of these, that's generally what I see. So I'll be very curious to hear her take then.
Just a quick reminder, this channel is for curious people who embrace nuance. I wanted to interview these two artists because I think they embody that, and they were kind enough to say yes. If I see any hate sent their way, I'm not gonna be mad, just disappointed. Anyway, Sam's perspective on AI was pretty consistent with what I've uncovered so far.
As an artist, it's very difficult to accept myself and a lot of peers that I personally know. A lot of our art has been kind of fed to AI, and a lot of AI art has mimicked our styles. I've even gotten comments on some of my posts saying, oh, this looks like AI art. But I'm like, you guys don't understand. They took it from me. They got inspiration from me.
This actually echoed something Rob mentioned in our interview. The full thing's available in our newsletter, by the way.
You do. You worry a lot about aspects like that. You worry a lot about devaluing original art. So a computer learning about how Emily Carr painted and then creating something new is dangerous.
At the time, I didn't really understand how a machine that copied an artist devalued their work. After all, we had just learned that at some point, an artist's legacy drives more value than what their art actually looks like. But after hearing Sam, an incredibly talented and
I feel like she's doing that for the script of the video to make sure the point is brought. The tech pros are the loud ones, but the women make up a large portion of the art enjoyers. I assume that she's writing this because I can't imagine a young person, especially a person who maybe she's not the cinematographer, but if she's not the cinematographer, she would still be adjacent to art in many ways, both as a person who did it herself and a person who's in a channel that seems to embrace art, like an artistic view of how to express things. And she's also the one well, maybe she's working with a cinematographer, but it's filmed to look like she's the one framing the shots on a bunch of these things. But I have to assume this is a planned viewpoint to keep things neutrally framed, because it's hard to imagine a young person not seeing it through that lens of like, dude, it took my style. It took my style. I did not consent to my style being taken. Like that's, and then I'm gone. I'm a whisper. People have seen it before they've seen my stuff now. Like I can't imagine that she hasn't seen that.
Popular digital artists talk about how his work was being compared to AI because it was trained on his stolen art. It made sense. When generative AI floods the internet with ripoffs, it actually takes an artist's personal style and rips it from their context and makes it a part of something else, something cheap and mass-produced and poorly made. It is upsetting.
I saw this comment on YouTube one day that someone was saying like, why should I care to enjoy this thing that nobody cared to actually make? The amount of effort put into something, the thought put into something, there's something intangibly special.
Yes, styles are styled upon. The old yoinkin twist. The twist is the part where you add your own little spice to it. But there's a difference between another human being attempting to mimic another person's style and saying, give me this, in parentheses, this guy's art style. Bam, it's just his art style. You know what I mean? People have jobs to teach other people's styles. So like there is a style guide for drawing The Simpsons is a great example where they say like, make sure to do this with their face, but not this. The ear has to be here, but not there. Otherwise that's not a way The Simpsons are drawn. There's famous ones for all the different big cartoon shows because those style guides would be given to the people in like Korea who were hand drawing shit back in the day because not one guy could draw all that shit. And also cheap labor. So yeah, there is ways to facilitate style. And that's how the Berserk is still running. I thought Berserk wasn't running. Maybe I'm thinking of something different. Guts? Is that Guts Berserk? I thought that ended. I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of this stuff. I feel like there's definitely a few things I need to get into and watch to some degree. Yeah, I mean, this guy having his stuff ripped without even being told about it. Not that that matters in this situation where you're saying that people copy each other. Because I mean, it's a difficult thing to fight against, that specific phrase of people copy each other. It is true. The duty trained is taking that's what it was. I think that, yeah, the creator of the thing, the comic, not the shows. So Berserk, the comic is still running, but the show is not. So the show, I guess, ended, or maybe even vice versa. But yeah, I remember hearing that the show was done because the guy died, I guess. But then I guess either people continued the comics or whatever it was, despite him being gone. Interesting. There's something that I guess is difficult for me to put into words, which is important to eventually find a way to do, because otherwise it's just an emotion that can't be properly shared. But there's some part of me that I want to chew on a bit that finds a specific ripping style thing to be difficult to condone in this exact context, because there's something that is off with it that otherwise, with my other previous viewpoints, I could not find an appropriate response to. But I'm curious. I guess we'll just finish, and then I'll see if I can somehow find the correct defense, or at least the reason to dislike it. Whether or not there's a defense or a reason to attack it down, if there's a more concise reason to disapprove of it.
Special about that. And I see a lot of people disappointed as someone was saying, like, why should I care to enjoy this thing that nobody cared to actually make? The amount of effort put into something, the thought put into something, there's something intangibly special about that. And
so the effort put into something, it's good because it's hard. I can definitely see the problems with that argument. It's like the voice isolation or the noise canceling of a microphone going through an air quote AI tool versus having a true audio engineer sit there and do all this bullshit. And you could argue there's a beauty to that noise canceling, even though it's a background effect that's not necessarily in your face. There is a lot of effort and skill that was then now confined down into numbers and then smoothed out via algorithms and stuff. And it's losing that human elements. The fine-tuned rotoscoping around an individual figure. There's an art to how good the rotoscoping is and the effort and the time it takes to get a good one done, versus now a tool going in and saying, boom, background removed, dog, you're all set. And the freedom that gains. I agree that hard work is worth something, but also tools are allowed to make things faster. So that's a point where I'm disagreeing with that standalone take that it's only the thing that makes it worth something.
I see a lot of people reacting very negatively when they see things made with AI. They see it, they're like, oh, it's a cool image. And then
AI is popular in China. They don't have the hangups about it as we do because there isn't a capitalist incentive behind it. That is an interesting and cool way to see it. So that's almost like seeing a side of it where they just see it for the tool and the time saving and the ability it provides. And they don't see it so much as it's stealing from me, or it's taking from me, or it's stopping my ability to make, which is a very utilitarian way to look about it. And the way that I hope that we can eventually see it more even in this sector of things. Although, does that imply that in China, again, not trying to like Red Scare or whatever, does that imply that in China there are people who don't make money from art that would now lose money from art in this exchange? Because I would assume there would still be artists and things that work in China or sell art in China and all that stuff who, for one reason or another, would have a similar complaint, if not very not exactly similar to the way that we have the complaint. But I wonder. Because there must be. I mean, obviously, art is universal. Whether there is IP laws or not, there's still art. So, interesting.
And they find out it's AI. And when they find out that there was no human mind or human effort put behind this thing, they start to, it's almost like a deflation. Their excitement and everything just gets crushed. And they're like, oh.
See, that is, I think, a fair point to see with it. Because, yeah, there are artists. AI art is bad. No one's selling AI art. They're selling good art. Fair. Okay. Yeah. Because I do think that if you go to somebody and say, look, it's a beautiful hand-blown piece of glass, they go, cool. If you go, look, it's a machine printed out, stamped out piece of glass, they go, oh, well, who cares? Like, there's a big difference between things that people know someone worked on and someone didn't work on. Where I guess it could become less moral or whatever is when things are presented as one, but they're actually the other, or it's intentionally done to present as if they are a thing that's well known to be one thing while never secretly saying one way or the other, but they're just helping people assume it, right? Because like when, you know, making a D&D character art for a campaign, you just type in some bullshit about what you think your character looks like and you find it, right? Boom. It comes up with something that looks pretty close. Then you share that in your Discord when you're doing the thing. Makes complete sense, especially if you're not a person who has artistic skill. Makes complete sense. Or even if you're a person with artistic skill and you want to get it to print out something to start with, and then you work with that. Whatever, right? I'm not a person who says we should throw it out. I don't think so. Not, you know, it is, but it is. I would say it's more of an interesting debate than previous times when Photoshop came out. And then some of this AI video stuff is, I guess it's creating the barrier of entry of like, it's removing, well, I guess I'll talk about that after.
It's just another one of those. All right, I'm moving on.
I think Sam put into words why AI art can feel like such a betrayal. When I look at art, I can't help but think about how it was made and who made it. What was the inspiration behind the piece? What experiences shaped their style? How long did it take? And when it turns out to be AI, the reality falls short. But Jessica reminded me that it doesn't fall to zero. While generative AI can be a thoughtless slop machine, it doesn't have to be.
I'm putting my emotions into this machine with intent, with direction. I know a lot of AI artists set a stage.
Can she get an AI to like do some noise canceling or fix your camera or something? I mean, I say no hate, but I am a bit of a TV production nerd. I have an incredibly expensive camera that now gets blown out with the sunlight because it's optimized for this exact form of lighting, and that's supposed to be pitch black. But like I have way too nice. This is a $400 microphone, right? Given to me for my birthday. Whoa, ease out. Before I had a $20 microphone that sounded almost as good, I promise. The Ultra Voice Behringer XM8500. It's a good mic, folks. You can buy it for about $20, depending upon inflation or whatever. Fuck me. Eye tracking's too good. Socialist, but has microphone. It's a birthday present, I promise. Ooh. It was a birthday present. Because every man, you know, every guy and every podcaster, every YouTuber has this fucking mic. You just have to do it. You have to do it. Totally getting distracted. It is a gain hungry microphone. So make sure you have a audio interface and or a gain booster dedicated for it. Right now, my Evo 4 that I use for this is almost cranked to max. And I have to add a little extra gain on the back end. So I could be already missing out on some of the beauty of this microphone. But yeah, I care about video audio quality. I don't think... No, maybe she doesn't have to do a lot of Zoom calls. Or she does not want to be a streamer. So, you know, no, everybody has to have a fucking beautiful camera. None of these words are in the Bible. None of those words are in the Bible. Hard equals good is literally the laziest art critique you can make. I agree. Birth of the Nation was hard to make. You're telling me the most racist movie ever to exist is good because it was hard. Damn. You as in the world. Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah.
Age kind of with their scene. Like, I don't do that. I use a lot of like pieces of a journal entry or a poem, photos that I might have taken, things like that as references. They become more personal. When I have a vast SREF library, most of which are just Midjourney images that I have made over the years that I have just re-uploaded or smashed together. Since I reuse my own images as SREFs, I think that's where the cohesiveness.
Reuse my own generative art as a generative art base, which means it's now mine, is an interesting argument to make, depending upon a couple of things that can matter. So, because you have a more lenient take than my immediate knee-jerk reaction, I'm curious about your definition of this. So, at one point, there was a person who was sharing... basically, it was a picture, but then it was like recolored I think she means from the photo she uses. Well, yeah, there was some photo references she talked about, true, which would definitely be 100%. No one would disagree with that. I assume because no one uses Midjourney anymore, because that was one of the first ones that she was referring to. But there's a person who had like images that were made, and then they kind of just did like a paint bucket recoloring kind of thing to them. And then they said those were now their images. And we were like, hey, we don't think those qualify as your images. And they're like, well, what if I had gone through and pixel by pixel redrew them by tracing over, but now have replaced them with my own pixels. Now it is my art. And I drew this, even though it was this other thing. That was another question. We were like, well, we still don't think that would necessarily qualify as your art. It's just someone else's. Like, you would be breaking the rules of entering into an art contest if you were to submit that. And that's where I feel like I had more of a point going, but then I got a bit distracted by a couple of things, and double checking to make sure I didn't, like, upset anybody, whatever it is. I mean, there are legally their images before they recolored them. Whether or not legal, but just like as far as like, man to man or, friend to friend, you'd be like, come on, man, that's not, you hit the paint bucket on the arm to change the color to this. And before it used to have like shading and stuff, but now it has one solid color filling in the gaps. And then like around the corners where like it's a little bit compressed by the JPEG capture, now it has a weird off coloring that never quite got filled in, and you didn't feel like fixing it. It's like, that's, it's trash. Like you were saying before, some AI stuff can, it's still technically art, but it's trash. It was one of those things where it was like, even if you consider it, we don't consider it. So, don't say it's yours according to us, that was some critique that was done. But even just like the say that did it pixel by pixel, we didn't even believe them, because nobody would go through pixel by pixel. We know they just did a paint bucket or whatever it was. That was our assumption in the situation. And it was kind of like, we saw it as, especially as passing it off as your own with never mentioning the tracing and or the thing. But if you did a reverse image search, you could find the sources and you go, wait a second, it put a bad stink in our mouth for sure. Yeah. Yes. And then there's been cunts, obviously, talking about 39 Daft. She's talked about art contests that she's run or ones that she's been adjacent to and working alongside of or nearby, and seeing it saying, this is a contest. You have to submit new art. So art, not the art that you've made before, but it has to be made like within a week of the contest, basically. And it can't be AI. And seeing people submit something that maybe was a month old instead of a week old, they go, well, that still is within the spirit, even if it was a little bit off accidentally or whatever. But when seeing people submit AI art blatantly, it's like, wait, that's AI. How could you? That's obviously a dick move. And I don't think anyone's even disagreeing with that idea. Or whatever. The idea was supposed to be, you heard of this contest and then you made the art for the contest. They don't want somebody submitting the same art they've made 10 years ago and saying, here it is, I win this contest, haha. It was supposed to be like, make something for this contest, so that way it's for this contest. That was the idea of a week. I forget the exact time frame, but I'm just saying a week in case that was like, if the contest was open for a week, if you made it a week before, you're still good because it's still pretty new. But it ended up being a month before, or whatever the time period was. It was like within the barriers, and she wasn't willing to discount a true artist for making something, even if it was, because they worked hard on this thing and probably spent a lot of time on it, and they wanted to apply to this contest as well, or whatever. Specifics don't exactly matter, but yeah. And of course, there will be people who are assholes and submit AI art in a contest you're not supposed to. There could even be an art contest that's like, look, brushwork only, no digital art. And someone submits digital art that looks like a brushwork. And that would be a dick move, because they're specifically asking people to submit art with a brush. So if someone using the incorrect tool, people use airbrushing when they paint minis. There could be a no airbrushing, only brushwork for this contest, and then it turns out, hey, that blend was done with an airbrush, you dick. Like, anyone breaking a rule like that would be a dick, no matter what tool they're using. Yeah, exactly. If acrylic paint is against the rules, don't be a cunt and try to submit painting with acrylic paint. Exactly. And that's not against the idea of the thing specifically. I guess I feel like, we talked about the example I brought up, but I guess there could have been a more concrete point to the point I was bringing up, but I don't think I've found a way to bring it back to the context specifically, other than the "don't be a dick" part of it. Like we had a channel, I guess, where art was supposed to be art that you made, and not supposed to be art that you retraced over, recolored. And they go, well, it's not technically tracing if I did every pixel. And it's just like, what, whatever, right? That's the dick move thing. So I guess that's not really a worthy. It's not a complete end argument of any of this stuff. So let's finish her side, because I'm very interested in seeing. I mean, her pieces look interesting. They're visually striking. They look like, I would definitely consider most of these things, all these things, art from what I've seen. They're very unique style from my perspective. There could be something it's based off of that I've never seen before, but it's still interesting to me. I'm going to rewind just a little bit.
Vast SREF library, most of which are just Midjourney images that I have made over the years that I have just re-uploaded or smashed together. Since I reuse my own images as SREFs, I think that's where the cohesiveness.
So hearing her say, I reuse my images, reminded me of the I recolored over this, so I count it. Kind of, that's where that mental image came from. But
comes from, because I'm recycling through my own filter. And I personally don't use like living artists as a reference. It's usually people that are in public domain at this point.
Throughout this video, I assumed the definition of human art meant that anything.
So just to wrap up her section there, I don't know, it's possible, maybe because I just don't look into it enough, but I don't know if the models that you can take from are polite enough to respect your wishes to avoid specific artists. I don't know if you say generate me this image, if it knows not to select from living artists versus public domain only artists. I don't know if it's able to do that. It might be able to. I don't know. Whether or not she puts in parentheses like this guy's style in parentheses, that's different, right? Maybe the models are good, right? It'd be sick if that's the case, but also it's reasonable to understand that it's also not everyone will be as polite with their usage. And it's possible that many people would actively use it in the way we don't like. Now, is that a crime against the tool entirely? No, but does it mean that we need to do something about it if it's very rampant? I suppose. Because if she was, for example, the best use case, trains things off of her own photography, only uses things in the public domain, all that stuff, that's great. But those are bumpers that are set up on a bowling alley that never uses bumpers when it comes down to the real tournaments or whatever. Does help defend it as a tool, which I love the idea of using it as a tool for a lot of things, or for personal use for a lot of things. Because you know what? If you want a cute picture of your family as an AI Ghibli thing, okay. Should you pay an artist on DeviantArt to draw you in the Ghibli style instead? What the fuck? I mean, like, I don't think so. I get why people would want that, because if you want it, then you should pay an artist, but like, you're just paying an artist to copy the Ghibli style. What the fuck? The Ghibli style should shoot that artist. You could argue. And also, you might never fucking do it because you would never think to pay an artist, and to pay an artist truthfully is to pay a lot of fucking money, because they do a lot of fucking work and it's hard. So I can understand why you wouldn't do it. It mentally makes sense to me in that regard. But there is a problem where it breaks free from that technically restrictive box. So let's see what her absorption and thoughts. Let's see what she has to say.
Domain at this point.
Throughout this video, I assumed the definition of human art meant that anything a person made without the use of generative AI. But after hearing Jessica talk about her process, how personal and intentional it is, it feels human.
All your spare cash goes to giving good tips. No buying art. That's right. I guess. I mean, you're not subbed to me, so we can tell you do not enjoy this fine art of me stealing this content and then resubmitting it for myself. You don't. I mean, I'm sure there's a way that we can definitely flip this back on me for literally, stealing the content in front of me to make my own, generative version of things. Maybe it's better you don't sub. Maybe technically, now that I think about it, hold on, shit.
A lot more human than like Anish Kapoor buying the rights to a pigment he didn't invent and calling it his art. Or Damien Hirst getting a fisherman to kill a shark and then calling it his art. Or Jeff doesn't do the sculpting or much of the painting himself, Koons, making jumbo versions of pre-existing designs.
I'm not going to spit on my stream. So don't feel like you have to tip. I mean, I am unemployed and I need this to work if I'm going to keep this content going post the 6-month time period. But my goal is not to have one sub from the person who's so chill to hang out with me all night, making my stream significantly better than it would be. So don't feel guilted into subbing at all. I intentionally don't run ads so that people don't feel pressured to do it for that. I hope to eventually get to a point where things, both on my end, and the community size end, it's a much better place. Although some people definitely enjoy finding smaller streamers because there's a straight up one-to-one connection where on a stream with 100 people, you're immediately lost in the shuffle and every message will not get a response. And that can be somewhat of a toxic breakdown where like people get used to it. Yeah. I should be getting Nitro money. Well, that's if ads are running. I would get Nitro money, technically. We'll see how this month goes. I am also a Nitro subscriber because I realized once I got addicted to watching Twitch a lot, holy shit, I watch a lot of different channels, or Turbo, whatever it's called. Yeah, I forget. Nitro's Discord, right? It costs like 2 subs now that they've increased it to $6, and boom, you're immediately like raking in the value. So yeah. Yeah. Getting the channel to be good is my first goal, and then monetization part of it will come later. And I hope that would mostly just come from a large community of people trying to donate or whatever, but not so much as like trying to crank up ads on them, whatever it is. We'll see what works and what doesn't work. Hopefully I'll have more colleagues to commiserate and or talk to about stuff. Turbo the snail.
And calling it his art. They carry so many of the same faults I find in generative AI, but I would never deny that they're artists. Jessica helped me see that there is space for AI-generated art to be human. Now, I definitely don't consider it anywhere near as impressive as making everything from scratch, but I think of it this way. If illustration is like planting a garden and tending to it over the years, then AI art could be flower arrangement.
Oh, I never watched that.
You aren't growing something from the ground up, but you can learn to express yourself with stuff that's already there, sometimes in a way that you couldn't do with a garden alone.
I think for me, I've kind of integrated that into my workflow. The kind of art that I make lends itself really well to the improvisation that comes from the AI and the human melding together.
This reminded me of something Adam said.
You know, I think the interesting thing for me when I look back at how artists have made works of art in the past is that they're always picking up new technologies, right? So what interests me about AI is the fact that artists are beginning to learn how to work with it, right? They're beginning to think through these emerging technologies. Just like photography, you know, who could have anticipated that it would be such a defining feature of the way that we live now. Photographs exist and circulate in ways that people 150 years ago could never have anticipated.
This was when something really clicked for me. Why I use.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. And I do think that this probably it was not good. Okay. I would probably see this as a bit of a shift. Are they trans? Be saying they? Oh, no. I just mean, I think I was spinning my wheels in my head a little bit there, but the world will have to look at this will be helpful in helping the world of art look at things a little bit differently than it has in the past, but it should be utilized as a part of it. I mean, like, I've definitely been time to play NB or Butch. I wasn't getting gay and or trans. I was assuming this was a cis woman, but who knows? My gaydar obviously is not the best. So I've been in a committed relationship for a long time, so I try to stay out of that stuff, I guess, a little bit. Not necessarily like, it's not like, you know, she's like gonna hit me with a fucking rolling pin or whatever. But it's like, yeah, I guess I've been out of the loop enough or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. I was definitely more negatively looking at AI art as art, even before this video and before our conversation. Hey man, times have changed. That's all I know. Yeah. In that outfit, yeah. Does she have a keychain exposed on the outside of her hip? I've heard that's a very lesbian thing specifically. You know, does she drive a Subaru? That's another lesbian thing specifically. Let's see, what are some other tropes I've been hearing about from the gay and bi community specifically? But yeah, I agree with your positioning that most of the time it's bad art, though still art. That's an important way to look at it, and to try to console those who are not ready to call it art at all, because it's not good, but it's technically art the same way a child's drawing is art in the sense, right? Who can afford a car? Yeah, I mean, she looks like she's in a city. Also, she left her house to then go Google something as a part of the video. I wasn't going to really draw attention to it because setting change and style is a huge part of a lot of video pacing nowadays. That I, as a shut-in who built a shed to shoot all my videos in, is like, fuck, now I gotta get out of the shed and shoot shit? What the fuck? So, fuck. But I was like, why would you leave your house to Google something? It makes no sense. But it's all for the video style. It's definitely part of the bit, yeah. Perhaps, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are ways, I guess I've been a bit, I mean, this is probably one of the most like honest and worthy position changes I've seen myself go through, especially live on stream, let alone on a topic that I feel normally very well set in. But AI art is art in the same way that other tools have made other arts easier. It doesn't mean the art is good. In the same way that we look at art and say, does it look good on my wall? It's a real basic, simple value. And especially modern art, or our understanding of art value, goes so much more beyond that. Any AI generated art would be just like her painting worth $10 or whatever the fuck it's printed on. And real art is worth a lot more only because of the actual story, because Starry Night is a piece of shit. It looks like ass, right? It's like fucking finger paint, but it's only worth something because of the artist and the story and all the other parts that go into it. Because there's a million people who can paint 100 times better than that, but they'll never sell anywhere near to the price of it, because that's the only thing that makes that art worth something. And that's what makes it good. And what makes non-AI art good is the story that goes into it, because everyone can buy anything they want. They could have either photoshopped it before, but now they can generative AI it. But it's still technically art the same way. A finger paint is art the same way. A lot of the basic photoshops are art, all that stuff. It is a really interesting and nuanced way to look at it, for sure. So I want to back this up because I feel like my point may have had a couple of seconds.
Photography?
A little something extra.
You know, who could have anticipated that it would be such a defining feature of the way that we live now? Photographs exist and circulate in ways that people 150 years ago could never have anticipated.
This was when something really clicked for me. Why I use generative AI even when I know the context. It's because I'm a tech realist. I believe that technology is always evolving and that it's our responsibility to use it. We need to know what it can and can't do in order to prioritize applications that empower people instead of replacing them. This is a personal belief. I'm not saying that it is objectively true. You are allowed to
Gen Z has a very post-ironic sense of humor. You mean like the part of the bit about leaving and then typing it into the Google thing? It looks amazing, thank you. What looks amazing? What did I fuck?
Disagree with me, but I think this is how I use generative AI. For example, it doesn't help with research. I know freelance researchers who are better at that. It doesn't edit my scripts. Taha and Melissa are better at that. And it doesn't write my scripts because...
Gotcha. Oh, you say like, it looks amazing. Thank you very much. I got what you're saying. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I am better at that because I am me. However, AI sure can debug my code faster than any person could read it. It can instantly find exact quotes and timestamps from interview transcripts with the loosest search terms. And it can reframe a scene well after it's been shot. It helps me do what I do.
Okay, in my opinion, a lot of those AI tools that she was saying, but there are some tools that you would consider AI by today's standards, but none of those are specifically generative AI for AI images or AI videos. Those are just learning model tools specifically. So I wonder if the overuse of the term AI has kind of fucked the basis of her understanding of it. Or maybe it's fucked the version of my understanding and those actually are AI or something. But I mean, reframe says what is a center of frame, what is not of a center of frame based off of images we know that are in frame and not in frame. That's all AI, artificial intelligence, but it's not actually an intelligence. It's just a neural network learning model that looks at previous data to get new data. But a reframe shot is not it saying, give me this picture in Starry Night style, right? To me, that's not AI in the sense of people saying, I hate AI art for what it does to the art world and hurting artists and all that stuff. To me, generative AI is, I want a picture, give me a picture, boom, I have a picture. I want a video, give me a video, boom, I have a video. That's not all of it's generative AI. I guess, so then, okay. I thought this video is about generative AI specifically in the context of artists are against generative AI. So calling the reframe tool generative AI is incorrect. But I guess calling it AI is correct. The reframe they used as an example was generative. You're saying that's generative, but it doesn't generate. It adjusts the value of the shot previously to put the silhouetted subject to the spot that it belongs in. It doesn't, it helps edit. It's like a filter or something, but it doesn't necessarily create a brand new shot. It doesn't say, take a look at my shot and now give me a new one that looks like it was framed. It expanded. Well, technically it zoomed in and then centered. Unless you're saying that it created a new background because it moved the full shot into where the center should be and then filled in the sides. Is that what you're saying? Let me see.
Find exact quotes and timestamps from interview transcripts with the loosest search terms. And it can reframe a scene.
Oh, you're right. It did. In fact, they did the other version they were talking about where you do that autofill, fill in as if there was a background.
Well after it's been shot. It helps me do what I do better. It actually reminds me.
It's definitely the loosest version of generative because it's using the frame that it's already in to generate it comparatively to give me an art in Van Gogh style. But I guess technically it's generative, right? I mean, you are right. You got me there. I don't think the Twitter artists are mad at that version where you have a shot framed and you want it to then repeat the tree texture upward and then make it look like it belongs there in a blurry half frame part of the thing. But that is technically a generative because it's generating those pixels based off the pixels you have near it in this frame compared to the learning model of learning everything else around it. Again, I would still put that in a different category despite it generating. Now I'm over here slicing this pie in so many ways it makes it difficult to create a nuanced thing. Twitter is a cesspool to some degree, definitely, especially the new Elon enjoyers, right? All the blue check people. I'm probably supposed to get on Twitter if I want these 6 months to be productive, to get my name out there and to be in the circle, in the orbiting galaxy of these individuals, to hopefully get one raid or something, to hopefully get an audience that, I'm not even trying to compete with their time slot. I'm just trying to find my own little time slot amongst others. But yeah, I'm probably supposed to get on Twitter. I should be reposting all my TikToks on Twitter to get some extra eyes on it. I should be, shouting out my own Twitch stream to my no followers, which is, why I don't ever feel like doing it. But anyway, I have sympathy for artists because they are artists. You know, I have sympathy for them because I understand the artistic process, even if I am a bit of an analytical nerd side of things. You flatten my Philco. No, my flat cat. I am not a hoarder. Okay. I I have a very, you know, I appreciate the modern aesthetic. No. um, you stepped on it. Yeah. I mean, that's a worry. They like to sit sometimes around my chair. So before I can just naturally just wheel away, I'm worried I'm gonna like crush a foot of a cat or something, and just hurt my poor little kitties. I have sympathy for the artists who feel belittled and replaced, and all the smug Elon enjoyers who were like, "Haha, eat this AI art of my NFT ape." You know, pissing on you or something. I don't know. Like that sucks, and that art sucks, and it sucks that they feel like they win. Sometimes I get stuck with that, where like, not a total tangent, but I remember being the young, bad version of myself watching Mad Men, and I was really upset at like the dude could be infidelitous as he wants because I was bad at media literacy and I saw main characters as a protagonist no matter what and always fought for them. But then when his wife cheated back at him, I felt a betrayal because man good, protagonist good, but also the dude that was getting to be involved, I thought was a slime ball. And the fact that he feels like he wins is bad. You know, like I always find that layer of it to be unsavory. So when an NFT bro gets to feel like he wins an argument because he can generate AI art or whatever it is, that sucks and that does weigh on me, but it doesn't necessarily effectively matter in the long term of things. So what I'm saying, you're saying Twitter's a cesspool, but I say the Twitter artists I have sympathy for because they care about the integrity of art. But I do think they're short-sighted on the tool aspect of it. And I do think they're short-sighted on how it can be utilized. And despite it not being good art, like you've said, it is still technically art. So I'm kind of like shitting on their take, and who was once an ally on their side. Yeah. You feel no concern about AI replacing your art. One, my arts aren't even good. Well, but also it's not the same. They do different things. But I guess you might be able to see how somebody who does art and their art is good by their own standards or society standards, now they would have less opportunity for it. But that is a thing that happens. So like nobody thinks the AI reframe, nobody thinks the AI background removal tools are evil. But if your job was rotoscoping in Hollywood, now there might be less jobs or no jobs that do that specifically. But nobody was jumping to the defense of that because that's more of an annoyance than the art side of things. It's a tool. It'll be used, good and bad. Like you were saying earlier, getting away from the capitalist model, going more to the China style things of our lives in general will ultimately free us from a lot of these intermediary problems, which is a goal that I hope we can all achieve. Automation is only a bad thing under capitalism. Well said. I think that did a great job of summarizing my ramblings in a lot of ways, or what I was rambling to try to get towards, and then you sum it up. Because when a job says automation is here, so I'll fire half the workers and make the other half do twice as much work, you go, what the fuck? You should just have kept your employees on and let them enjoy easier, faster, better work. Fuck, right? Cuba style will be better than China style, but I like in America, I'd take anything. Yeah. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You live in America. That makes sense, yeah. Cuba style would be better. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, fuck. I guess I'm out of the loop. I'm super interested to learn though about the Cuba style versus the China style. Hell, I probably don't even know enough about the China style, so I'll learn it all here as we go. But yes, I would take anything, for sure. Okay, I should definitely finish the video.
Of that modern art article I found from 1922. You know, after the article acknowledges that photography gave painters an existential crisis, it says this: freed from the necessity of documentary representation, painting can fulfill its true function. This function is the same in all times: to move man. And it's
Ooh, what a beautiful way to look at things. No longer will you have to go into some guy's house and paint him and his fucking kids, and then get yelled at if you made him look ugly. And it's like, dog, you look ugly. I don't know what to tell you. Now you just send in a photographer, and now you can paint what you wanted to paint. And if you like painting people, paint those people. Paint the Mona Lisa and be considered one of the best pieces out there. And it's interesting because Cuba implemented it despite under a global embargo. The Trump painting. I need to see the Trump painting. Yeah. I think everyone's complaining about no longer being able to get paid to make that garbage art that they had to make. It's like people complaining that they have to paint the portrait of the rich. But now they can hopefully do the other things. Now, under capitalism, they're not actually properly paid for their labor, et cetera, et cetera. But that's not the fault of the tool.
It's funny because despite their differences, Sam and Jessica actually agreed on this point: the purpose of art.
It elicits a response, which I think is the motive behind art, is to make you feel something, to make you think something, to make you have a different perspective on something.
Art, in its essence, it's a form of human expression, and anybody can express themselves. You know, even if you don't have the most advanced, the most expensive tools, you just need something that can make a mark.
I'd always felt more adept at expressing myself with words. My dad's a really great artist, so I kind of always grew up in the shadow of this, like, I'll never be as good as him. So I was kind of intimidated to even attempt. AI kind of reignited my passion for real physical art. Another dimension, I guess, to the idea of mixed media.
It's like the act of, you know, having an idea in your head and put it onto paper and to be able to like visualize it and turn it into a physical thing. I think there's something like super rewarding about that.
It changed my mood almost immediately from a place of like, I'm unable to do the things that bring me joy, which were creative things. All of a sudden I had an outlet that was so accessible to me even when I was in like the darkest place.
As long as you have an imagination, a will, and you have something to say, you have something to express, you have a...
I wonder how he feels about his humanizing art as compared to her humanizing of art. I wonder, because I wonder if he feels that his definition transcends her definition through the medium and does not understand her version of the medium because her version is easier or simpler, or does not involve the exact skill of the art itself, but more or less utilizing that one tool to get to the end result. I wonder, because he might feel like, oh, wait, she's coming from the same way. I agree. Or there's a fundamental misunderstanding. Although it is interesting, again, because there's no way to separate the two. She uses it in a more ethical way, but there's a well-known non-ethical way that is, it is impossible to get out of the, you can no longer separate the two. So despite her doing it the ethical way, his concerns with the unethical way, by his definition, is not able to be solved. Damn. There's going to be, like, if she, as a person who enjoys making art, is ever put into a museum as an AI artist, or there's an art opening with AI art exhibit, there probably already has been some, but as it gets more pushed down, or you finally see it inside of MoMA or whatever, there is going to be a lot of complaining. There's going to be a lot of complaining. And the same way people really don't fucking vibe with modern art, there's going to be a lot of people who will not vibe with that AI style of art. And it will be so contentious that they will feel like they've won, and they will start putting that art into their museums more and more to get more and more fucking earned media and shit. God damn, that's going to be a thing if we're not all fucking killed by fascism by then.
Memory, you have a human existence, you have had experiences. I think anybody can make art.
How much harm are you willing to accept in order to make your art a little bit better, a little bit easier? After working on this video for too long, I think that is the heart of the AI art debate. It explains why things can get so messy.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, that was obviously, like you said, it was part of the art. And there was also the famous Banksy that immediately fell into the shredder and it got shredded after being sold. Huge commentary on art. It is art itself. Like when the guys paid $5 million or whatever he paid for the Banksy, and then it went to the shredder, he's like, bro, I just, made so much more money because now it's worth so much more because of this spectacle. Holy fuck, I just made an amazing purchase. You might think he'd be like, oh no, I'm ruined, it's gone. But no, this is even better than ever before.
Because it is so easy to speak past each other. Things are evolving and it's messy. There isn't a clear answer that works in every context. The harm is so tremendous that it feels clear to say, stop, just don't use it. We were fine without it. But the potential is so enticing that it feels equally obvious to say, look at how this can help, look at what it can do. I spoke with Sam and Jessica because I wanted to get some clarity and finally pick a side. Well, I got my clarity and I realized I don't need to pick a side. You see, I think everyone involved in the AI art debate cares about art. The ones who don't, the soulless corporations,
Okay, hold on. She's getting to them. I was like, what do you mean? Hold on, wait a second.
and grifters are the ones taking advantage of this technology to exploit people. They always have. But the artists, the ones who use generative AI, and the ones who would never touch it, they want human art to be valuable in an AI world. They just don't agree on what counts as human art or what an AI world can be.
Dude, that's shifting. Dude, what the fuck? That's a sick ass emote. Look at him go. That's like gun kata, but like with a manual.
Because those definitions have always and will always be changing. But just like with photography all those years ago, we're gonna keep encountering new ways to create. And we're gonna keep grappling with what that means for the future of art. And all I can hope is that this video has given you some tools to help you navigate that a little bit better. I don't know.
Is this a video about how there's way too much fucking blog posts mixed within a recipe? Where it's like, all right, my perfect chocolate chip recipe. It was a rainy evening. My grandmother had died. What should I do next? And it's like this long fucking story, and it's like, just get to how much sugar I fucking need, right? Is that what that's supposed to be?
Internet recipes suck.
Yeah, I think that's what it's about. I'm gonna add this to my list. Also, these videos are shot so fucking beautifully. Sure, I'll give them a subscribe. I watch their video on stream. It's the least I owe them. I'm just adding this to the individual video to my watch later list, which I then eventually add to my daily playlist when I plan on having a daily playlist. What is this creator? So this creator is Answer in Progress. And I think, like, yeah, these are people who also work on the channel. 7 months ago. Wow, they were way ahead of the Boo Boo thing. I haven't even fucking heard about it until recently. Oh, it was a very recent thing. Yeah, they seem to have some pretty cool stuff. And they seem to have a really big fucking team because holy shit. There was a lot of people involved in the process that she referenced to that I had, like, people who do the script writing or the editing of the scripts, those multiple individuals, a bunch of different names they pointed to earlier, which is like, damn. My hope is to make something even mildly as good as this, but just doing it all on my own. I'm going to make it. Not the case. That's okay though. It does give me a breathing room for my soul to know that I got no shot at no one's expecting me to be as good as this. I'm scrolling up to make sure I actually posted their video in the chat, which also gets added to the Discord. I don't know.
Yes. Now that AI.
Okay, sweet. I scrolled up quite a bit to find it. I'm glad it took us so long to do React in general, because I do like to make sure I not necessarily transformative eyes, but just add enough context. And I love the conversation that it sparks. But I should probably start wrapping things up just because it's omega bright outside. Oh my god, my screen. And I need to do some background stuff. Finish a video for Cinemarxism, and then try to make sure I have my next TikTok lined up, a bunch of other things. So let me double check who I'm following. Let's throw on some tune skis while I find some stuff. I would appreciate it if you're able to stick around for a raid, just because we only have like stuff. The 2 editors, a producer, and themselves. That's not bad. It was like, I thought it was a few more than that, but honestly, I forget. we'll watch more of their stuff and see it in practice. Okay. We can try Gremlo again. Did you stick around for the Gremlo thing? Did you appreciate the Gremlo stuff? Or you might have your own day you have to go about to, which is also totally fine. It looks like he's the only one that I can recognize. I guess MHUD's also doing stuff. He's more of a GeoGuessr guy. That's the only other leftist in this circle of people that I'm trying to rub elbows with. Jason D100, a little different. Looks like Carter's actually online as well. Interesting. There's a whole bunch of individuals. Okay. /raid. Let's try Carter. Anyway, I'll be on tonight as well, 1 a.m. my time, which is approximately 8 hours ago your time. And I guess your time's the same as my time. But anyway, in case anybody else is watching, thanks for coming. I'll have another TikTok out, trying to get some more things going off in the background. And the fact checkers, but they are fired per video. Not part of the team. Oh, they're like individual contractors. We're all individual contractors, even for those YouTube videos. Okay. Oh, he said do not raid him. Wow, what a dick. Okay, fine. I don't like doing the same guy twice, but yes. Okay, 2 viewers. Dude, I'm blowing him up. He's gonna be literally annoyed by me constantly hitting him up. But anyway, see you tomorrow, and thanks for being here, etc. Pre-Palestine. Yeah, I said it.
Oh. Dems confront their own. Sniffin' J, thank you for the raid. Dems confront their own racism and more. Okay.
Why does it go twice?
Oh, that's a little loud. I need to turn that down. Okay. Here we go, folks. Here is the live tweet. Let's get started. I do want to give everybody a little update since I ended stream a little early yesterday, like half an hour early. It's not that crazy or anything, but I ended stream a little bit early because you have now entered Grimlo Station Raiders. Yeah, yeah, I'm alive. I ended stream a little bit early because I wasn't feeling good. I was in some pain. And yeah, typical half day. Went to the ER, got it checked out, you know, full checkup. And